Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm live. Oh, my camera was covered. Saturday night broadcast, why not? It's rather late where I am, and I've been working all day, and I'm tired, but Saturday seems to be a night some people might be available, whereas other nights they're not. Almost any night I do this, I get a message. Could you do it this other night? Because I'm not good that night. And that's fine. So over on the side in the comments here, you will see a link to join if you're viewing this in Google Plus, I think is the deal. And if you are viewing this from YouTube, I will hopefully be able to see the video soon, excuse me, and put up a link to it. So, it usually doesn't let me view these live hangouts while they're happening on my YouTube channel. I don't know why you guys get to see it. But, all right. So, join me if you can. If you go on my Facebook, go to Facebook, search Brandon Cropper. And you can click, I've just put a join link there. So most of you do Facebook. And come join me and let's do a Saturday night hangout. I'm good for a few hours here. I want to talk about space, about the fact that we're going to send people to Mars. Should we? And is that interesting? What's going to happen? Why is it a good thing or whatever? I want to talk about Ayn Rand's view of guns, maybe. Some people do not think that we need to worry about gun ownership. It's not that big of a deal. And Ayn Rand gives them some reason to think that, because that's what she said. If the country falls apart, whether or not you have a gun in your pocket's not going to make that big of a deal. She said it off the top of her head. She also mentioned, by the way, when she said that she hadn't given it very much thought. So that's all she said on the subject that I know about. And that's given some people reason to dismiss gun ownership. So I'd be willing to talk about gun ownership and why that's important and more important than we think it is. Mr. Rotz, I didn't think you would join me. You said you may not.
I decided to for a moment. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I realize I might have to. It may be a little later than I realized. So.
Okay, yeah, no problem. But
stay around for a little bit.
So you, ladies and gentlemen, most of my viewers being objectivist, you will be interested to know that Johanna Ratz is a modern Pythagorean. He thinks the universe is made out of numbers.
Or quantum information. But
quantum information, yes.
Yeah.
There's some information that's come out recently, according to Stephen Wolfram, that information is not lost in black holes because black holes are connected to everything in the universe.
I actually agree with that. That's actually the basis for the holographic principle. It was two things specifically. It was firstly, there's a guy, Jacob Bekenstein, and he had this thought of, let's suppose that the second law of thermodynamics is supposed to be inviolate. That's pretty foundational to physics, right? So the problem though was he thought, well, if you throw it into a black hole, entropy in a black hole, it seems that it would be destroyed. All the information that, entropy is defined in terms of information content. And so it would seem as though you'd have entropy to being destroyed, and it seemed like a paradox to him. And so he thought this thing through and realized that what's actually going on is entropy isn't destroyed, it contributes to the black hole.
Okay.
And
so
it's preserved in the black hole. And so from this, he formed a relationship between the black hole size, the surface area of the black hole, the event horizon of the black hole, and the amount of entropy in it. And from that, it's actually interesting because the information content of the black hole is described completely on the surface of the black hole, the event horizon. And as the black hole grows, as you put entropy into it, the black hole will grow.
The event horizon will grow.
Yeah, event horizon will grow.
The black hole is a 0 point.
Oh, that's the black hole size is the event horizon, surface of it. And then from that, there was a limit. There was the idea of, ask the following question. Okay, so let's suppose you have your room and you want to know all information content of your room, right? And so you ask questions. You see the book behind you, the soda you're drinking. You ask questions. You zoom in and you ask questions. You get answers. That's information content, right? And so you keep zooming in and you zoom in, and so in theory you can get all the information content in your room. But then the question is, at what level? Like if you go to a microscopic level, you might have, if you only ask questions at a macroscopic level, you only have a certain amount of information content. And if you zoom in, you're going to have more information content, asking more questions about the arrangements of atoms and so on.
Okay.
And so now, then there's a separate issue. This is, I think, Hawking was looking at this, and some other people. And they asked the question. Well, the question is, there are limitations on how much you can ask questions of things, right, in nature. And the reason for this is after a while, you get to a very small scale. You start asking questions of the small scale. You get to run across the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And so if you say you ask about the momentum for the position or time, they're related. They're different types of variables, so momentum and position, time, and energy, and so on. So you ask about the position of the particles down to too high a degree, like Planck bar over half, too, right?
Right.
Then you're going to start losing information about the momentum. You can no longer ask so much information about the momentum, okay?
Yeah.
And so there's a limit there. So now the question, though, is let's suppose you can keep doing that, though, by cranking up the energy. You might not get complete information about the energy, but you can at least get information about the positions down to a small level. So you crank up the energy in that focus region of space till you start to get more and more precise answers about the position, okay? And the energy value oscillates around this much wider range then. You can keep doing that until the energy value oscillates around a very dense range to the point where that region of space itself turns into a black hole. And that is the maximum limit you can reach on the amount of information you can get out of a region of space, right? Before it turns into a black hole, and you can't obviously put your finger into a black hole and pick information out, because if you do that, nothing ever comes out of a black hole.
Right.
So that is the limit on how much information you can get out of a region of space. But now, Bekenstein, on the other side, he was asking another question of, relating the entropy that goes into a black hole to it, which is just the information content overall, right? Entropy doesn't take, scale into account. It's just disorder at all scales. And what he found was that the ratio between the surface area and the entropy was, there was a very direct proportion between them. It's S divided by S equals A over 4. Here, S is entropy, A is the surface area. And so now the question is, if there's more information that exists beyond which, the first limit of how much information you can get out of a region of space before it turns into a black hole, if there is more, if the Bekenstein bound is greater than that, then it follows that there is some information we can never get in nature. It's forever lost to us, because if we ever try and reach it, the place is going to turn into a black hole. If it's less than or equal to it, then we can have complete knowledge of nature, right? Well, it turns out that the Bekenstein bound and the other bound of the limit on information you can reach before things turn into a black hole are actually exactly identical. So, unfortunately, we can't get all questions out of nature. The catch with this, though, is that then entails, since the entropy is directly proportional to the surface area of the black hole, it's encoded on the surface, everything that is supposedly inside of the black hole can be treated as a sort of projection from a two-dimensional surface, all the information content on the surface of the black hole. So it's going, when you think there's something behind the black hole, behind the horizon, what you're actually looking at is a two-dimensional hologram of everything that was put into the black hole. And this limit applies to all regions of space as well, including the universe. And they found that the space that defines cosmology also defines the same mathematics used for describing the black hole. And that's where the whole notion of the holographic universe was born.
There's a great deal of...
Can't hear you.
There's a great deal of radiation certainly circling around, orbiting black holes.
Yes.
But I don't see why they preserve the evidence of what fell into them. I think that's fancy.
Well, if they don't preserve the evidence, we have this problem with the second law being like violated. So you can actually get rid of entropy, right? And that's like the notion of information disappearing. It kind of violates the law of identity in a way. So this notion that you can have something and then just suddenly it blinks out and it's nothing.
But the black hole has mass.
It has mass, but it will still lose. It'll still lose the information, the record that there was. The particle was oriented this way rather than that way. Right.
So you're saying that to get out of the violation of relativity of present
relative, no, not violation of second law.
The second law.
Yeah. They then brought the Bekenstein bound, and they combined the Bekenstein bound with the other limit, which was how much information content you can get out of a region of space before it goes to a black hole. And they combined those two limits, and that gave them it's called the ADS-CFT correspondence, which is what we know as the holographic principle.
All right, let me try a different direction on. You've gone. I mean, that's just full scale nuts.
Conclusion sounds like I know
stuff. Well, okay. Let me try something on you. I don't know if you're familiar with Wolfram, but what if our universe evolved the way that life evolved on Earth, such that we don't understand what the earlier stages were, and we have no idea to deduce or rationally figure out what the earlier stages were, just like we can't, with evolution, rationally figure out what came before. It's simply a matter of historical accident. That's right. That's what Wolfram says about our universe, and that if that's the case, then every experiment we do is sort of in train with the universe as it is today. We can't do experiments on what came before. We don't have the tools.
Right. Well, this isn't working on. This is not actually talking about what came before. It's talking about the properties of our space now that we observe.
It's talking about the metaphysical nature of the whole question. I mean, you guys.
Right.
If he's right, then a lot of this mathematical nonsense is just out the window and off the board.
What I'm saying, one of them is a question of cosmogony, the other one is a question of metaphysics. So there are obviously relations between them, but they're sort of in different camps, so to speak.
Well, philosophy trumps everything.
Right. Well, this is the philosophy.
I don't know if your microphone is hidden inside your shirt or something. You're making a lot of fuzzle noise.
Sorry.
No problem. But yeah, what do you think about the fact that we might have to figure out what our universe is today without necessarily being able to understand all the way back to the Big Bang, because that is really actually hidden from us, because that was a different, the situation was different. It hadn't evolved. What if we had an evolving universe in a very real sense? What if it's evolving?
You mean like the laws are evolving?
Yes.
That's kind of weird, because I always thought that evolution would follow like certain laws, like, there's stellar evolution, for example, where atoms combine, like hydrogen and helium combines, or hydrogen combines, the big gas clouds, ignites, forms helium, and you have full-scale thermonuclear reactions that fizzles out after 100 million years, explodes.
Well, you're going forward past a lot of the basic stuff.
I'm giving an example.
Let's
have evolution. There's always natural forces underneath it that have regularity to them and obey certain physical laws.
Right. Well, we could take your example and ask, where did the hydrogen and helium and stuff come from? There were earlier bits of the universe where certain things occurred, which were more stable than other things. Huh?
Right. Protons and electrons appearing out of the vacuum.
Right. Yeah, and there may have been corners of the universe where that didn't happen. That may be what we call dark matter, is stuff that can bump into the other matter.
Right.
So the universe may have evolved. Evolution may be like a upgraded version of what the universe went through.
I would agree with that. What I'm saying is I don't think the laws themselves would have evolved, or at least the fundamental laws.
Well, according to Wolfram, that's not even a cogent statement, because there are no fundamental laws. There is only evolution. according to Wolfram.
But what is evolution has changed, but there has to be some principle by which things change, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, he does say that he says we might be able to look through sort of a catalog of simple programs and find a program that is our universe. But if we ever do find it, we would have to run it for as long as we have run the universe so far.
You figure it out. I get that.
Yeah, it's because it's an irreducible.
I know, because you'd have to figure out that if it actually reaches our setup at this age.
So that's a different view of the universe from people who think that the universe is going to fit on a T-shirt or an E equals MC squared. Like evolution does not fit on a T-shirt.
Right, but evolution, like for example, the most popular, the prominent form of biological evolution is it's highly derived in a sense. It's beneath that there were biochemical laws, and beneath that there were chemical laws, which reduced to atomic laws.
None of that matters.
Nuclear. Right. What I'm getting at is I don't think you can have just evolution minus laws. It always has to have laws at the beginning. There has to be evolution is change, and change involves motion and interactions. Right? Are you there?
No, evolution is a theory, which is a concept created by humans to understand how animals change over time, or how
I know, but you're applying it to the universe at large.
You're bringing it. You say it's got laws and stuff involved. No, evolution has to be understandable by a person who has nothing but a dictionary.
I get that. What I'm saying though is you were beforehand talking about not biological evolution, but just evolution of the universe, like the.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be laws and so on.
Yes.
The evolution of laws and so on. That's the part that I don't quite agree with. The laws evolved. I think more that there are fundamental laws, like there's some grand unified theory, and then in turn that grand unified theory, there's limiting cases like it comes out, and two limiting cases are quantum mechanics, relativity. Limiting cases of that are classical, electricity, Newtonian mechanics, Newtonian gravity, and so on. And then, in turn, those lead to higher order laws, such as chemical laws and so on. And then, gradually up the chain, we get life, and then life evolves after you.
Sounds rationalistic to me.
What?
Sounds rationalistic.
Oh,
rationalistic.
Mr. Rotz. Liebram, I have to tell you, Mr. Rotz here is a Pythagorean. He believes the universe is made of numbers.
I talked to him about it.
All right, so yeah, pointing out that he's rationalistic is just the beginning of it's not even useful. I mean,
I remember he said, and correct me if I'm wrong, with Yohanan, that that reality is a simulation in a mind.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But where does the mind exist? Yeah.
No, wait.
Non-local. Hilbert space to be precise.
All right. Well, what we were saying, Johan, what was the point you were just making just then?
Beforehand, before he came in, we were talking about evolution and how there are, laws, fundamental laws, and those other laws emerge from those, and so on until you finally get to life, and then life.
Yes.
Evolution applies
Yes.
to life after that.
Let me give you an analogy from the evolution of life on Earth, and then we can look at how that might be the existence of dark matter, whatever dark matter is, could be analogous to this. At one point in the evolution of life on Earth, a type of moss came to exist that killed off 97% of the other species because it produced oxygen. And none of the other species could handle oxygen. It was toxic to them except a very, very small number. Now, that could have happened early in the universe. There could have been a fog of particles of a certain nature bound by certain laws, and some accidental event somewhere, some chaotic event somewhere, touched off a new type of particle that raced through the soup, touching off changes, and only little pockets here and there, little pockets of the soup, didn't evolve in the same way as the most of it, like the 97.3% on the history of the Earth thing, and that would be something like the dark matter or something that's interacting with the universe today, but can't interact with it directly. It's not mixed up within it. Or the electric universe. The electric universe is actually a much more reasonable idea.
The problem with that is, let's go back to the moss example, right? The moss is, it's a biological example, and you could have had any number of weird changes in the environment. Maybe there was some thermal vent down in the ocean or something that released some chemicals that caused mutations in the DNA of some plant somewhere, and then triggered that. But then that may or may not have happened based on some random geologic activity and so on, right? It's very hard to predict that would have happened. It really is a random event in a much more realistic sense of the word, right?
Of course. Who's trying to talk us out of that?
Right. Okay. What I'm getting at, though, is that then when you take that down to the early universe and you do kind of the analogous thing, the early universe is much more ordered than the more derived universe later on with plant life and so on.
You say this.
Yeah, because you have it starts out with very simple laws.
You say this.
It's very linear at the beginning, right?
You say this.
It's in every textbook. It's a natural, you have fundamental law. Like I give you an example. You ever play with one of those toys where they have I don't think you probably see them at physics fairs where you have like a little a metal rod of some kind connected to another metal rod of different weight and another one and so on, and you throw one of the rods and then suddenly it starts spinning around, and it's very hard to predict how it spins around.
Okay.
It's very chaotic. There's more variables in the system, right?
Yeah.
Very chaotic. Or better yet, billiard balls. Okay. You shoot one ball and you get really good at this and you can start to predict stuff better. But when you split a billiard ball table, it's really hard to predict where all those balls are going to go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you gave me a billiards champion and you get really good at it and you can predict stuff, but for the most part, it's pretty hard to predict where those balls are going to go, right?
Well,
but now, if you
it's
use
impossible. I'll grant that.
Yeah, but if you then use, say, a single billiard ball and shoot it with another billiard ball, it's very direct. Just simple conservational momentum. You can tell where it's going to go, what angle it's going to go, and so on, right?
Right.
And that's a very simple case. So you can predict the simple part where there's just a few interacting principles, shall we say. But then with the chaotic thing, when it gets much more complex, then it becomes hard to predict.
Okay, well, you're proving my point then, because in the early stage of the universe, assuming the Big Bang without the problems that the Big Bang brings, and I know that there are ways around the Big Bang into a static universe theory, but assuming that the Big Bang's the case, in the early universe, you didn't have particles, you didn't have mass, you didn't have weight, you didn't have gravity, you didn't have all these things you have to worry about and work with later on.
Right.
You didn't have any of the laws governing any of those. You didn't have the nuclear strong or the nuclear weak force or any of the particles dealing with those
forces. You had some combined super force probably, or whatever was unified.
No, you don't know what you had. You might have had a cloud of different things, and one of them became more dominant than others.
Well, here's kind of my point, right? The whole notion of continuity in mathematics, right? Where you have, one thing and that equates to something else. It's based on the law of identity, right? And so when you have
mathematics is based on the law of identity,
or the ability for mathematics to work is based on the law of identity. The whole notion that there could be, things that have equivalencies.
I'll grant that without being able to affirm.
Okay, so my whole point is the laws can't just change up. There has to be some explanation for the laws that is continuous to the laws. It has some.
Well,
it can't be like a equation A and then equation C and then in the middle it says then a miracle happened.
No, well, it doesn't need to be that. Wolfram just proposes that there could be a system of change like evolution that isn't necessary.
Like a more fundamental system, so to speak, from which the other laws emerge.
Yeah, it was accidental at some.
That I could buy.
Now, the reason that we can end up believing that so firmly is if we do find donuts of black dark matter around our galaxies, if we confirm that that's real stuff, whatever the hell's going on, then those would be bits of the universe that never touched, that went on two different evolutionary tracks, and here they are stuck in the same neighborhoods, and they end up mixing around with each other and by their natures. And I guess when dark matter meets regular matter, what? There's an explosion or a unicorn?
No, actually most of the dark matter can pass through matter without even interacting with it.
And so there we go, right down the rabbit hole there. But that could be an.
Assuming it is dark matter, there is some thought that it could be. There's a theory called MOND, which suggests that it had to do with some kind of aspect of our laws of gravity that we've missed.
Well, they say they've seen dark matter. What do you think? What do you think or know about the electric universe?
I know a little bit about it, and it was suggested that the electric force was playing a larger role in how stars move, how astronomical bodies move than we normally think. That's about as much as I know about it, though.
Yeah, if a star's made of iron and it's spinning, doesn't that create some sort of an electrical field, a torus?
Yeah.
And isn't that torus possibly quite large for the larger stars? So what was my train of thought? I'm sorry. So the electric universe. Do you know about the rotation of galaxies? How they don't rotate based on gravity, do they? They rotate based on electrical charges.
That would actually be interesting. That could actually explain some of the motivation for dark matter was precisely that they saw that the galaxies should be spinning apart, and for some reason they're not.
Yeah.
And that actually be kind of interesting to see if electric force there'd be like an electrical explanation for that.
Well, when you watch two opposite electrical charges move towards each other in a vacuum, they actually create exactly the motion and speed that the spiral of a galaxy exhibits. So that is like really, really hard to ignore evidence. So I don't know. I think the electric universe probably
has something to it.
What do you think about the redshift possibly being due to being slowed down by the ether or being age-induced or something, and we might live in a more static universe than we appreciate?
That doesn't seem to fit as much. That sounds. There's something that doesn't seem quite right about that, especially because what we call the ether today, like they're supposed to abandon it, but then they didn't bring it back per se, but they have what you could call an ether, quote unquote, today is what you call the 0-point field, right? And so the problem with that is I don't think the properties of that would change enough to explain that, and plus you can predict the expansion of the universe is actually predicted from general relativity.
That's not true necessarily.
Actually, there's another way to predict it too.
The redshift is predicted. The redshift is predicted, right? The redshift is predicted, not the.
Yeah, it predicts a redshift. Well, it predicts the expansion of the universe, which then would correlate to a redshift.
I'm not sure. I think it predicts things about the nature of light, which...
It predicts that either space is expanding or contracting, and Einstein didn't like that because he wanted a static universe, so he added this cosmological constant on the end, and then, a couple of years later, Hubble comes along and says, oh, by the way, the universe is expanding because the redshift is equal in all these directions, and the farther out you go, there's more of it, and he developed this law based on this. So...
Yeah,
there is a cool way to derive Hubble's law, actually.
Okay, from what? What do you...
The holographic principle.
Oh, come on.
And check this out. It's very simple. Okay.
You can look,
you see the universe is a big sphere of sorts. It could be, hypersphere or whatever. You have a cosmological horizon, okay? And the entropy is correlated to the size of the horizon, as by S equals A/4. So, now, very naturally, what does entropy do over time?
Increases, right?
Exactly. So when you go back in time, what does entropy do?
It decreases.
Right. And if the entropy is correlated directly to the horizon area, what happens to the horizon area as you go back in time?
Yeah. Yeah, the Big Bang's very convincing. I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, so it does decrease, and so the cool thing is you have this actual explanation for why space expands. And the reason is entropy increases. As the entropy increases, the horizon area increases, and then you go back in time as the entropy goes to zero, and the space shrinks out of existence. And
Now, I like to think of the universe as a waterfall down a hill, because order decreases over time in this way.
breaking
And
up a bit.
I like to think of the universe good there. I like to think of the universe as like a waterfall rolling downhill, going downhill. And when it gets to the bottom, that's it. And that's what, 99 trillion years in the future, whatever, when all atoms and protons and electrons have all decayed.
Presumably, yeah.
So,
Well, one theory I heard was that everything collapses into black holes eventually, and the black holes radiate energy, and then that energy
It's all dust.
there'll be
it all loses eventually, and then the whole thing turns back into like a black vacuum, basically.
there'll be stuff far away from black holes that never fall into it. Black holes aren't vacuums; they don't suck everything up.
No, but like over time they have gravity, and gravity does exert pull, and then the largest black holes are in the center of galaxies, and most matter is in black hole in galaxies. So eventually the galaxies, billions and billions of years, probably after all the stars have burned out, they converge into these big black holes.
Well, yeah, but I think it's interesting to note the fact that the universe is a battery, isn't it? It's running out
Yeah.
rapidly, fucking fast.
How would you come to that conclusion?
The second law of thermodynamics. Hey, I want to invite viewers.
How would a second law of thermodynamics apply?
I want to invite viewers, if they want to go on Facebook and search me and go on my thing, there's a link on my feed, you can join. And there's a link in the comments on this if you're viewing on Google+. And I'm trying to put a link in YouTube. Earlier, Leram, you wanted to say something about what he was saying. Go ahead, what did you want to say?
I want to say that last time we talked, this was off air apparently, you said that the universe, you believe that the universe is a simulation inside a mind. I told you that scientific proof is sometimes given by conceptual explanation, that something has the same measurement as something else. And I asked you to give the same measurements, the measurements that mind tells with the universe in order to classify, in order to say this is that, or that is that.
Well, the measurement in particular is phi, or integrated information, which is the measure of consciousness.
I don't know that measurement for consciousness. Can you point it out?
Look up consciousness as integrated information provisional manifesto by Giulio Tononi. I think
Can you
it's
explain it?
2011. What?
Can you explain it if you believe it so adamantly?
Basically, okay, so take that little picture of the square up there that said Craig Allen joined this video call, okay? So there's a little square, or the live button, right? It says live, and it's yellow, and it's square, right? Now, there's yellow information, and there's information describing the
What do you mean by
square. Something that informs, something that gives a distinction between something else that you can identify it. You can identify it, yeah.
Okay, so it has identity.
Okay, so there's square shape, and there's yellow color, and the thing is you can't separate the two. You can see that they're distinct pieces of information, but you can't take the yellow out and put it over here, and the square shape out and put it over there.
So it's identity.
Yeah. So those two pieces of information would be what they call integrated. You can't dissociate them from one another. Or the pen in MrCropper's mouth has is information defining its location, which has a.
It's identity. That's it.
Yeah. And so Giulio Tononi was saying, a lot of people have theories of consciousness in neuroscience. Some people are dualists, some people are materialists. Materialists, there's a lot of disagreement as well.
How is it?
And so the point he was saying was that no one really agrees on what it is in terms of something else. But then he said, let's redefine the problem entirely and simply say one thing that everybody agrees on about consciousness is what subjective experience is like, right? I mean, you just, we're all aware of our own subjective experiences, so we can say, let's start by just quantifying that for now.
What? Wait, go back. What?
He wants to quantify the subjective experience or consciousness, right? So instead of trying to figure out what it is, it's trying to quantify it and define it, and then after that, we can then worry about figuring out what else it is and how it relates to it.
Wait. What would that even entail? You have me confused here.
Well, for example, you see the little live button, right? And you're conscious of its square shape, and you're conscious of its yellow color, right?
Oh.
And so those two pieces, you can't separate those two pieces. The yellow it's all part of the same conscious state, and it's not like you can't separate the yellow out.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's what he defines as integrated. Okay.
So a property?
Yeah, it's integrated. The two pieces are integrated together. They're such that you can't separate them as two.
No, so far I understand that point.
Okay,
right.
Hey, gentlemen, let me.
How do we tie this in?
I want to say something to Piro. He wants to know how he can join Piro. I responded to you on. Are you on Piro? We got Piro on.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm on twice.
Right on. Who else? How else are you on there?
I have no idea.
Craig Allen.
Craig Allen's in Alabama. Is that true?
No.
Oh, is that you? You're Craig Allen?
I don't. Yeah, that's my name, but that's not my account. But see, you had me come through.
Yeah, I don't know how this shit works.
Yeah, it's just taking a while to go away.
I remember you. You're the curve-fitting monkey.
Now we're fit. Oh, who do we got?
A cool-fitting monkey?
Cove.
Oak Ridge Jet, welcome to the call.
A cove?
Doing scientists fit curves, right?
Curve-fitting monkey. He's an Argentinian.
Not
Jew.
anymore.
No?
I'm a software engineer.
Well, what does
I have done that. I have done a lot of curve fitting in my day.
Okay.
Oak Ridge Jet, who are you?
You're the scientific genius with no math.
My field is not connected to math. I told you this.
Obviously.
I told you this. Secondly, I have no problem studying math. I'm quite good at it. As it happens to be, it wouldn't help me at all. So.
Hero, have you heard what we were saying about black holes, the history of the universe, Wolfram's ideas, etc.?
Yeah, but I'm not familiar with Wolfram's ideas on evolution. I mean, I know his views on cellular automata. Is that what you mean by evolution, or?
Yeah. How does that not explain both evolution and the history of the universe?
No, it could explain everything. I bought it when it came out. I was a big fan of him back in the 80s, and one of the reasons I'm into computers was the recursion and the kind of stuff he was studying when he dropped out of physics and started Mathematica. But so I bought that book when he came out of retirement, and it was very controversial because he didn't peer review it or anything, just made a mass-produced book. Yeah, it's fascinating. I love cellular. Like that's how Minecraft works. That's why Minecraft is simulated, and it's a very nice simulation because it's a very efficient way, and it looks like the universe does use that kind of mathematics.
Kind of cool because you actually see quantum tunneling on Minecraft.
There is a quantum mechanics mod.
It's kind of cool because it actually obeys the kind of principles you expect out of quantum mechanics too, where you have a larger particle or the more energetic particle has a better chance of tunneling through the walls than the weaker energy. And you see the exact same thing on Minecraft with cows and chickens behind fences.
Oak Ridge Jet, welcome.
That's an interesting thing to have noticed. They fixed a lot of those glitches, but that's right, because of the way it works. And there's still glitches like that when you first log in, if like a cow was in a boat and...
Right. Well, there's a guy, Philip Rosedale, he was one of the founders of Second Life, and he was working on the programming of this, and they ran across this glitch where he put a marble in a cup, and you get up the next morning and turn the computer on and log into Second Life, and the marble is outside the cup now, right? You're like, well, why is this, right? This shouldn't be. And they found that they could try and tweak it, and they then figured, well, a good way to do this, they realized, is to increase the processing power, and the marble had a less chance of coming out the cup. And the problem was that you could do this indefinitely, and you could never fix the problem perfectly. And they realized that in order to fix the problem perfectly, you have to have an infinite computing capacity, because the problem was the computer couldn't process both the marble and the cup at the same time all the time.
Yeah, but no, the other problem is that they just designed the software wrong, so that the way the complexity worked out for their approach was they couldn't solve that problem. On the other hand, you can make a system that solves that problem in the first place, and other problems then become infinitely complex.
Right. So it's kind of cool because it was a very natural explanation for why it happened. It was a limitation on processing power. And actually, I found on Minecraft, I use this in my documentary, where you can see an example of the uncertainty. They call it the borderlands, I think, on the edge of Minecraft. And you can see an example of the uncertainty principle, where the computer can process one thing and then not another thing at the same time. And it exactly looks like Hermitian pairs in quantum mechanics with the two.
That sounds incredibly boring.
I wanted to say about some of this dark matter.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know if we could. One of the things when I was trying to get in earlier about dark matter, modified Newtonian dynamics is one of the theories, but that's been eliminated through the gravitational lensing study of colliding galaxies that shows you can find out where the mass is, right? By it's basically all the gravity in these colliding galaxies is acting as a lens, and so you can look at the distortion you get, and you can backtrack and figure out where the mass is, and it shows that there really is something that's matter-like, clumped matter that has passed through, not crashing into anything significant. That's not that surprising, actually. When two galaxies collide, they don't, mostly stars don't actually run into each other, but still, you can see from the collision how the baryonic matter that we could see has collided in a different way than the dark matter, and it's a pretty good confirmation of the whole theory that there's some kind of mass-containing material there. And it might as well be called dark matter.
So do you know this for certain?
I just told you how it was known.
Well, I think that's just as much evidence, or that's just as good evidence as for the electric theory, because it follows exactly the dynamics of an electric positive and negative electric charge in a vacuum twirling towards each other and joining.
Well, you're saying the model of a galaxy does, but we're talking about a different test of the idea where two galaxies are colliding, and you can, and therefore the masses have gotten separated out in this process, more or less, and you can see the clumps of dark matter where there is no baryonic matter, and and they've also, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't something to a modified physics. We don't have the final physics. So, yeah, there could be something to modify physics, like what you were saying about the redshift. I think that's up in the air. I think the universe will end up to look like it's always expanding, like that entropy increasing. I believe the holographic principle at the moment seems the best. It's just the information principle of physics. And there was no Big Bang. It's just always expanding.
Well, the idea is that when the Big Bang would correspond to when the entropy go far back enough in time, and the entropy converges on zero. So.
Yeah, but that never has to happen. That doesn't actually have to happen.
This idea.
That linear drawing back in time doesn't have to happen when time itself is a part of the fabric being processed. It could be cyclic forever. It could just expand forever. You're always in an infinitely expanding ball, 14 billion light years across.
No, because in the future, light won't have time to travel between galaxies. I mean, we won't even see the other galaxies. We'll think our galaxy is the only thing if they really are traveling apart. What are you saying, that they're not traveling apart?
I'm sorry, I was talking to my wife. She's going to bed.
No problem. So you're saying that, so your hypothesis, what you're positing is that the universe might not be flying apart, it just looks like it is, or it is flying apart and forever will be, and we always live in a 15-year-old universe that's flying apart and always will.
Well, for example, if you have physics where materials, not human beings, but neutrons, raw materials, could be recycled back in time by falling into a black hole, they could go back in time and come back out in the Big Bang, and it's a cyclic thing. You know, have you ever seen a shape where, you know, like a bread kneading machine, for that matter, it's twisting in on itself, the material, because our concept of time has to do with our chemistry, is tracing physics in a certain particular direction that creates a metric of time, and that's real. Time is real, but in the bigger picture of just raw particles, yeah, it looks like they can tunnel in, and time is not at all this linear thing that we have to experience it as.
I'm not sure that answered the question, but we don't have to make black holes a funnel back out of space-time. I mean, black holes, clearly, the mass that falls into black holes sits there and still affects this universe. So the idea that just because it doesn't jive with some of our current theories...
Well, no, black holes also evaporate, though, too, so...
and so that just proves my point. They are like a rock. They sit there until they change.
No, I don't believe that it tunnels back in time. I'm just saying there's possibilities that the expansion does not necessarily have to be traced back to when it was all a point. Right, something else could have happened is another way of putting it.
Yeah,
right.
But
maybe it was static and it's been expanding for X years, and you know, and then it'll stop again. I mean, that's open. Cosmology is not at all determined, and the Big Bang is. I had a guy, because I worked in astronomy, and a guy, so he was an astrophysicist doing cosmology, and I'd asked him a question, he was like, answer my question, and he's like, well, the question that confuses me is, you know, by all the physics right now, if everything is in a singularity in a point, it wasn't supposed to explode. There is no physics, and that whole expansion, there's no physics for that. That's just hand waving. So the Big Bang is not possible right now. It's just an idea.
We don't need to understand what it was that happened, and in fact, if Wolfram's correct, we can't. There's no way we'll be able to.
Well, don't you believe in a static universe, you were saying? You thought maybe it could be a static universe.
I think that there's evidence for that, but I think that the Big Bang is so convincing that until there's really good evidence, I think the Big Bang has to be taken into account, and it obviously didn't come from nowhere. There was obviously something before that, and what it was can, I think, probably be described with an evolving universe.
Well, what I'm saying is I believe it is somewhat more of a static thing, and there's some sort of a cycle going on. So the idea of a Big Bang is just when you're drawing your conclusions by making a linear fit rather than a more subtle fit, and that something is being recycled, and just that would just be like a bounding condition, you know, and it will be static in that sense. And I would add too that I think it both can be true. Like if the redshift was due to some sort of aging or physical process that takes place when you go those big, it's so subtle, it takes those giant distances to notice, that would be the same to us as the universe expanding, in the sense that if you spent a ship in that direction, because of the opposite of the redshift, you'd have to catch up. It would take more energy, so it would be equivalent. Like if you had an optical illusion of a redshift, it would affect all physics, including your rocket ship, and it would be as if it was expanding, and that could go on forever because it's really a law of physics.
Right. I can give you the static and the evolution and still put the Big Bang in my pocket. Watch this. You've got a static, evolving cloud of things, and somewhere there's a random event, like life was a random event. There was some random event which was different from the things around it, and it spread out from that center. Now, it doesn't mean that everything was in the center. It means that all of what we know and the effects of what we know spread from that center. That's all it means. So it was like there must have been some soup or cosmic thing or some place or something was there.
Well, there is a way to. We're talking about where the universe came from before. There is a way we can kind of poke at this using the holographic principle.
We don't need to. So listen. Don't go off crazy like that. Listen to the
I
fact.
have to go upstairs for a second. I'll be right back. Thanks.
Yeah. Listen to the. You don't have to go with holographic principle. But there could have been a cloud of stuff, and an effect started at one point in that cloud and spread out. And that doesn't mean that everything was all in one place at one time. It simply means that our universe is an effect that spread outward from a point where it started. Now,
there's when you get to the very early universe, quantum gravity comes into play. And we don't know much about quantum gravity, but we know a few things, and so we can kind of poke around using quantum gravity to figure out what was happening at that point.
I'm afraid I have to say that quantum gravity is beneath the notice of the statements that I'm making. I mean, that's just like a small side detail. Quantum gravity would be just a detail scientists iron out later. Right now, we're talking about the fact that we could have had a static universe sort of thing, a cloud of dust or whatever, or something, a cloud of energy with a change somewhere that emanated from that point, without saying that everything used to be in that point. And that could create the Big Bang idea or the illusion of a Big Bang.
Right. Now, the whole notion that you don't actually, here's a nice thing that for anyone's model, actually, you don't have to worry about everything being focused to a point, because strange as it sounds, the net energy content, mass energy content of the universe is actually zero. Well, it cancels out. It sounds crazy. You actually prove it from classical mechanics, believe it or not. It's, what is energy? It's kinetic plus potential, right?
Okay.
Take the whole universe as a whole. Where is the universe moving? With respect to its own frame. With respect to its own frame, it's average. You have some particles moving at different speeds than other particles, but on the average frame of it is at rest with respect to itself. So it's exactly zero kinetic energy. And then likewise, potential energy. When you roll a ball up a hill, it's in the gravitational potential well. Well, you have to have a potential field of some kind to create the potential energy. So, well, what potential field is the universe in? Well, the question doesn't make sense, because the universe is all physical objects, including all potential fields and everything. So the universe, by definition, is not in a potential field either, and so it has zero potential energy. So zero kinetic plus zero potential is just zero net energy. So, sounds crazy, but it follows. It's very logically. The universe has zero. You can have fancier proofs from, general relativity and so on, but I just like the classical mechanics one. So, everyone recognizes it immediately. Like, so the idea is that what we see as energy or mass comes out of fluctuations in the vacuum, which come out in exactly positive and negative pairs. So you have some mechanism that causes that to come out as the expansion goes on. And,
like the phenomenon of Hawking radiation, where particles can pop into and out of existence and not violate the second law as long as they don't interact with anything else.
Well, the mechanism behind Hawking radiation is actually precisely because of this whole thing with the vacuum creating positive and negative energy packets. It gives you have a negative energy. Half the fluctuations in the outside of the black hole, the other half is on the inside. The negative half goes in, the positive half goes out, and it shrinks the black hole with the negative energy, and then spits out a bit of positive energy of equal size.
Right, so there could have been some fluctuation of that kind in some primordial cloud of energy that started what we know of as the Big Bang. And it doesn't necessarily mean everything was in that point, it just means that it started at that point. Johan, you've got it fixed here.
Mike, is it better?
It keeps going crazy. Why does that keep going crazy?
I don't know. I need to get a new one, I think. It's got...
It's quite annoying.
I want to welcome Oak Ridge Jet. I haven't seen you on the things. How do I know you? Are you a YouTube and Facebook person that I know?
YouTube person.
Ah, very good.
Been watching since the first series of videos, so quite a while.
Ah, very good. Well, welcome to the shindig.
Oh, thank you.
So who wants to jump on whatever point we were pursuing, or I can definitely take it in I think, I don't know, somebody try to do something with what we were saying. Nobody?
Interesting. Yeah, at least.
Oak Ridge Jet, you haven't said anything yet. Can we hear from you on what your thoughts are on what we've said? Or
I don't have a lot to offer on this particular topic. It's not my area of study, unfortunately.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've been drilling at this physics stuff, trying to figure out the universe for 20 minutes. Why don't you breach a new subject? What is are you a Trump supporter, or you hate Hillary, or you think...
Hey, what do you study?
What do I study? Well, computer engineering for the most part. I work for Intel currently, so.
Oh. Wait, I want to show you something. Wait, I want to show you something. I don't know if this is relevant to your stuff, but did you hear what happened to Apple in China?
Yeah, I heard.
What
Can't
happened?
can't sell their phones in Beijing essentially.
Can you?
They weren't playing.
Go on, please.
Ken Howell, welcome to the broadcast. Do we know you from YouTube? Are you a citizen I know? Okay, well, welcome to the broadcast.
No, first time.
Oh, first time? Okay, good deal. Are you an objectivist or a intellectual? You like physics? You like philosophy, real-time philosophy? Just wondering why you joined us. Andrew the Red, welcome to the broadcast. You were here earlier and never spoke.
So, Oak. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Did you want to key in on the physics stuff we went over? If not, I would breach a new subject if I could. What does everybody think about Trump bringing manufacturing back to America? Anybody have any ideas on that? Because I think we're pretty strong as far as manufacturing goes.
If freaking should, I mean, I posted in the link an article about, get this, China is suing Apple for copyright infringement. Not a joke. I wouldn't think of something like that because I'm not that creative.
Well,
I mean,
they're clearly trolling, aren't they?
no, they're serious about this.
Well,
No,
they're serious, but they're trolling.
Apple's not playing ball with China essentially, in some way. So this is retaliation, I suspect, for something, some slight.
Yeah.
Could be, but this is just showing the absurdity that not only does China able to steal IP and intellectual property and infringe on patents, they can also blame Western companies about doing it inside of their country. So they're basically making a copy, and then they're going to the original and saying, "Why did you imitate the knockoff?" Which is adding insult to injury. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Apple's not going to do anything about it, though. The market's too big. They're not going to pull out or anything. It doesn't really matter.
The only thing you can do is impose a penalty on China from the U.S., even if it means things will get more expensive.
No, the companies can impose the penalties. Let them.
No, they wouldn't, because it's enough that only one guy bastards his way out of it, and all the scheme goes down.
They've
You
already
need no
done
one to do this.
it. They've already done it.
No, they didn't.
Yeah. What company? What a big American company invests in China right now? Yahoo has money in Alibaba, and they subtract the value of their Alibaba stock from the value of Yahoo. Because China's a mess.
Apple invests in it. But I mean, all companies have big manufacturing in China, because if they don't, someone else will.
Yeah, they buy stuff. They don't run stuff there anymore because they get robbed. It's a kleptocracy.
They know they get robbed, but they still do it because there's a chance they won't get robbed, so they're playing crapsuits with it.
Yeah, I rest my case. People don't invest in China anymore. It's a mess.
China. Apple just invented $1 billion on a factory.
Well, QED. But they're never going to be. They're going to be like, how are they going to be the new thing? They don't have anything new.
No one said new thing. New thing is irrelevant here. The only question is what economical damage they can do with their shenanigans.
Nah, the military damage is more dangerous. They're going to fight.
Not even. No, their military is weak. Very weak.
So was Germany's.
But these guys don't even. But these guys don't even have the resolve to fight. I mean, the Germans were hyped up. And remember, they were Western, so they adopted the Western way of war. These guys don't even have that. They have the Eastern way of war, and they don't have anything to hype them up.
Hey guys,
Hype them up.
I gotta run now. I may come back later, but I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you, Yochanan.
Good talk.
You too. Sure.
Stop
Yeah.
being a rationalist. It's bad for you.
What?
Stop being a rationalist.
It's bad
All
for you.
All right.
Units. It's about the units. Read ITOE.
All right.
All right. See ya. Bye.
So I'm curious, Mr. Oak, how does this move against Apple in China influence the hoi polloi of Intel?
I wouldn't know currently.
No. Okay. Note,
Nah.
hoi polloi is like a team of the soul. I just love saying hoi polloi.
Piero, what was your, you wanted to speak about the economics of George Lloyd, or what was this dude?
Henry George. Henry George.
Henry George, yeah. So I watched a video about him and didn't pay enough attention, but I did get a few things. So what's your basic idea of his thesis?
Well, he says he uses a lot of, John Stuart Mill in the same terms. He points out some interesting things to me. For example, that capital is, I forget who's that guy, John Smith or something like that, but Adam Smith. That capital, money is just one type of capital. Capital is really wealth, stuff that you have, but that you put aside for being productive. And in some cases, it might be built for that, like a printing press is a great example. And in other cases, the more natural or earlier case, more fundamental, it's just like you've got a bunch of corn, you keep some for seed, that's capital, and you eat some. That was wealth. You consumed it. If you consumed it, then it was consumed as wealth. All right. So given that, there's capital, labor, and land, and those are the three things that you need to produce wealth. For example,
not true. You need an invention. You need a method.
Okay, let's let him finish his thought though. So you need those.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. But to enact that or anything, for example, there's methods that already exist. Like he uses an example of in the Farallon Islands, they used to collect the seagull eggs, and the way that was done is the Farallon Islands was just public property, but some capitalists got boats, hired labor, gave them baskets, and those guys were paid in eggs. Right, they were paid in eggs, and that's the basic thing is like, where are we paid? Where do wages come from? Land takes rent, capital takes interest, and labor takes wages, and the wages are always paid in principle in whatever the product is. So because if you're making cars, even though you got money, in reality, Henry Ford sold 3 out of 10 cars to pay, some of the workers. All right. So he sets up this system, and where there's a lot of interesting principles. I think I learned a lot about economics in the sense that what other people that he didn't quite agree with, because he has a great respect for these other economists. It's from the late 1800s, and so anyway, but that's beside the point. But where it goes is funny. So labor and capital, he argues against people that the budding socialisms that said capital, all interest was evil. That you shouldn't have to pay interest. He explains why, and I mentioned before, and it's basically because in the state of nature, capital, that plow or that shovel that you could loan to a friend, you could also trade for some chickens, and you'd have more chickens, and so you have to pay interest, and it's not because of risk, though it seems a lot like risk, but they often say capitalists are paid because of the risk of loaning the money, but that's part of it, right? Because you have to make money, and risk is in there, but it's really because you do deserve money for something productive. loaning it to someone else. Okay, and also there is really wear and tear. You can't give stuff back. Some stuff you can, but you can't usually give stuff as back. So they have a reason to get the money. Obviously, the labor has reason for wages, and he also points out that when we have things getting better and better, or in cities, where's the extra money going? Where's the fact that one guy can do the work of 20 because of farm machinery? Sure, maybe 19 guys got fired and poor them, but why is the one guy left still making this bare amount? And you can't blame the capitalist, because even if the capitalist as a person is getting richer, they don't take any more percent. They have a narrow margin on the percentages they take generally. It doesn't go up to 100. So where's that all going? And he says it's to the fact that landlords own land. They don't have a justifiable contribution that they're giving the same way the capitalist does, that is given wealth for productive purposes. They're just holding a deed, and it goes back to literally that situation where you have royalty. You know, in the old days, in England, only the royalty officially owned the land, and the peasants weren't allowed to move to another place without permission. So they were basically slave and part of the property, like if you owned land with fish on it and you had the right to fish them. And so so he thinks the answer is, you know, basically you eliminate all taxes except for land tax. That's it. And not on the improved. If your house is capital or wealth that you build on a house, you could tear and take the lumber somewhere else or make a portable house. Might be hard to move, but you'd be taxed on the unimproved value of the land, which, like in Maine, every piece of land, like I just bought a house for the first time, and you know the taxes say what the land is worth separate from what the buildings are worth, and you tax people based on that, and it would be a properly progressive tax, because if you wanted to own land in Manhattan, you would have to pay this rent on it, which means you wouldn't want to have an abandoned building, which there's plenty of them in New York. And if you didn't want to pay taxes, well, just move somewhere else where you'd have no taxes.
Okay, so Henry George, is it?
Yes.
Looks at the history of labor, capital, etc., and finds unproductivity in ownership of land.
Yeah, but that's just one way of putting it, because basically when you pay the land tax in his system, so you get the right of ownership. It's like, I don't know, in California we have mining claims, and it's kind of based on this. It's like sometimes you can lease land from the government for 100 years. You have the right to improve it, remove your improvements and everything else. So one way of putting it is, yeah, you're renting the land from the government, but the thing is, you're doing that right now, right? You have to pay for your land right now, land taxes. So it's just sort of an acknowledgement of that. But it's not a very socialist. It's not like a confiscatory socialist approach to, like, the government should take the land and decide what we do with it. No, you pay your little fee for having your acreage, and then you get to produce on it, and that's what it promotes. It'll promote productiveness, because what would happen is, like, for example, when they built the interstate highways, on the side of the highway, the land values all went up. Empty, hundreds of miles of empty land have been more valuable than they were before, and they don't sell, but they shouldn't be. They're out in the middle of nowhere, and if those people had to pay a land tax based on that value that they say it's worth to not use it, they wouldn't. They'd let it go. Somebody else, a young people, would move their, a van there and then build a house, and they would use it. So it would be as a matter of fact, a liberal condemnation or problem with this is that it's very pro-development. Unused land would go away. You have to assume nobody would pay for land in New York they weren't using if they had to pay, the real rent.
Come on, development isn't done by the hoi polloi. Development is done by billionaires and the upper classes. They're the ones who pay for massive new infrastructure and stuff. Individuals pay for houses and stuff, but
I disagree.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fundamentally true. I mean,
like, look at yourself. I know some of the things you did when you built a school, and that's what I see where real development, that's where the billionaires come from. And then the people in the billionaire things, they get into pumping commodities through the system, things that we know we need. But the real innovative development, going out to a town where there is no money, there isn't lawyers nearby, and building something and building a town from scratch, the hoi polloi haven't done that ever since they had company towns, and they didn't really do it a very great way. Usually it's people that go and take advantage of natural resources.
Well, I don't know. All right, I'll let Lee Ram jump in on that, but I think, and let me just say this and then I'll let the objectivist comment. I think that it is a case of just rationalization for redistribution of property under another mask. I can't see anything else besides it. All right, Lee Ram, go ahead. Oh, Lee Ram has dropped out. All right.
Well, it is.
There we go. Lee Ram, go ahead. I was just saying.
Actually disconnected. This is one of the most wrong things I ever hold, because in Argentina what we have is freehold. When you have land, it's your land. No questions asked. It's yours. You can do whatever you want with it, and you can choose who has it later, to eternity. And the thing you get is you get people investing billions of dollars into land over generations because they know that their generations are going to get it. And hoi polloi, I mean the real rich people, and there's a few of them, work with land. They use it so that the land can be fertile, because it's very hard to keep land fertile after you use it. They cultivate it. They make billions, and I mean billions off of that. There are two families in particular, both Jewish, by the way.
Yeah, the ownership of land is highly concentrated. And what happens if you had robotic labor? And actually, Henry George
What
speculates
What happens if you had the Silmarillion?
I think you're agreeing with me, right? Leo, you're agreeing with me.
Wait, every time you say that, what happened if, you gotta say, give grounds for it. If not, you can just give Lord of the Rings. And well,
if you interrupt me, then maybe I was going to do it. But I thought you're agreeing with me, right? That ownership of land is very concentrated.
Let me just jump in for a second. Andrew the Red, you had something you were going to say on it, didn't you?
Not on this topic.
Oh, what did you interject there? You wanted to mention the Monday night?
I'll be right back, you guys. Be right back.
All right.
Just that because you got MrCropper and Hero in the same room, and we were trying to get to talk about Nietzsche sometime, but that could still be done tomorrow. It's just an idea.
Let's see, Sunday night. Yeah, I plan on joining Piro's thing Sunday night. Now I know how. I didn't know last week and the week before how to do this shit. I still don't really, but I think I can manage. No, I showed up at Piro's thing last week, didn't I? It worked.
Yeah, we just didn't get around the topic.
Yeah, we didn't go to Nietzsche. That's right, I remember now. Hell, we could touch on Nietzsche tonight. We got to get away from physics because we were supposed to do physics Monday night. So, and Piro's always go to other stuff besides Nietzsche. Do you have points on Nietzsche you're ready to stab at him with here, Andrew, or you just want to hear the topic breached?
Yeah, well, we can see where it goes, but I think all of us have read Zarathustra, although it may be a hazy memory, right? And then you yourself maybe have the freshest memory because you've been going through the genealogy.
Yeah, I don't have a fresh memory of Zarathustra or Beyond Good and Evil, although I can quote parts of it from memory. So maybe that it does qualify as a fresh memory. But yeah, and I've got the genealogy behind me here. The genealogy is deep and esoteric and not juicy the way that Beyond Good and Evil and Zarathustra are. Zarathustra is so juicy.
Yeah.
But the genealogy morals is more deep and very confused. It's quite confused.
Yeah, well, Beyond Good and Evil is full of aphorisms.
Yeah, and Zarathustra is like full of sort of large sets of like complicated, elaborate aphorisms.
Hero, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
We were just discussing the possibility of doing Nietzsche.
Oh, great.
Especially tomorrow during your thing. Your thing's a philosophy podcast, but we don't have anything to go to right now, I don't think.
Well, we could do it, but by the time people show up, We would have to be forceful to keep it going that way. But we could do that. I've done that many times before. But people don't. Yeah, that's why Andrew and I have been looking forward to it, because it's hard to get a critical mass on that.
Yeah. I love Zarathustra and Beyond Good and Evil, and I'm reading Genealogy and Morals closely, and find it to be confused and slightly boring. But yeah, there's stuff to say on it. Andrew, do you want to mention something you could say at it? Or
Genealogy?
no, Nietzsche.
Well, do you remember your initial reasons for doing a Zarathustra? And I'm wondering if Piero remembers his reasons for commenting on yours way back when.
Why did I originally do it? Because I read it, because I heard Ayn Rand say that Nietzsche had majestic individualism or something like that. So I just got hold of a couple of his books and read them, and the two that I got hold of first were Beyond Good and Evil and Thus Spake Zarathustra, and I already had Genealogy and Morals on my shelf way back then, but I never read it because it sounded slightly boring. But I read the other two. And
Also, the Gay Scientist is very good.
yeah, I haven't read it
I'm
yet.
sorry, the Gay Science, of course.
Great.
Yeah, that's a totally bad translation, right? I mean, it's totally gay. It's the frolicking Vine Vicious now. It's the frolicking scientist. His whole idea about, he was big on people should have esprit. He was big on esprit. He loved the concept of esprit and gusto, right?
Yeah.
Those always recur. So it was, the frolicking scientist.
Happy.
A happy scientist, not a somber, Nazi scientist kind of, I think is what he was going for. That's a good one. I like all of them, except for it drives me nuts when people bring up The Will to Power, which is not his book.
No, it's not. Zarathustra's his book.
Well, that's the one he really liked, but that's a weird one to start off with and actually like. That could turn you off. I mean, it's pretty dense. But if you read it right, and I think of modern people, there's a lot of us that can read it. It's obviously full of a kind of a parable or analogy or whatever like we know how the plot mechanics work. When we see this happen in a movie, it's going to be that, and there'll be jealousy or whatever. And he uses some things like that. So you can kind of decode it, and in a way, he's right. It is the most straightforward of his works, but none of them are really that straightforward. I mean, they're all made to be a little bit like puzzles.
Now, I think you have to remind yourself once in a while that he died of syphilis and he was insane late in his life. So, every once in a while you have to read something and just go, nah, there's no time to try to figure out what he was talking about, because he was crazy.
Yeah, but none of those books that we're talking about were written then. I mean, maybe some of his notes that went into The Will to Power. But anyway, the thing is, he's kind of clear on, he was just climbing some stairs, and if he died somewhere on the staircase, it's not like it's a special place that he died at. That's where he died. He'll get too tired to go to the next one at one point. And that teachers are happy if their students keep going up this staircase or whatever, keep going in general. So I think what I always got from him was, instead of a philosopher that says, hey, believe my whole mindset and put my helmet on, it's like a bunch of good tools. Like one of my favorite is his deconstruction of the cogito, I think, therefore I am. He deconstructs that, and not only is it a great deconstruction of an important philosophical topic, but there's a bunch of tools in there about how you can deconstruct important philosophical concepts in general. So
Very good.
Yeah.
Not good.
I'm not familiar. I don't recall it. Can you recap it easily?
Well, yeah, he says, first of all, just saying, well, there's an ontological approach. What do you bring into the equation when you say, I think, therefore I am? First of all, you are asserting that you think. And you don't know that you're the thing thinking. You're assuming that because of the way grammar, and it's a historic assumption, but you could be the result of thought, right? And in the modern sense, we do understand well, your brain is generating the thoughts. You may or may not believe that, but it's a theory and it's a possibility. So there's an assumption there. And once you make the assumption that there even is the ego, I, you're making assumptions about cause. However, therefore I exist works, but it should be more like I perceive things, right? Like I'm having an experience, or the experience is having me, and the experience is happening
No,
that I'm a thing in, and therefore I exist. It, you know,
listen,
so Descartes was fine in the second part. We do exist. That's true.
I understand where you're coming from, but don't you realize that you're positing existence as such when you say any of that?
Well, no, that's his point. When you even say the word I.
Yeah.
Right. However,
Like, how
I
do
don't
you know
think
you
he
exist?
goes into this. I don't think he goes into this, but yeah, the point is that we're information processors. We are having this Cartesian experience of experiences flowing through us. We're watching them, a stream of consciousness, and that's what it means to exist, right? That if something else that exists, it's because we experience it in that stream of consciousness, right? Whether it's an emotion or something we see, it's information. It's simply an information pipe, and everything that exists is something in there. So all that really exists, as far as logically, not that the universe isn't physically there. It is. It looks like it is. The point is, for our brains, we just have this information going through, and everything comes from that, and that's what it means to exist. But we don't actually know that we think. For example, I'm not a determinist. I do believe we think. However, you know, people that are determinists will tend to have to admit that it's not really thinking what we're doing. If we're just consequentialists, there is no willpower at
Yeah.
all.
Whenever someone makes a deterministic argument, I can just dismiss it by saying they actually didn't make that argument. That was just a cause and effect, so I can dismiss that. So,
Oops. Look, I got you going over here. The cat just turned you on over here. Stupid cat.
hey, is that my YouTube thing? I can't view my YouTube thing.
This one is the G Plus one. I had the YouTube one open as well over there when I was trying to see if there was a link.
You should leave a link on there for other people if they want to join. I can't view it while I'm live streaming, apparently, I guess.
Oh, weird. Okay, I'll try to do that.
Yeah.
On a different machine, though. But yeah.
That's how you and a lot of other people keep trying to get on, and it doesn't happen. But
Right.
now, I understand it's kind of spoiling the fun to just explain these things that Nietzsche, agonizes over. But this stuff, like whether or not we exist and stuff, there's no reason for us to agonize over this. And Nietzsche's right to notice this very basic fact. But so that's why I think it's slightly annoying to read not only Nietzsche but a lot of the other philosophers, because they violate so many basic principles, and you can dismiss so much of their stuff, and it's really hard to go on reading it after they've violated a basic principle like this.
I do agree with you on that. I think that the issue should be simple. I mean, in philosophy, the general agreement, no matter what your school of philosophy is, if you're going to use a term, and you often have to create a term, a new term, a hybrid term, you have to define it well. You can't ask if something is or isn't true if you don't have a definition, because there's no way to do logic with, I feel it is true. Okay, so just by definition, not that there's nothing great about the poets and you can use your intuition, but that's not the philosophical thing. So what does it mean to exist? How would you define existence? And I think if you investigate that, you will find that the only way to define it is the stream of consciousness. Anything else that exists is just a feature of it from your point of view. So, in terms of epistemology of a human mind, you can think the universe has a God in it or whatever else, but it's still going to be true that any of that information is filtered through your stream of consciousness. So the fact is, that's why you exist. To exist means having a stream of consciousness, and other things that exist, it's because they're part of that stream.
Well, I think that you realize how weak that case is, because what you're saying is that the stream of consciousness is a consciousness about reality, including the rocks and stuff, which are part of your consciousness because you're aware of them. However, there are rocks on the far side of Jupiter you're never going to see, and those still exist. So I think that your case is fairly weak, and I think that you realize how weak it is.
No, it doesn't matter. No, because you're misunderstanding, Brandon. I'm just saying we are computers. We are limited in the kind of information that we get.
Agreed.
I'm not saying there isn't other information out there. As a matter of fact, as far as that goes, I believe physics says that, well, you know what? Some of the stray photons from those rocks on Titan do bounce back and ricochet some light and bing banged and does hit us. Right out of the trillions of photons, some starlight hit it and bounced, and it connects us in time space. When a photon hits four things, they become sort of committed, right? Like that wave collapse has happened. The quantum mechanic buggery is eliminated, and one thing happened, and whether you know it or not, you know, you got a little pico bit of energy, some ergs of energy when that photon hit your skin, and it's affected you, and that's set, even though you weren't conscious of that. That information obviously, to me, does exist. I'm saying, so what? We're doing philosophy. This is how things we can figure out with the human mind. And things we can figure out with the human mind, like how do you define existence? It has to be, I exist because it's a term that describes, it's like the most vague thing you can say about your stream of perceptions. I exist. What does that mean? It means that I'm having an experience. I'm here. It's a thing happening.
I want to ask something. How do you even know you have a stream of consciousness? How do you know that?
What do you mean, no? It happens and we name it that. Whatever it is being named that.
How do you know you're not misnaming it? I mean, you could be wrong.
What do you mean? The name doesn't even. I could call it just some random collection of letters.
I know what you mean by it. I know what you mean by it. But how do you know that is the thing you're having? How do you know you're not even the thing that's having it, and you're just a part of a...
None of that. No, I don't have to know any of those things. I could totally be generated by this phenomena. I'm making no commitments about what the phenomena is, other than it's happening.
How do you even know it's happening?
It defines what it means for something to be happening.
I don't see how that applies.
What do you mean by happening?
I'm asking you what do you mean. You're the one saying it, so I assume you're gonna...
What I mean by something happening is the fact that there's a sequence of events. That's why we use the word stream. There's a sequence of different images that come through my mind. How do I know? I don't know. How did I come up with maybe it's happening? You say maybe...
How do you know you're not
no,
saying...
You're saying maybe it's an illusion. You're not saying it doesn't happen.
How do you know they actually happen in a different stream? And just by the way your mind is...
It doesn't matter. I assume it's full of illusions. It's something other than what it appears to be. I don't even know what it is to begin with to say what it appears to be. That's the matter that we're investigating. So it's just being named a stream of consciousness.
Wait. Well, how do you know that is how it appears? Because the way it appears can always mislead you. Because
that's what I'm saying. But if it's full of illusion, doesn't change whether it's happening.
No,
if the sun is rising, if the sun is carried across the sky by a chariot, I think, and it turns out to be that's an illusion, it doesn't mean the sun doesn't rise.
No, you misunderstand. I say you're telling me, oh, I see things happening in a string, in a sequence. Well, how do you know that somehow you're misinterpreting the sequence? Because your way of seeing the sequence is necessarily your way of seeing the sequence.
No, for example, yeah, right.
Okay,
for example, let's say time is an illusion.
I didn't finish. Okay, how do you know that your stream of seeing the sequence is influencing you to see the sequence in a certain way that it really isn't?
I think that probably is happening, and it doesn't matter in the sense that there still is a sequence. If the sequence that I perceive is out of order or distorted or warped by weird physical processes, I expect that to be the case. So far, we've discovered thousands of such cases. I expect to find more. It doesn't change the fact that the only possible thing, there is no other candidate as to what I mean if I am going to say something exists, other than I have evidence, so-called, of it in what? my stream of perceptions. And if it's scientific, that's supposed to be a sensory perception.
Well,
how
what
do
are
you
your
know?
perceptions of? In your stream of perceptions, you keep saying you keep treating them like they're an irreducible primary. Your stream of perceptions.
Yeah, like red,
Yeah, and what
built into the brain.
No, it's a perception of existence and reality. You
Probably.
try to deduce the existence and reality out of the picture.
Defines reality. Yeah.
Well, why are you trying to deduce them out of the picture? They are what you're talking about. So
What do
why?
you mean? I'm not deducing them out. To notice that we have eyes and that we have red and green and blue, these are kind of arbitrary. They're really just different wavelengths of color, but we know why we evolved to perceive color, more or less, why that's a good idea for an animal. Our brain has evolved to run this body of this animal. And so, yeah, we have basic things, feeling of hunger, feelings even of affection and stuff are similar in similar species.
So you assume all that, and you give us all that evolution.
I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming.
No, I mean, you give us evolution and existence of creatures.
I see red.
Okay. Well, then
You could see a different color in your brain when you call it red. You could be seeing the blue in your brain because it would be hard to get the language right there, right?
well,
But you're seeing a color.
You admit there's a reality beyond your perceptions, then.
It certainly appears that there is.
Oh, see, that's weak. That's weak. There is a reality beyond your perceptions, and if you could take that bold step, you'd be in a new universe.
No, why? Why? I make all the same decisions that you do based on the idea that, yeah, it certainly appears like it doesn't matter. Of course there's a reality. The stream of perceptions is my reality. Is it consistent? Does it yield to systematic laws like general relativity? Yeah, sure seems to. That's good enough. It's just like if I'm in a dream and I drop a rock on my foot and break it and I'm in excruciating pain, doesn't really matter if it's a dream or not. If that is reality and that hurts your foot, then your foot's hurt and that's reality. Looking into what is the nature of reality does not change. And that's the thing about the holographic principle. All it really is saying is basically quantum mechanics is the science of chemistry. That's where it comes from. That's what it's good at figuring out, the science of chemistry. The weird stuff on the outline, fine. Mostly quantum mechanics tells you how chemicals are going to interact. They found the quantum computer guys are trying to make computers. Hey, how can we use this, put chemicals in a way that is a memory structure, right? Put it in some structure that is, encoded information, put it through the physical process, and get information on that. That would be a quantum computer. Well, guess what? All chemistry is doing that. Even if it's just noise, any chemical state is information encoded. It might not be Shakespeare, but it's some information encoded, and the processes go, and then in the end, there's information encoded in that. It means information is real and that the universe is basically information processing. Physics is going from one state to the next state to the next state to the next state, figuring out why those states followed each other, and that is information processing is the same as physics.
Okay, not only is it information processing, it's information degradation, and it is therefore evolution.
Well, not degradation. You mean because entropy comes? The thing is, there's a principle of the conservation of energy. So it's a matter of personal opinion if you think entropy is worse than non-entropy or anything else. But life is the thing that pumps entropy, right? So when we talk about entropy, just remember life is the entropy pump. We roll uphill. We flow uphill. So whatever entropy is doing to the universe doesn't really matter because entropy can be reduced, just not overall in the whole universe. But most of the universe, who cares? There's plenty of places in the universe to dump entropy.
Dump entropy.
Yeah. Like your fridge does.
Do you know about, I think it was Roger Penrose who said when he drinks his tea in the morning, he always feels awful because he knows that heat will never be orderly again.
No, I didn't know that, but I love Roger Penrose.
Yeah, I think it was him. It was one of those Stanford guys over there, or not Stanford, pardon me. Like Eton and stuff. Well, Andrew, are you satisfied with the Nietzsche we touched?
Well, we've been on topic quite a bit here.
What I would like to do is read through some of his aphorisms and stuff and discuss them, but I don't have Beyond Good and Evil or Zarathustra.
Here's one.
Well,
Here's one I
yeah,
can
I'm still
offer.
in back of my books, so I haven't seen those yet.
You have it.
Here's one.
Yeah, give us
Here's
one.
one I can offer. Do you remember the three metamorphoses in Zarathustra? I forget the first one, but the second one's a lion and the third one's a child. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember the part, but no, I don't remember what they were. Or they.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember what the first one was, but I forget now. But I remember it was also that you fight a dragon, and you fight the prevailing norms when you become a lion, and then later on you become a child as you try to embrace new values. Oh, it was camel, lion, and
Yeah.
child. The camel is the where you try to absorb as much knowledge as you can and learn about the current knowledge and customs and all that, and then you become a lion and you criticize it and you fight the dragon, which is the social norms, and then you become a child and embrace new values. And I actually used that. I was teaching at a teacher's college a couple of years ago, and I actually used that as a philosophy of education of Nietzsche. And it was actually a really good discussion I had with the students. But so what do you think about that as a philosophy of education, that transition? You load the child up with knowledge with a camel, then they criticize it. Once they've had the knowledge, I think that's a big error today, that we offer criticism too early when the students don't know anything. And why? What are they criticizing, and from what basis, right? When they don't even know anything. So
Yeah.
once they have the knowledge, then they can try to criticize it. And once they do, they can come up with something new, and that's the child, and they learn to embrace that new understanding. So what do you think about that?
Me?
Anybody?
Anybody go ahead, and I can say a lot about it because I ran a school, but anybody who wants to go ahead.
I don't know what the question is, so.
Pedro, what do you think of that?
Well, reading this is one of the things where, you know, in my 20s when I was reading him a lot and over and over and over, I just internalized some things where I don't even remember. But yeah, no, I totally agree with this, and I'm reading it as a 48-year-old and going, yeah, which stage am I at? But because it's also like you know, he talks a lot about when you feel really strong, you'll take on parasites, like a king with a bunch of idiots in his court. Just a lot of hangers-on, because it shows, look at the weight I can carry. And philosophically, people do that, and that's also kind of the camel, I think, the bearing. But yeah, no, I'd be interested to hear specifically as a developmental teacher thing, because you guys are both knowledgeable in that.
Yeah, I had that experience. I think that works really well. I mean, it's just a metaphor. I don't think you can't say that it's a philosophy of teaching. It's a metaphor of noticing how education or learning seems to work. Because in the early stage, you have to take on a lot of facts, and then at some point, you sort of start looking at the facts and figuring them out, and then you sort of move to a new stage, like the caterpillar moves into the butterfly stage and flies away to whole new vistas and areas, because you give the child these basic things and they look at them and start putting them together, and then they realize, wow, so there's this whole new stuff out there I haven't even imagined, and off they go. And so I think that that's a really, really good metaphor, and I think he obviously understood learning, and he had done a great deal of it in order to get to that metaphor.
I don't like metaphors. I really don't like metaphors.
You just gave a metaphor. All right, Andrew, anything
That's
else?
not a metaphor.
That was
Well,
the
here's
metaphor.
another one.
I don't like metaphors. It's not a metaphor. It's quite.
We
What
want
if
another
you like
one.
something? Liking is a metaphor.
No, how is liking a metaphor?
I believe all thinking involves metaphor.
That's what I'm trying to drive at. Yeah, it's hard to get away from. It really is.
So another.
Involve metaphor.
For
If you wanna-
example, love is a journey. Life is a journey.
No,
No,
love is
life
love.
is not a journey.
No, love is love.
Those are
That's what love
cliches.
Oh, love is a very good definition.
Those are all cliches.
Very good description. Thanks for all your help.
Look at anything and define it without being self.
Blog is blog.
self-referential.
Blog
That's
is blog. Grang is grang. And
Right.
I
smell
haven't
is smell.
done-
That's it, and you can't say anything else about it except
You can't say
elaborate
anything
what
at
it
all.
is.
No synthetic statements whatsoever
Not
allowed.
even synthetic.
I have a more constructive topic.
All right, Andrew, go shoot.
Google it.
So of course the big one in Zarathustra is the Ubermensch, and the Overman, right? And we're all supposed to be either aspiring to be Overmen or we're supposed to be helping along the Overmen. Should we be doing that? And how should we be doing that? It sounds elitist, right? So I'm just curious. People
Well,
think about.
No, you're supposed to try to be this person where you fulfill your own artistic desire to live life as your own flavor, and exercising your own will. And frankly, I don't think it's more elitist. It could be the part where it's like, well, what if you want to be a psycho murderer? Yeah, it could be potentially dangerous in that hands, but you read this guy, he likes a spree and artists and lovely songs, and he's basically has a faith in human nature that, you know what, we could probably handle the very few people that are going to fulfill themselves by mass murder, because probably those people are not really fulfilling themselves. That's their desperate action after they've never been able to fulfill themselves.
I'll tell you what, he has some really, really, really sort of almost frightening lines in the Genealogy of Morals about this sort of thing. Like, we all say, oh, he liked poetry and stuff, so he wasn't into mass murder. And then you read the Genealogy of Morals and you go, what? Maybe this is where the Nazis got their stuff.
Well, you should bring them, because I've never found anything like that.
Yeah.
The worst I've ever found is what he says about women, and even that he says, it's like, well, these are my truths, and and then you find out how he grew up and stuff, and he almost placed that stuff in there knowing it's not a thing meant to be agreed with. It's more like, hey, it's my blog.
Yeah. Oh, it's very possibly just nonsense and rhetoric.
Well, and it's not that hateful, but there are sentences in there that are like, well, you bastard, but no more so than someone being artfully and honest, and there is no defense for it. It doesn't need to be defended. That's a negative thing, but I've never found him at all into the oppression of a people. I mean, for example, he's super huge pro-Jewish compared to the German bigotries. So, for example, I'd never seen him advocate an oppression of people. He did say that Christianity and the oppression from Christianity turns out, in his opinion, necessary for the development of getting past it. But he's never advocated. He more or less fought that kind of stuff. So I don't see. I would like to see those quotes. I know there's some. In the past, I was a super apologist in my 20s. I was even defending him on women like it was a secret coded message. And I still kind of believe that, but I see that that's also bullshit. Especially since Nietzsche says, don't believe me, don't make a church in my name. He put the monkey, the wrench in the works to anybody that would try to, because we all won't even agree on what he said, and that's by design, as far as I'm concerned.
I remember at the beginning of Beyond Good and Evil, he says, "What if truth was a woman?" I think that's like the first.
Yeah. Well, I used to use that in my defense of him, but then it's not that great of a statement of women either. But I think that's a great thing, actually. That would be one that would be fun to read, because that's definitely a poetic but also nice thing, because it's really about romancing a woman. And why do philosophers value truth? We say because it helps you survive, but there's an awful lot of lying, even among philosophers. Maybe we ought to face the facts. We've got an obsession. We don't know why we like the truth, and we just like the flavor. It's really actually screwed over a lot of our lives following it, and I think it's a really powerful point.
Yeah, actually, that first part about truth is really interesting, because he says, why do we choose truth when falsehoods can lead us into power and corruption and things like that? They can serve us just as well, and it's kind of a scary point, because you can see a lot of that.
Well, that's his hard truth, the fact that maybe the truth aren't as beneficial. But the beautiful thing about it, and the reason he is this very positive person, is he says in the end, if you read through there and in other books, basically the answer is, I don't know, but that's what I like. I like truth. I'm going to do it. It doesn't matter if I go out there and do a calculation. It's like, it's hard to survive this way. Whatever, it's what I like. I don't want to survive any other way, so I don't need to try other ways when I found something I don't want to survive without. You know, and so I think it's kind of revolutionary.
Can I give you?
It's not preachy. It's not preachy. Is nice too. It's not preachy. Like, you should do the truth. It's better. You be a better person. No, it's like I'm obsessed with it. That's almost elitist, really.
Piero, have you seen the genealogy morals I'm doing on Nietzsche? Have you watched it?
I've seen just one of them so far. I've been really busy. I'm moving and working a lot, but I'm going to watch it, and I'm interested, yeah.
Let me just give you one of the quotes. I don't want to spoil the whole video, but one of the great quotes that what you were saying speaks to here is blah, blah, blah. I wish these men trained themselves to subordinate wishful thinking to the truth, any truth, even ugly, obnoxious, unmoral truth.
Yeah.
Such truths do exist. So you're right. He was obsessed with truth, even the truths that he thought don't fit anywhere. And
well, he was probably especially interested in those, and I'm happy with those too. And I think a lot of them turn out good the way truth does once you finally wrap your head. You know, when the truth hurts, it's like, so does exercise. That goes away. You'll get used to it.
Yeah.
And
it's partly true, but if all atoms end up decaying, that's a truth that gives me no comfort at all. But
yeah, but our universe is going to be so old. And the thing is, how could that be? I've always thought there's got to be some cycle. What I thought when I was young, and and I studied astronomy, I wasn't totally uninformed or anything, and I think this is a common sense, and I still kind of think, okay, there was a big bang. It blows up, and it collapses. It would be elastic. Overall conservation of energy, it'd blow up, and it'd go back in. And when they were looking to see, does it keep expanding? And now they say, yeah, it keeps expanding ever faster and faster. I'm like, yeah. But I do believe them. I know they're not lying. They have reasons to say it looks like that or is acting like that. It doesn't mean it's particularly really that way. I always thought it would just, bounce in and out. But now I think, no, I think it's more some sort of a churning process is going on, and that's where the weird physics, and we're never going to travel back in time, because if you went through a time machine, it would tear you up into your neutrons like a teleporter, but it would never put you back together again on the other side. So it's like the information is wiped when you go in that direction.
Yeah, I think that if we tried to go back in time physically, that it would be very similar to trying to go back in time evolutionarily. And,
yeah, but you get what I'm saying, this idea of how it could be possible. So let's separate physically. Like, we're these physical creatures, but also we're made of neutrons. The information in our biology that's able to pump entropy and have willpower, whatever it is, and everything, that's information. And what can't go back in time is information. You actually can rip all your electrons and neutrons and protons and spit them back in time. I mean, the physics equations look like you can. People are trying to do it with neutrons and stuff, but maybe not. But I mean, the equations that work for other stuff look like that, this time reversibility, but the information can't. You can't send a message back in time. So that's kind of good enough, isn't it? Right? You could have a churning process where the energy, the E equals mc squared, and all these protons has a way to go get back, and that's why it looks like it's expanding. But while it's expanding, everything is falling into black holes, and so
some stuff won't. What do we do with that stuff?
I don't know. I've read both things, that right now, because of the dark energy, which just means it's expanding faster, they think that it'll just go out and there will be a thin dust. But then what I've heard is, yeah, but in the long, long run, all of that dust gets collected by the black holes, which will still be there. In the center of every galaxy, the galaxy will have collapsed in the black hole, and eventually all the dust will get collected too.
That's a clean way to think. And then let's say we go even farther, and the black holes have evaporated, and there's nothing but energy, and there's no mass. Then don't we have like the seed for a new Big Bang or something? If there's no
Right, and with space being possibly relative, at that state, it might look like a point after it blows up to the things that happen after it. Because, I mean, there's some weird stuff about space and time, and and the time having to do with the particle somehow or something, you know, or the gravity, you know.
Now,
The boson is really weird that the particle gives mass, and I think it has something to do with time as well.
I think that that's a sort of a tidy way to think about it, but a messier way to think about it is, look, in this earlier part of the universe when it was hot and condensed, there was no place for life to exist. And later on in the universe when it's cold and spread out, there's not going to be any place for life to exist. We just have to accept the fact that life exists in this little part of the universe.
And sweet spot.
Yeah, we're in a sweet spot. It didn't exist before, and we can virtually guarantee it's not going to exist later. And so the universe isn't a system, it's some sort of evolving feature in which we are a temporary item.
Yeah. But that's so funny about human psychology, because to me, and I can imagine thinking differently, I think I've brought myself over my life to think this way, but it's like, how many 50 billion years do you want? You know what I mean?
Yeah, how much do we
But
need?
just the idea for a human that it's limited, we just discovered the nature of mortality in the last couple 100,000 years or something, and we're like still not quite over it. Just the principle. You know, just an idea.
Well, we never will be. I mean, no matter how far, if life takes over whole galaxies, it will always be obsessed with the fact that it's a temporary picture.
Here's a good Nietzsche thing, which is the whole deal with the eternal recurrence, which was just a thought experiment. But the idea being that the point being to set in your mind that the past does exist. It's back there. You might not be able to get back there. You might not be able to have a boat strong enough to go upstream, or it's physically impossible or whatever. But it's still up there. Like, the things that have happened in the past are still happening in the past. There's some sort of energy spent on them. They, you know, they're information, and if the universe is information, then that information exists. It happened, not something else. John didn't kill Mary. Mary killed John, and that actually still happened, and the eternal recurrence is the idea that if you imagine going through it again, it's easier to picture that it's a real thing. And also psychologically, the whole thing about, and how bad would you feel about the shit you do? But he was really a secret moralist, is the funny thing in a lot of ways. The way he judged people and advocated judging yourself.
Here's a good.
Go ahead, Andrew. What's the next thing you can jab us with?
Well, here's a good question. Like from Zarathustra, you've got the crowd that's watching the tightrope walker. Remember. And I'm curious whether you think Nietzsche has what's his attitude towards the masses? You know how we used to say that the masses would cluck with their tongues and all that? Like, it seems like he was, and they're asleep, right? Remember those kind of metaphors of crowd?
And they laugh. They like the clown. They like the evil Joker dude.
I'm just curious, what is his view of the masses? Are they always going to be people who are asleep, never in the majority, never really know what's going on, and it's always a minority of people?
No. Zarathustra just came too soon.
How's
That's
that?
the point. He just came too soon. He came down, people weren't ready. The point is, he totally still expects people to eventually be ready.
You think he thinks the masses are eventually going to come over to his side?
Yes, except for I think it's deeper than that, in the sense is they're supposed to go over to their own sides, and so that could still mean something Zarathustra doesn't expect, but that's maybe too subtle or overthinking it. Yeah, I think because that's why he goes back up the mountain, right? He brought good and evil, then he goes up the mountain, then he comes down again because he said, "Oh shit, I made a mistake," and then people are not ready for him, and he basically describes the kind of people we're still in, right? That is reality TV or anything else. Basically, the crowd sees a guy sincerely trying to make an achievement, and another guy with exceeding skill, but it's not an achievement. He can jump across the rope. He has no reason to live. He doesn't have a reason to jump across the rope. And so he just uses his skill to sabotage this other guy, and it's exactly what the crowd wants. And it's just like the fact that great artists have a lot of trouble getting recognition, whereas glitz and glam, these producers can put together an act that becomes a hit because they know glitz and glam, it works. They jump over and they kill the talent, and I think that's what that's about. But it isn't that that the crowd always has to be that way. Though I can't remember him ever saying a crowd in the past hasn't been that way. So who knows if it'll really change. But Zarathustra expected it to change.
I think he offers insight into this in his genealogy of morals, what he thinks of the crowd versus the nobility, basically. It's very harrowing, but he thinks that Judaism and its underdog philosophy gave its ideas to Christianity, which then became the maturation of what Judaism aspired to be.
Yeah.
And so Judaism matured is the mob philosophy of Christianity. And that there are two different ideas to morality. The good is the noble and the best on the one hand, and that's the idea of the upper classes. And the lower classes, the good is the humble.
No, because no, but he also says that the upper classes came from a bunch of thugs that were just brutal and had no morality and were just impulsive. But he acknowledges, like somebody like John Muir or Audubon or someone that admires nature, including this brutality of nature, and he'll write poetically about that. But he is no friend of nobility at all. All the mores that he just tried to destroy, and it would seem did help to destroy, those were upper class morals, upper class theories, upper class intellectualism entirely. If you think of when he was writing, the working class had hardly gotten into it at all. So, but he does advocate power and appreciate people like Napoleon and the ability to just express your power without asking for permission. However, he also says that he's here to herald the future, a different land. He's in the end of this age of war. For example, Napoleon's a hero of mine. What are you gonna do? I love him. But it's like it's self-effacing as well, because he says, I'm talking about what's to come when people don't put up with the shit that Napoleon puts out, when the rabble isn't a bunch of idiots, when they have the power to do what can be done. But he stopped short of actually saying that, because he was cynical about democracy, and for good reason. But I just see that as him being reserved. I don't think he didn't say that he does. I don't know about Nietzsche, but Zarathustra comes expecting, so as a literary work, he comes expecting people to be ready for the message, and he leaves saying, whatever, I guess they're not ready. He still expects them to be ready. So is he an idiot to expect that? And I think Nietzsche might say, yeah, maybe, but it's his way of saying, but I expect it. It might not happen. You can't tell the future, you know. But literary-wise, he committed to, it was just too early. People will get it. People want to live to the fullest. They want to paint crappy paintings because they enjoy them, or good paintings. They want to have this hobby or that hobby, and they don't have to be idiots just waiting for someone to fall from a rope.
Yeah, maybe something more than personal fulfillment that he was talking to, but personal fulfillment may be the way that we come to understand it in the post, in the
well, that's the way I see it. My individualism is entirely from Nietzsche, or from my misreading of Nietzsche, possibly. I didn't mean to say probably. Possibly. You know what I mean? But my view is the view I think I read from him, and I could be wrong about that, but I see his stuff as very much about, you have to follow what you're going to do, and if it's some stupid idea of a business that's going to fail, do it anyway.
Now,
actually, Trump says that. Trump has a really good thing of like, I know guys that love businesses, and they're not known as the most lucrative businesses, but they love them. And I said, that's too bad. I like a business that's going to make a lot of money, but hey, if you got to make the choice, do the one you love, because that's the only one you can succeed at. And that's a Nietzschean idea.
Okay, I'll give you that.
I hate Trump, by the way. I hate Trump, but I give credit where credit's due. I like Bush made great words and so on. Go ahead.
It's not going to help that.
I was about to ask what you thought of Trump, so I'm glad you.
No, I don't like him. Hate might be too strong, but I do think he's going to cause civil war to break out if he's president. But that doesn't mean like
Hillary will cause civil war.
Let's stick to Nietzsche here.
Yeah.
Let's have a race war, but nobody go.
So you said the your individualism came from Nietzsche?
Yeah.
So I wonder then.
Not alone, not just, but yeah, largely because I started reading him at 18, and that's why I got into him.
I have a grotesque.
It's my kind of libertarianism. That's what I thought.
Well, how much of Ayn Rand have you read?
Well, I've read a lot of her political work. I've read a novel and a half of hers. My mom gave me Fountainhead, and I couldn't just. It opens with a sex scene. I just.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So romantic, her books. But no, I'm pretty familiar with her philosophy, but just as a secondary person trying to be familiar, right?
No, is that a dark euphemism you've just used about the opening of the Fountainhead? He dives into a lake. Okay.
Oh, okay.
No, it's a sex scene. It's a sex scene.
Oh, are you kidding? She's like, oh, like, don't his muscles ripple and stuff? It's such a, la la la, I love men like this. I love those kind of men. She was unabashed about that.
All right. Now, listen, about Nietzsche, he has some great quotes about individualism. Like, what do you think about the one, I listened for an echo? Do you know that one?
Not offhand. I probably would recognize it.
Your phrase.
Yeah, Andrew, go ahead. What is it?
It's, I listened for an echo and only heard praise. I think that's what it was.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of that, Piero? Can you speak to that?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, let's see the whole context of it. We can find it from that.
Oh, I don't know if you need context. I think Andrew and I could go wild.
Go ahead. Go for it then.
Andrew, you want to say anything about it?
Well, I think the meaning is that looking for an equal, and you don't find an equal. All you find is people who can just say nice things about you, but they don't argue back with you or try to aspire to be just like you. They're just your followers, right?
So you want an equal. Yeah, you want an equal and can't find one. Everybody's underneath you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want an equal. I think that's such a quintessential Nietzschean idea. And he wanted to be the overman, didn't he? I mean, it's all Freudian projection on his part. I hate Freud, but we can sort of say Nietzsche was saying the overman will come, the overman this, the overman that, and he was projecting. He was the overman, wasn't he? He thought he was.
I don't think so.
Okay, why not? Go ahead.
Well, because what I was saying, he said for these things about, where he stops for a while and on the steps and writes a book, that's not his permanent philosophy. And he said he's part of an era that was dying, that was ending, and there was going to be a new era. And what happened in those eras is a reevaluation of values. So, for example, back in the last time it would have happened, you had people praising Dionysus. That turns into Dionysus being epitome of the demon and the devil, and a sort of a switch of evaluation. What was good before becomes bad, and new things that were bad before become good, and that's got to happen again. And how that was going to turn out was kind of open-ended, but I think he kind of makes it clear how he thought it should turn out as like an era of people expressing their own desires artistically, but meaning if you're a plumber, fine. It just should be your deal, like you'd be the artistic kind of engineer or whatever. So, metaphorically artistic, just, you know what I mean, having esprit and loving what you do.
Piero, this genealogy of morals is going to be good. I've put up 12 pages of the stuff and I've got another 45 pages already outlined. This is deep because you keep saying things that I just want to pull the book off the shelf and rip into it, and it's going to be good. It's going to be good because
I'll try to catch up. I'm in my new place now. I just got a house after 48 years.
Well, don't worry about catching up. Give me a month or two to get the rest of it up, and relax because it's deep stuff, and And it's fascinating what he thinks about the history of morality and the future of morality and stuff. Yeah, I believe it's slightly confused from the view of Ayn Rand. But the things that you're saying are, we can so use what he says in the genealogy of morals to sort of set your statements in order. Anyways, I don't want to go into it too much because
Well, I'll just tell you, I was looking for where that quote comes from so I could look at if it's all alone, or if it's in if there's other stuff in the aphorism, or what the aphorisms were before and back. Because here's the thing, yeah, he's obviously saying this about the echo, and you get people going, hey, that's great, but they don't really get you, or whatever. So the thing is, I was just talking about individuality, and I don't think he actually wanted to hear an echo. So I was hoping to see the context and then argue about that part of it. But because there's a grain of truth, you want people to understand you, but I'm pretty sure the context of that is such that he's not actually saying, it's just a way of talking about getting understood. It's not really like, he didn't want to start a movement. He talks a lot about, I don't want to start a movement, I don't want people to be able to do that, it's better to be in an enigma, and people can learn great tools from you and lots of philosophy and still not know where you stood in the end enough to make some sort of a cult and have a flag. And I'm more than paraphrasing there. I'm putting my own interpretation on it. But, yeah, no, genealogy of morals, yeah, I think it's great. I think it's funny that you would say you think he was at the left field on some of his idea of morals, didn't you say?
Oh, of course he is. What do you mean? He doesn't have any basis for morals. He's just oh my goodness.
They grow out of culture. I think it's pretty insightful for the 19th century.
Well, okay. No, you're right. I mean, I can't fault him for his ideas. I just fault the ideas. Is all.
Well, for example, let's put it this way. I would say he would say this would be an example. For example, he has, in his morality, truth is better than lies. But he knows he can't ultimately prove that philosophically. He's kind of he doesn't admit to skepticism directly, but he's like, but so what? That's my morality, right? I like truth better than lies. My morality versus yours. You're the kind of guy, you like stealing. You think it's better to steal. The best guy is the one that's able to steal most and therefore give his family most of his stolen goods. Well, you and I are enemies. Right. But you can't prove I'm wrong. So well, I don't have to prove you're wrong. I just have to kill you.
So morality is subjective, and the sort of
right. And it sounds brutal, but isn't that the situation we're really in geopolitics? Isn't that what Machiavelli's The Prince is talking about? It's like we're here in the real world. Sometimes you're not going to convince the thief it's wrong. You know what? In America, most thieves already know it's wrong. They think it's wrong. They do it anyway because it's, yeah, but I could get something free. I don't care. I'm bad. I do wrong things. But they even admit it's wrong. It's not a problem. Most thieves aren't trying to say it's right to thief. You know, there might be some cultures you could think of that have had that, but and certainly loot and pillage, and if that counts, then just about every culture's had it. But so what? You know, that doesn't mean that's your value system. You don't. How do you explain not giving into those people's bad morality when you can't prove that you shouldn't steal? You just know you don't want to live in that world where it's right to steal. That's why I'm going to fight people that try to steal or harm children or any of that. And whether I'm right or wrong at that point, it's like that's the beyond good and evil part. It's like, well, whatever. If you try to steal from me, I'm not going to spend time trying to prove you did something wrong. I'm just going to try to stop you.
Yeah. And yeah, that's where his whole catchphrase that he comes in, that he did his whole book about, was, we're not talking about good and evil here. We're talking about what I believe I'm going to do and what I want and
right.
what I believe.
Which sounds scary unless you remember there is still a morality. And ultimately he's talking about the morality we'd like to see win, of truth and honesty, and maybe he didn't like democracy, but it leads to, you know, a majority is going to get to decide and you compromise, and it leads in that direction. he wouldn't go all that way. He was still in the area of like, no, we need Napoleon, and he'll kick your butt. But
I don't think you like Napoleon that much.
well, I could find the quotes.
Yeah, I think I've got him in Beyond Good and Evil where he disparages him. Andrew, you want to do more? I actually have to excuse myself to grab a beer when I finish this one. Do you want to do another?
What are you drinking there tonight?
Oh, you know what it is.
It's the horse piss again.
Well, it's donkey piss mixed with earwax. You know how I know how donkey piss tastes? You know how I know that?
I think you told me last time, but now I forget.
I drink a beer. That told me. Red wine is fine. All right,
Yeah.
reach another one. I'm going to grab a beer.
Yeah, well, another one that I was thinking of is, you probably all remember the God is dead part, but actually I want to talk about something slightly different than that, about that one priest or hermit that was outside the city, remember, and he was saying, he stopped Zarathustra on the way, and he told Zarathustra to not go in the city and to stay amongst him, or to stay amongst go to the animals or something like that. And I was wondering whether what he was saying is that some of these ideas are really not meant for the mainstream, they're meant for the fringe, and they'll always will be on the fringe. And the fringe are the ones who are the most receptive to them. It'll never be the society or the masses or the civilization. These ideas will always be discussed on the fringe. I'm just kind of curious if anyone else thought that that is what he meant by meeting that priest, and the priest telling him to stay outside the city and talk just to the animals.
What do you think about that, Pierre? I think that's an excellent.
Yeah, no, that's interesting.
I think that's an excellent reading. I had never looked at it that deeply, but he was saying, don't go into the group. Stay out here on the edge. You don't belong in the group. And Zarathustra, what did Zarathustra say and do? He said, no, I'll go to the center of the group and talk to the hoi polloi. Is that?
Well, remember, he'd bring man a gift, and then something about he loved man, but then he says he doesn't love man. I can't quite remember. I had to look it up, but
that's the gist of it, right? He basically says to the hermit, I'm going to go talk to, not the king or something, the hoi polloi. I'm going to go address the people who want to see a circus. I'm going to address those, the lowest. Yep. He had a democratic tendency, didn't he? He had respect for democracy or democratic values of some kind, didn't he?
And then remember, he said before he leaves that he better leave now.
No, not for democracy. Not for democracy, for individuals. And you can't, this is the thing, is that whoever said democracy's, the best, it's a bad form of government, but the best we have, or whatever. And it's the best form. It's terrible, but it's the best possible form. And he wasn't going to say democracy was good, but he was pro-individuals, including just ordinary, regular people. He said, in the end, for all of the bad-mouthing of the common man, that's what the higher intellectual is always studying. It's the most interesting thing out there. Why does the common man do what they do? And you wouldn't see much sympathy for the common man in the rest of his philosophy, but I think in Zarathustra you see he's going out there and trying to take a message as if it matters to, common people.
And it's an exception in his work, isn't it?
Right, or maybe the true sentiment. He was a little bit cynical humorist, right? So I think a lot of his stuff, there's a cynical staying away from anything sappy from a guy who kind of is sappy, probably. Like flowers and butterflies flying on them and stuff.
He did say it was the most important of his work or something, the most seminal or something. Is that right? Do I remember that?
Yeah, he did. No, he was super proud of it. Like, and when he's like, why do I write such great books? Ecce Homo or whatever. Yeah, no, he was pretty much, and I think it's pretty true that it's a thick way. It's full of these metaphors, but it's pretty much like an encoding of everything else he ever wrote that he stuck with, which was pretty much everything except for the Birth of Tragedy.
Well, so we conclude that he was most proud of the book that addressed the masses, or said, here's why the masses need to here's why we can't dismiss them or something like that, or I bring gifts to the masses.
Or right, or what is his criticism of the masses in the end is not like, oh, they're putrid, rats. No, it's that they're mean. They're mean. They're goofy little fart joke.
They want to see an
mean.
They want
And
to see an
that's
acrobat, yeah.
which is pretty tender of him to really. That's his criticism in the end. They're mean and stupid. I mean, the book goes on, but I think that thing with the tightrope walker always stands out to me about what he's really hates about him is what I hate about him is that I changed schools a lot when I was a kid, and I saw how groups work. You would meet a kid individually, be a friend, and then in a group situation, some totally different thing goes on because of who wants that, and it was just like, that's how I came to like Outcasts and stuff and people that just don't play those games, even though a lot of them have problems, and that's why they got kicked out of the game of social clickety-clack. But I mean, it's just so bullshit, and it's basically because nice individuals make mean group members, so it's hard not to hate groups. And I hated groups, but after I read Nietzsche, I got a lot more sympathy that the group individuals in those groups are all victims of this group thing. And so I felt that Nietzsche, to me, was way more sympathetic than where I was coming from at 17, so maybe that's why I see him as this soft person, really, because I guess maybe I just had a worse opinion. Maybe he still has a bad opinion, and it's just better than the one I was coming from, because I got sympathy. And before reading Zarathustra, but reading Zarathustra is just like, it's the only place he really is probably more clear by having a narrative in that than all those aphoristics books, come to think of it.
I want to address something you just said there. I don't want to change the subject. I'll just go on a slight cul-de-sac, and then we can come back. But you were saying something that Ayn Rand. Oh shit! I've just lost. I said the word cul-de-sac, and it took me out of what I was going to say. But you oh shit! Oh fuck! Go ahead. I forgot now. I'll get back to it. I'll drink some beer and remember.
Well, if you want to look up the Nietzsche Napoleon thing, I mean, basically, he uses Napoleon as this higher man, Superman-ish concept. So.
Oh, I remember. I want to just say it real quick. You were saying you don't like groups.
Right.
You should read The Fountainhead. It does have this part where somebody says to Howard Rourke, boardrooms where he had to go address a boardroom, and Howard Rourke abhorred it because it's a group. In the classic way that you're talking about groups being groups.
Yeah.
And he said, Howard Rourke, I have to tell you something. Boardrooms don't exist. And Howard said, I'd like to believe you. What's the gag? And he said, it's like they're all echoing each other. They're all trying to figure out what the other one thinks. And there's nobody there. It's like an echo chamber without a source of sound. And that's not the metaphor he used, but it's something like that.
Yep.
And so groups are empty, and in that way they can either be manipulated or they're just sort of random actors that you can't figure out what they're going to do, and they don't even know what they're going to do.
Well, right, but that's a little bit naive, because the fact is there's political economics involved that you can figure out, and a lot of people do, and that's how they rise to the top. But it's a game that an engineer does not enjoy playing and can't continue to be a good engineer and play.
So honest people don't enjoy playing it.
Yeah, you're right.
What it comes down to.
That's why the engineers, you can't be a good one unless you don't face facts. And we all know politics and engineering, like the O-ring stuff, and it causes death. I mean, it's a real conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I will read that book. My mom gave it to me, and then I'm moving and stuff. But I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah, it's good, but I mean, you're too old now to convert to objectivism. It's hopeless. But anyway.
Oh yeah, no. And I don't like her view of Native Americans and how she said, "Oh, I believe what was in the movies. That's pretty accurate." And oh, they don't have a concept of property. It doesn't matter. It's objectivism that was their property. It doesn't matter that they didn't know but which is also malarkey. They had a different concept of land ownership, but believe me, they had land ownership, evidenced by the fact that they had wars and stole land from each other. So I think they had.
No. I did a video on this called Indian Atrocities, by a book by someone called Osborne, a retired judge. And the atrocities now are not well known, but they used to be well known. And you can, like Wounded Knee, the Wounded Knee was a hotspot of kidnapping and robbery and theft and raiding local farmers. They were a little terrorist group. So
Well, but they had invading people
blah,
that were
blah, blah,
murdering them at the same time.
yada yada yada. We were building massive cities with courtrooms and schools, and here are these Indians raiding local farms. You know, it was super
Well,
easy.
it was a war, basically.
Yeah, it was super easy for our military to decide.
Well, so for example, in the Black Hills of South Dakota that we gave to we agreed they can keep to stop attacking the people that were going west.
Apply
The
Nietzsche.
Dakota, and we gave that to them.
Apply Nietzsche. You know,
We made a deal with them in writing, which we immediately broke because some Americans found gold and went in there anyway illegally, and eventually the government said, "Okay, yeah, screw that."
Blah 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 blah. We made a deal with who?
The Lakota.
Weak, illiterate terrorists.
It was written and it was all signed by the U.S. government and the Lakota chiefs.
Weak, illiterate terrorists.
So you don't have to keep deals with them, right? I don't consider that an objective morality.
Not only do you not have to keep deals with them, you should manipulate them to your advantage.
Well, that doesn't sound like an objective morality. That sounds like situational ethics, like Bill Clinton.
No, I don't think that they were acting on an objective morality. I think they were acting on the 18th century or the 19th century morality that Nietzsche put in his philosophy.
Oh, no, not at all. Nietzsche wasn't advocating that kind of thing. Where?
The Indian Wars were going on at the same time that Nietzsche was writing. So I think that there was a pervasive philosophy of morality that Nietzsche absorbed because he was cogent, and that the American system was practicing. And I think that it's not a coincidence.
Oh, he didn't have this current morality at all. No, I disagree with that strongly.
The strong man wins.
That's just an acknowledgement of geopolitics. That doesn't mean you're advocating it just because you recognize it. I also agree that. I believe The Prince by Machiavelli is a very super insightful book. It's like you should read that.
Well, we don't have to advocate the killing of the women and children at Wounded Knee in order to acknowledge it. And
well, there's killing on both sides in every war, and when you have a truce to stop it, you keep that deal, right? That's moral.
Not if you have a weak and illiterate terrorist opponent.
So if you could take advantage of them, you should.
To your advantage and to their disadvantage, and they're your enemy.
See, that's why I'm not an advocate of Ayn Rand, because I don't believe that.
Ayn Rand has nothing to do with this.
I do not believe in that. I do not believe taking advantage. I believe you should help people be as productive as possible, and then you benefit from living next to their productivity.
Excuse me, sir. I'm talking about what the U.S. military did at the time. Ayn Rand hadn't been born yet.
She defended those kind of actions, and that the Indians didn't really have an objective property right. That seems hypocritical.
Well, the Indians rejected property rights.
And you said the same thing, and that's fine. Well, I've described why I disagree with that, and it's one of these things where you get to believe what you want, but I'm not voting for that.
Lee Ram, you are unmuted.
So I think we made an agreement with the Iranians, and therefore we need to keep that agreement unless they break it.
Funny. You don't leave Iran, I understand.
Take advantage of your enemies to your advantage.
They can't hear anything.
Well, that's not moral, though.
It is, too.
No.
I understand you don't live near Iran in any way or not.
It's the definition of immoral.
What the fuck? The definition of immoral is something that is evil, bad. Oh wait, those are synonyms.
Yeah.
No, that's a metaphor.
Oh,
Immoral
well,
is immoral. Immoral is immoral. You can't use a different word for it.
I
Immoral
need
is
to get back
immoral.
on track.
Identity.
oh my
I
God,
need to
you're
get back
too.
on track
You
here.
know, I'm gonna ask you something. What do you think
You're
is
annoying.
science role in it?
Be back in a minute. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette.
Oh yeah, convenient timing.
Well, Andrew, what do you think about what we're saying then on the morality or the immorality? Let's see what's happened here. There we go. The morality, or immorality of the Indian thing. I mean, Heroes left to have a cigarette, but we can still discuss what we've gone over here. So he's upset that I'm saying that Ayn Rand, blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying that the 18th century exhibited that morality, and it's not really that bad. Go ahead.
I assume that Piro's position is that the natives here had a proper claim to their land, and that land should have been traded instead of taken. That's probably his position.
Right, we should have respected the rights of people who wouldn't respect rights.
And surely, if there's war, and if the natives are raiding towns, and the natives deserve a military response. But I think there was probably more than just that happening. There may have been aggression by Europeans as well that wasn't in response to native aggression. So, but I think the conversation is kind of pointless, because people like when talk about stuff like that, then they want to say we should give back the land of the natives, but the natives took it from somebody else, and it's just pointless. Like it's just the people that used to own the land that the natives took it from, like they don't even exist. So
You know, that's a good question we should ask Nero. I don't know if you have something playing in the background that's replaying or something there, but maybe Nero does. But that's a question we should ask Nero when he comes back. How does he think we should remedy it? Like, in my view, those people who are wronged are dead. And there's no sort of erase history and go back, so we've sort of missed the chance if there was any way to remedy the situation, which I think was actually a pretty just position. But how would he remedy it? What do you think we should do to remedy it? I think that we should shut down Indian reservations and basically tell the people, congratulations, you have free immigration into the United States of America, the greatest country in history, just because your ancestors lived on this soil. Welcome home.
did you give Lee Rand command in here? Because he just muted me.
Did he? Man, what are you doing?
Apparently, I have an echo. Do you hear any echo from my mic?
I don't. But I'm hearing an echo. Okay, I'm hearing an echo when I speak to you. Or something. I don't know. I'm hearing an echo. For me, I'm hearing my echo. Maybe something's been... I think Piro's situation might be on. I don't know. That's technical shit. We don't need this technical shit.
Are you still hearing your echo, or in mine?
Well, I only hear praise.
Well, are you hearing double praise then? Because I can reconnect.
No, when I'm listening to you speak, everything's fine and clear. It's when I speak I hear an echo. So, but anyways.
So the other thing I was going to mention is the other problem, and it's actually up for debate up here in Canada, is there's this issue of, okay, what do we do with the Native Americans, because they're behind in a lot of stats. They tend to be poor, and they tend to have poor parents and alcoholics, and there's all kinds of just problems with that group of people trying to make progress, right? And there's this strange then position you get, because at the same time there's people who believe that we've colonized. You might have heard of colonizing or decolonialism or whatever, stuff like that. It's kind of an academic term, but there's people that are sensitive to cultures, and they don't want them to get run over by more dominant cultures, right? But it's a problem, because if we want to try to preserve certain cultures, our own interventions, such as education, government services, if we build cities for them or their their houses and infrastructure and things like that, our own interventions to try to improve their standard of living, often way up north somewhere, is also impacting their own ability to perform their traditions and culture, especially when they have to send their kids to white schools. So it's a kind of a mess, and the government has taken it over. And I just think that it's a very strange proposition to say that, oh, don't worry, we'll help you preserve your Native American traditions and history, while at the same time providing them with whitewashed government schools. And like, it's just a strange situation. I don't think you can have both. It's almost like we've got a 21st century culture with a much older culture, and they're both trying to exist beside each other. And the much older culture wants all the technology and amenities and health and all that of the current culture, yet they somehow want to maintain their own traditions. And I just think it's a mess.
Well, would it be too much to say that it's sort of a schizophrenic view of the situation that our modern culture takes?
Yeah, well, it wants two different things, and I don't think it can get both.
Yeah, well, I think that one of the hallmarks of our modern culture is a sort of a schizophrenia, is sort of like not only like a symptom or a feature of the most of the views, but it is like obsessed about by the intelligentsia in the universities and stuff. They worship artists and philosophers and poets who were crazy and insane in various ways. And so it's no surprise that we would have a confused and almost backward and insane view of ancient.
How is that possible not to do that? I mean, don't you find out some of your artistic heroes and philosophers, they had crazy lives or did crazy things? I mean, Ayn Rand.
Well, let me tell
did
you,
some crazy stuff. It's all defensible, but it's like me and Nietzsche. I learned, you're not supposed to defend your teacher in every regard. They're just mortal.
Well, let me tell you the concretes that brought us to that, because you just walked into my conclusion. The concrete was that we've got these Indian cultures in Canada that skin wolves and live in teepees. And here the government wants to maintain and preserve those cultures. So what they do is they go and build modern schools, and they teach the kids to read, and they give them plumbing to preserve them or something. And so it's an insane sort of backward. Andrew, go ahead and elaborate if you want to correct or.
Well, Hero, did you hear how much of what when you just came back? How much of did you hear of what I was talking about?
I didn't. I just heard the part about our crazy heroes in our decayed society, which
Yeah,
I do
so-
agree with to a degree. I just think it's kind of unavoidable.
So what I was talking to MrCropper is kind of it's been an issue up in Canada. We've been very sensitive about the conditions of Native American towns and et cetera, especially when they're way up north, and they're kind of, the only way you get stuff in there is flying in stuff, and it's very expensive to live up there. But the government provides a lot of the stuff, and yet there's complaints about the conditions in some of these places, and it's a problem. It's a strange contradiction we find ourselves in, because there's many who are sensitive to what's called colonialism, or colonizing the Native Americans further, which means eroding their traditions by introducing modern technology and things like that. And there's this strange position we find ourselves in, because we want to think that we want to provide for people and provide modern amenities and things like that. At the same time, those things may erode the traditions and history and culture of Native Americans. And so we, like I said, we find ourselves in a strange position when we want to help, but we also don't want to harm. And giving them like modern schools and having them be taught by white teachers and et cetera, it seems like it's very difficult for them to maintain their culture that we're trying to be sensitive to. So that's just I'm not sure what to do about that. It's just an issue up here in Canada. I'm sure it's an issue elsewhere, but it's a strange issue. And
Also Australia, yeah, and America.
It's almost like we've got a 21st century obviously modern culture that's trying to coexist with a different culture that wants to practice ancient ways, and some of those ancient ways are illegal. And so
You
what
really
do you do
think
with
that
that?
every kid born in that culture wants to do that?
Well, no, but the kids don't rule. It's
Right, so
it's
I'm
the
not a big
parents.
fan anymore about the royal rights of parents in this kind of regard, about education and a lot of bullshit.
Hero, you have
I don't think it's so
a
clear.
bad echo.
It might be
Do
me.
I? Hello?
You have a bad echo.
I heard an echo, but I don't think it's me. I got a headset on.
Oh, there you go. You're gone now. The echo's gone from your feed. Andrew, did you do that? Are you in charge of that? So
Yeah, it
go
might
ahead.
be.
What were you saying? I'm sorry. All.
Well, I don't have a strong conclusion, but when I was younger, I thought of this absolute right of parents and stuff. But when you're talking about, like, there's a lot of hippies that dropped out and tuned in and really screwed their kids up. Or if you read Gandhi's biography, I mean, he wouldn't let his kids go to law school. He didn't educate them, traditionally. They weren't able to do law school things, but he went to law school, and it totally was a part of what he was able to accomplish. And I'm not sure, yeah, parents get to decide. Is it a good thing? No, there's plenty of examples where it wasn't. So I don't want to destroy that principle, but I also don't want to build anything around it. And I think when you're talking about the right to have some not education for your children, it's like, no, you have a right for your language to be preserved, and you might have a right for your kids to be able to go to school in your native language, and whatever we can pull off that we can pull off. But this, just like you get to live in some primitive ancient way, because how accurate is it even? Do they get to change it?
What about
I
the
mean,
kids?
back 100 years ago, those Indians were changing. They got horses, they got guns, they changed all the time. Why now would they change? Where do they stop? How far back do they go? I don't really respect that
Doesn't the kid
entirely.
have a right to learn English instead of Navajo if he wants? What about the kid?
I believe that. Yes, they do.
Why is the kid a Navajo?
If there was a way to determine what the kid really wanted, and the kids and the parents said, "I don't know, I'll do it this way," but it's how can you determine that? Because the kids don't really know.
Freedom.
Well, I think what's happening is that a lot of these decisions are being made for the kids, and the kids are being considered the next generation, and almost as if their lives are already pre-planned for them. They're supposed to replace their parents, otherwise their culture would get destroyed, right?
Right.
So the kids are kind of getting screwed here.
That sounds like a violation of human rights. See, at that point.
It is. It's a zoo. It's a racist.
The problem, of course, that you will probably agree with me is that, a government is deciding this stuff, and they're probably screwing it up too. So giving into the government, even though it would make sense to have the kids be free, giving into the government probably isn't that. You know what I mean? It's probably not going to accomplish, it probably will accomplish alienation and weird values, not modern, good ones that lead to Harvard or success, or not that Harvard's great, but it's not going to be really beneficial.
I'll bet if we sat down and talked about this for 1,000 years, we'd probably come up with the conclusion that they came up with in the 1800s, which is let local communities deal with the Indians, and when the Indians cause enough problems, the army will come and deal with the Indians. And that's how it happened, because now we have some Indians who are alive, and they're the ones who didn't mess around, and we have some Indians who got killed, and they're the ones who kept messing around. So I'll bet we would just simply come to the conclusion that...
Right, except for that's not true. For example, the Lakota were holding their own in the frontier wars, and they're still around. In California, all the peaceful Indians, they all got wiped out because any miner, any scumbag could go kill a village of Indians and not pay any penalty for it. It's well documented. So it's actually the other way around. The Indians that fought, their children are the ones that are still straggling but around.
But why did the public allow that, and why did they sort of tolerate that sort of nonsense unless they understood and knew on a first-hand basis that the Indians were a really rowdy bunch?
Because of greed and racism, they thought it was their right to take these people's land And so, just like all people that want to take stuff, they come up with a great excuse of why really it's the proper thing.
Well, it's nice to just define it away with greed and selfishness because that's a really easy go-to thing, isn't it? But what if
Well, when you steal land and break treaties, I think it's a pretty fair characterization.
no, well, what if we could say that a person is motivated more likely by feeling that they are in the moral high ground than feeling something like racism or greed?
Well, that's naive. And when you were saying that you should take advantage of people weaker than you, you argue for the opposite.
No,
And that's how people really think, is that you should be greedy and take advantage. And that's why when people do take advantage, the most likely reason is because of a morality that includes greed as a positive value.
I didn't say we should take advantage of people that are weaker than us. I said that that was the morality of the 1800s, and that is ultimately the morality of the pell-mell, humble-tumble world that geopolitics is, which you
I
agree.
thought you said that you agreed with that taking the land and the property from the Indians was fine right now, you here in the 21st century.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm talking about that view right now here.
But I didn't do it. You know, it was people in the 1800s.
But you have a moral, what you did was have a moral opinion on what happened in the past.
Well, I think that it's interesting to think about what the people in the 1800s did and why. Now I can stand back and look and say this is good or bad in this or that way. But they thought that it was good or bad in this or that way. And when you try to bury that, and you in the modern left do try to bury that, you ignore so many important lessons.
Why would I care if back in the day someone thought that stealing and raping people was moral? It's not moral. It wasn't moral. They were wrong. They're primitive.
That's why we surrounded
primitive animals.
That's why
who cares?
That's why we surrounded their camps and destroyed them, because they kept stealing and raping.
Why don't we go back
Well,
to
we
Nietzsche?
were the ones that provoked them and came into their land. I'm sure if a bunch of Indians had moved into Europe, there might have been a problem too.
We didn't come into their land. We came into a forest where some wild Indian occasionally ran through.
Well, that's just wrong. You just are ignoring history. That's not at all the case. There's plenty of. We stole the Black Hills where they lived, for example. There's hundreds. That's just ridiculous.
All right. Well, listen. We should do a whole hangout on Indian
because of other reasons, or lumber, or anything we wanted from them.
Well, we should do a whole hangout on Indians some night and Native Americans, because that could get us all banned from everything. But
how many beers you in there?
Who, me?
Yep.
I've had like 4, but it was all day.
I had more than Piero.
I got another Nietzsche point if you want.
Go ahead.
So, just going back, I was looking at my notes, my teaching notes, when I was doing this. One thing I thought was interesting, going back to the camel and the lion and all that. One thing I wrote down, which I remember talking with the students about, is the camel, the lion, and the child. These are supposed to be transitions, and no one is supposed to remain. Certainly not the camel or the lion. So I wrote down that a perpetual camel. If someone is a perpetual camel, they've always been a camel their entire lives. They can never fight a dragon. And a camel doesn't think for itself. It just imitates, and it's complicit.
You know what it is? You know what a camel is? It's a statistician, isn't it? It's someone that just takes on data and talks about data.
Maybe.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's one point, and the other point is that about I thought that it might speak to about how critical people are today, and that the perpetual criticality, I guess, of a lot of things, and they don't offer any new solution, and perhaps we're teaching critical thinking as an end instead of a means. So there's two pieces there. So it's even the lion who's being critical is still a transition point. You're not supposed to remain a lion or remain a pariah, right? You're supposed to eventually transition to a child in which you come up with new values and try them out and embrace them. So I guess so. Just for up for discussion, the transition isn't not important that someone is a camel at some point, but then moves on. You can't stay a camel, and then a lion. You're critical, but you eventually move on instead of staying a lion, right? And I think right now we have a lot of people who either remain camels or remain lions. So there's something else to discuss.
Not only that, I would start off, if I can, before anybody gets anything, I want to say this, that the very first stage, as Nietzsche rightly pointed out there, is and has to be camel. So you can
Yeah.
tell somebody who's inexperienced as a writer or thinker or something if they start out as a lion without taking on information first.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I don't know if Piero was talking. No? Yeah, I was going to say that
Nope.
I think in the universities they make that mistake. Like even in the universities, I think the criticism comes far too early, and it may even be something that's better for graduate school than for undergrad because you're still learning and soaking up a lot of knowledge. Like I did a chemistry degree, and there is no room for criticism when you're learning about all kinds of stuff, medicinal chemistry and inorganic chemistry, and there's really no room. But it seems like criticism, especially like literature, English literature classes are full of criticism, literary criticism, and that always makes me laugh that there's people who write literary criticism of Shakespeare. And it's like, who are these people to write such things? It's always kind of funny. But
You know,
yeah, I think yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to interject a point on that Piero brought up earlier, or a fact that he mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry, it is a cul-de-sac, and then you can go back, Andrew, to what you were saying. But Piero, I wanted to point out for you that, pardon me, Wolfram wrote his book, New Kind of Science, as you noted, without peer review. And so that his view of reality was in his mind immune to criticism, and was in fact in objective reality immune to criticism. And that I thought was a cogent fact and something that you could probably sink your teeth into, and or at least something that you would have to come to terms with in some way. So
Yeah.
put it in your pocket and let's let Andrew hit his point again.
Okay.
Well, just the hypercriticism, I guess, and I think that a lot of criticism today is lacking knowledge and therefore lacking a camel stage. But anyway, just anything you want to talk about those points about the
Well, I
necessary
think those
transition.
relate. Those
No,
two
that
things you just brought up actually relate, right? So, assuming that's why you brought it up or why it came to mind at that moment, is because I think, okay, I think of course you're going to do literary criticism of Shakespeare because when you're teaching literary critical techniques, which you can only learn just by practicing it and getting your own style of it, if you're even going to study that at all, you got to know that what you're critiquing is, you know, worthwhile. So you're going to choose the most worthwhile people. You're not going to have them critique junk, or they'll, what's the point? So you got to have something that is worth critiquing. And I think with Wolfram, though, it's kind of the other side of the coin where he didn't really value the scientific establishment, too much reputation and stuff. I don't think that means that so it wasn't peer reviewed, you know, by another PhD in that kind of process, but he put it out there for review by the public. He accepts feedback. He does talks and takes questions, and you know, he's getting, you know, so it's an anti-elitist feedback. And also, you know, that book, he actually did this project just like if he was doing it at a university, and he was well funded, and he developed fantastic software to do it, and he proved amazing things about cellular automata that were not known, no two ways about it. Now he thinks the universe works that way. That's maybe true or maybe not, but all the math behind it and the idea that you could use this kind of math to explain the universe, just like we use other kinds of math right now to explain it, that's all.
That's all what? Oh, did he go off? Well, mathematics, I'll just note for viewers who, I think Piro went off somehow. Mathematics is actually just one
Oh, yeah, I
part
did.
of Wolfram's universe. So to say mathematics could explain anything is just to say mathematics fits within one pocket of his universe.
When was
Oh,
that?
yeah.
When were you
No, but
planning on
he developed. No, but you know what he did there was he took cellular automata and he developed this theory on his own in his little lab all those years.
Yeah.
And it's in the book in a scientific way how they behave. Mathematical proofs of whether it's predictable in one direction or another. Stochastic, you know how you can study number sets to see if they're random or not. Even when they're not random, do they look random? Do they have the stochastic, statistical characteristics?
Yeah.
And he did all that kind of scientific study on cellular automata. So the only weird part of his theory is he's going, this isn't just a math thing, these cellular automata. Discrete particles are these, and space is going to turn out to be this, and this is how physics actually works.
Yeah.
And if that's true, then you could throw away a lot of calculus and use his stuff. Now, of course, calculus appears in his stuff. You still use calculus, but I mean,
No,
right, because, okay, I'm sorry, I'm being too long. Let me just finish with saying the point is his is a discrete mathematics. Cellular cells are autonomous. They're individuals. There is no continuity. Continuity is an illusion created by the cellular automata.
well, as he said, every particle in the universe updates according to the cells it's in contact with, and in this way, all the cells are in contact, and they don't need any further contact beyond that to allow the universe to do what it does. So I don't want to elaborate any further on that. That's extraordinarily esoteric.
When was that hangout date? I just want to know if Piro knows that you were going to have a hangout for just Wolfram.
Yeah, Monday night, Piro. We're
Okay.
doing Wolfram only. If anyone brings up Vietnam, we shoot them.
I have another Nietzsche vid if you want one.
Yeah, that's what we're. Did we finish? What the hell? There was something I thought I wanted to say on that, but maybe I'll remember. Anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
I remember from Beyond Good and Evil, I think it's fairly early in it. He says, how can truth come from its opposite? And then he mentions a bunch of other examples, like how could a good deed come out of doing terrible things, and so I thought that was an interesting something to discuss maybe.
It does.
And one thing I was thinking about it was that, like when he says, how can truth come from error? How can anything come from its opposite? I think is the main point. And one thing I was thinking of is, well, when we engaging in science, we're sometimes doing trial and error, and somehow, how do all our mistakes? How can we distill all our mistakes into some kind of truth? Anyway.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Let me put the objectivist stamp on the top, and then we can sort of eat marshmallows after that. But he's mixing up the epistemological and the metaphysical, and he's saying, how can the recognition of a metaphysical fact come from viewing epistemological mistakes? Now, when you put it like that, it's fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. It's obvious. Obviously, you view metaphysical facts by viewing epistemological mistakes. Obviously. But it's fluffier than that, and there is some poetry in it. And our good friend Piro, who's not that familiar with Ayn Rand, doesn't have that smooth of a view of it. Should we let Piro take a stab at it and see? And we can all learn from Piro's view, and Piro can learn from what I've just said, how he views it. Piro, what do you think of my summation?
Well, the summation, I don't know. It just seems like everything got more complicated.
Okay, that's very telling, I have to say, but go ahead.
So wait, what was the Nietzsche thing you were bringing up? Which one was it?
I think it's in the Beyond Good and Evil. It shouldn't be far in, just maybe a page or two in,
Right,
and it
right,
says, "How can truth come from its opposite? How can
right.
anything
Okay,
come
yeah,
from
I
its
remember.
opposite?"
Okay, so first of all, I think the common sense thing there is it just wasn't common sense back then, and it can seem subtle in people that just aren't thinking about it. Like Nietzsche often said, if you said something that made sense, you probably already knew it, but you could put words on the top, and it seems like, hey, that's right. And I think, like you get Bush, leads to an Obama, or people, whoever that Susan Sarandon says, if we did get Trump, it'd lead to the revolution. If you have Christianity, Nietzsche said, it's this terrible thing, that runs morals a certain way and it stamps out individually and says no to life. But it is the thing that you'll learn people. And so, like, that's what you were saying, right, Brandon, is that's the obvious part. When you reduce it down to all he's saying is that, you learn things the hard way. You do things wrong, and then I put my shoes on before I tie them. Works better.
Yeah, I think you need to take it. I mean, you keep looking. You just mentioned several broad abstractions. Take it back to sort of a more basic level where philosophers always begin with sort of dog wags tail, fire burns, and stuff. Sort of take it more to a basic level, and if the basic level, like cavemen, let's look at cavemen. Do they learn from error? Does error lead to truth? And I think on a basic level it does. And certainly, if you accept that burning your foot on the fire leads to something, knowledge about burning, then you end up later on with Germany learning something about what it does, and France learning about its history, and you learn, it becomes larger systems become involved. But early on, it has to be that errors compiled together over time lead to a recognition of truth.
Right, and that's the mundane part that in the 21st century we can go, oh yeah, common sense. But it was innovative for him. But it's also where we probably have stepped beyond that, except for him being poetic. He puts it in a way that's worthwhile for us to sit here and talk about. Otherwise, we might not be bringing it up. But I think you could distill it down to that. It's also the pendulum effect. And it's also, he has a lot of examples about moralities. The whole might makes right led to the idea that morality makes right, which he ends up giving credit to Christianity of like, how the heck did they take their God on a cross and get kings with actual armies to bow down to them? That was impressive. That's the will to power raw, right? Because they didn't even do it with weapons or lucky big muscles, being born being the toughest kids or something. So on the other hand, he criticized that, and Christianity leads to its opposite, and that's kind of this philosophical idea that philosophers believe in, that there are ages. There's eras and eons,
We're
and
in
it
one.
changes from one to another, and there's more moral stages to it.
We're in one, and it probably peaked around 2001.
Well, I mean, the consensus is we're at the end of one, and what I found was interesting. It was sort of an unwritten thing, but you could see in my philosophy education, this was put out there as a cultural thing, and word of mouth or whatever. But yeah, there's like these 900, 700 year periods of an age of a certain attitudes, and then there's like a couple hundred years of your enlightenment, and then that ends and there's a crackdown and some dogma takes place for 800 years, and then you have an enlightenment, and every time it switches from one thing to another.
It looks slightly like that. You know about Kurzweil's work, do you?
Yes.
Do you know about like the price of bronze decreasing steadily over time despite things like the Dark Ages and Rome and war, and the price of bronze, tin, lead, gold, silver, just
No, I don't know that point.
he
Yeah.
plots them on a graph, and he says, find the dark ages on this graph, and you can't. He says, find the rise and fall of Rome on this graph. You can't. He says, find the Reformation. You can't. He says, find the rise of steam engines. You can't.
Right.
So that's frightening, or it's encouraging, isn't
I
it?
think it's encouraging. It's like, for example, I'm a programmer, and the whole internet. I was in the .com boom, right? And then there was this huge crash, and it's like a big catastrophe, and it really was. A lot of us had trouble looking for work. But if you look at a graph of adoption of the internet, of people, more and more people getting on the internet, nothing, right? It didn't slow at all. We just stopped spending money and stopped doing some crazy business stuff. But really, I felt like, oh my God, the internet, this is going to harm the internet. And then within a few years, it's like, oh, it didn't harm the internet. I mean, my career, I had to move around. You know what I mean? It didn't. The internet was fine. It's kind of like, that's interesting that the price of bronze, you would think it would be affected by some of those things, because if it's dropping, that's because people are getting better at making it, right? More people are learning how to make it and how to mine it, and the constituents. And wouldn't that be affected by the fall of Rome? I guess not. They didn't loot when Rome fell. It's not like they didn't know how to make chariots still.
And everybody thought that it would be, but in fact, when Rome fell, people still knew about water mills, and they still knew how to break those rocks, or where the rocks were found, and
How to lay a decent road.
and how, yeah, and so the basic knowledge never melted, and it's mind-blowing for me to think that through the Dark Ages they continued to increase the ability to make bronze, etc.
Yeah.
You know, and
It
bronze is one example. You know, it's not even.
You know, this is sort of a Henry George thing, because his whole point is that really what you need is land and labor, because wealth, follows naturally. The first wealth, you just pick up, bamboo. You just pick it up off the ground or whatever, and it's wealth. So you can start out without capital in the sense that your own body is enough to get wealth, and then you use that wealth for capital. And that kind of graph sort of says that. It's like people knew how to. They knew how to deal with bronze, and they wanted to do it. And even though the really wealthy, Caesar, who has plenty of money to invest in smelting, even without him, it would still happen. It is a testament to the private enterprise, and also what we were talking about earlier, that small guys can actually do this stuff. They're the real people doing it.
It's nice that way, but I have a sort of larger metaphysical and a more spooky view of it, which was Wolfram's view. He says you cannot draw a bright line between computation and consciousness. So it may be the fact that pockets of consciousness in our universe compute things, and bronze manufactory is one of the results of the computation of the accident of consciousness. And consciousness cannot be distinguished from computation. So we may be slightly accidental and yet slightly deterministic computers that were accidentally created and are sort of running amok and doing their thing, which is highly predictable. The thing that they do is very predictable.
Well, then what is a computer?
A thing that does stuff.
It just makes computations. It takes input information, it makes a computation, which is shown in the output information.
Energy.
And I agree with that, but however, it's not a Turing machine. It's a quantum computation, because it's done with chemistry, and chemistry is explained by quantum mechanics.
Computer follows orders. Thinking does not follow orders.
Well, and listen, energy runs uphill in computers.
Physics.
Yeah, energy runs uphill in computers, doesn't it?
This is the thing, what I was saying, Brandon, in the holographic idea, which is the mainstream thing among quantum physicists now, at least. It might not stay that way, but Susskind and Hawking, this is what these guys were all debating about. Not saying that makes it right. I'm just saying it's not a crazy theory, or it could be a crazy theory. You know what I'm saying? It's legit with PhDs. It is peer-reviewed. But anyway, this is that it's kind of the realization that everything's a computer, right? When you drop a ball in a pachinko machine, you know, where it bounces down to the bottom and goes in a slot.
Well, all you're
Where
saying
it goes is computed by the pachinko machine. The
Well-
physical device, through the physical interactions, is computing from the input information what the output slot is. That is a computer.
Well-
So in that sense, everything is trivially a computation.
all you're saying is that
Including us.
computers are an instance of reality. I mean, that's not a very profound statement.
No, I'm saying we are computation by definition,
Well,
because your state right now,
QED.
your state right now is information, can be represented as information. It is represented right now in your body, the way your neurons are configured at the moment and interacting. That is encoding information, and over time it's going to change that information into something else. Consequentially, that is a computation by definition. So if you think about it, the physical reality is a computation for that reason, even classical mechanics. But we know that classical mechanics doesn't cover how chemistry works. Only quantum mechanics does so far. So far it's going to be a quantum computation, not a classic computation.
We don't need quantum anything. Quantum's a result of reality if it exists. I mean, come on.
What do you mean? Quantum mechanics is how we explain how chemistry works, right? It's chemistry.
You need to know about Wolfram. Here's one thing he says about quantum mechanics. He says, what they say constitutes a measurement is totally confused. And then he just goes on in his talk. He doesn't even elaborate. It's so useless and juvenile, he won't even talk about it.
Oh, he is a little bit. Well, he was a boy genius, you know, right? You know all that history, right?
He's an adult genius. No, I don't know.
He was a boy genius. He was like the youngest person at 20 or whatever to get a chair anywhere and stuff. And then he pulled a big, you know, F you to the establishment going, you know, which is also what Nietzsche did, by the way. Same story.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I think Wolfram's going to be super important. I mean,
well, actually, this is interesting, right? Because Nietzsche did the same thing, right? Because Birth of Tragedy, he got a very young professorship, didn't fit in from his side, didn't take it, went off, and all the books we know are, you know, self-published, like Wolfram. The difference with Wolfram is he got rich by writing this programming language called Mathematica, which is a pure genius. Yeah, oh, he's a genius for sure.
Yeah,
See, geniuses are also crazy, so it doesn't mean, you know, we're like,
Hey,
all geniuses are crazy as well, and artists. So
I suppose that might be true.
you can't trust every single thing. You know, something will come out, and
So,
no, he's pretty much a great genius, yeah, and mathematically, and also his products, Wolfram Alpha, or his mathematics dictionary, which I think is in Wolfram Alpha now, and Mathematica is awesome. Not just awesome, but with nothing else like it. True genius.
And you know about how he mapped the axioms of math?
In New Kind of Science?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember, but yes, I did.
So, Byron.
I wouldn't mind hearing the synopsis of it.
Hey, firstly, Wolfram was making the point that you can't really distinguish computation and consciousness, right?
Who was making that point?
No, I thought. He does. I don't remember. I wasn't quoting
I thought
him.
you said that, or maybe Cropper said that.
Well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that came up. I was saying that with the quantum information theory kind of being quantum mechanics, that's sort of the default view because we're information and it's getting computed through quantum mechanical, you know.
Right.
Quantum computers.
No, but on a large metaphysical point, Johann. Yeah, I was saying that Wolfram said that there cannot be a bright line drawn between what consciousness does
and what computation does.
Yeah, and
I generally agree. I mean, so now the thing I have though is if you combine it with what Pyro was saying about, you know, the fundamental, and I know this quite well because I popularized this stuff. That's how I got invited out to Biola. Actually, was popularizing this. the whole notion of the universe being everything being built out of computation, right? A quantum computation at the bottom. So if that's the case, and actually, I know some of the science in this, but you could actually make a case that if you can't distinguish between computation and consciousness, and then simultaneously the whole universe is at bottom computation, wouldn't it follow logically that you could make a case that the universe is fundamentally comprised of consciousness?
Yeah. And that's the funny thing is this has all happened semantically. Sometimes logic collapses, and this might be a reason to change how we think about things. But basically what you have is the way we already think about computation and consequentialism in physics, that one thing leads to another in one way or not. There can be weird physical laws, but they're there. If you just realize, well, that's also what we mean by information. We've been thinking information was just like poetry and it wasn't real. No, it's real, and it is the same stuff. When you put physical things in a configuration, that's information. And entropy is when you don't know what the information is. And energy and entropy, they're the laws of thermodynamics merge with the laws of information. It means the universe can be seen as information, even though it's just semantic. It can be seen that way. And yes, it means the universe is some sort of conscious thing, because information is what we thought information might be just special to us. Some of us skeptics, proper, you're like, no, of course we know it's reality. Well, yeah, but if the universe is information and our brains process information, suddenly we're reunited with the universe, and there isn't a difference between physical and conscious reality.
Okay, well,
Okay, let me I'll just stop you right there. What do you mean by information?
Yeah, go ahead. What does somebody mean by information? Go ahead.
And hello, everyone, by the way.
And Leonardo, who are you? Are you an objective?
Information is in the trail of states that a physical system has.
Information is what?
Information is the trail of states. So, for example, if John killed Phil with the gun on a certain day, the fact that that happened is encoded in reality. You can't destroy information. You can rearrange it, but it still has to be there. And so it's obviously the traditional that it's a psychological term only. But in quantum mechanics, there's a concept of quantum information. So, for example, in a coin, if you flip a coin, and how much information is there in reading it as a heads or tail is one bit of information. And before you look at the coin, it is both. It is a quantum bit of information. And that is how they're characterizing it. And you can, I mean, the whole thing, who was saying about the calculating the information in a sphere, that's where that came from. They're calculating how much information can fit in space.
Well, I just want to interject a point real quick. If quantum mechanics is true and if it's a fact and so on, then it is a nested fact within reality. So it cannot dictate reality or cause reality or blah, blah, blah.
Well, of course. I mean, that's the same with anything.
I'm not sure what that means exactly, but
well,
it's just like if
nobody knows what it means, but
information. I mean, when you have a hard drive and there's a little tiny group of magnets on the surface and they're pointed up or down, right? And that we take that to mean 0 or 1. Okay, and so there's a string of them, 0, 1, 1, 1, or whatever, you know, of 100 of them. Is that information? Is there information in those bits or not? Is it an illusion that you can have a picture in those bits? Is the picture stored in those bits through an illusion? Is it physical? And we had, before we got computers, we were kind of thinking, well, no, it's just paint put on a canvas and it's a dream and it's a metaphor and it's frilly. But with computers, we started to realize, yeah, it's just information. Music's information. Everything can be broken down into information. There's more than one way to store information. And then now we realized the universe is storing information. We don't know what it is, but it's a record of everything that's happened to it. Every boulder is a record of everything that's happened to it up to that point. Now, some of the record gets blurred and it gets written over and over, but obviously we do know a lot of the history of a piece of granite from its chemical composition. That's information. The physical state of something is information about what happened to it.
Okay, true. What are the implications for that from what you said earlier, though? What?
It unifies information processing and the idea of physical processes.
I don't know. Johan, can you see your Brooks into that?
What?
Can you say something that's you can address? Yeah, I don't know, Puro. Can you summarize why I should be upset about what you said? What is it? What's your point? I don't
Why
get
would you be upset about it?
Why?
I think it's good news.
Well, okay. Why is it good
Good news that we're giving merit to modern science.
Because here's why. Because so far the history of science, the way it's affected culture, it has helped a lot of things, conditions and engineering and stuff, but there's been this future shock, right? And a disconnect, and people feel tiny in the universe, with it being round and a speck, and they feel insignificant, and they feel that they're just processes, and many people feel they're just determined processes, and even if they're happy, it's not really them, that they didn't, and it just, and there's a disconnect from nature.
And how
They
does
don't-
your
they-
viewpoint
and
fix
wait,
it?
now let me finish. And it comes
Yes.
from dualism and Plato and stuff, that the idea that the mind and the body are two different things, and that the mind somehow is dealing in an ethereal world that's actually great and nice, and the physical world's just a distraction and disgusting. And information was separate. Information, the meaning of something, seemed to not have anything to do with physics. Like, physics could tell you how a ball would roll, but it can't tell you anything about the meaning of a sentence. But it turns out it can be unified through information theory, which is basically now unifying them.
I take exception.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
you're
no,
saying-
There's
hold
something
on,
wrong
Pyro,
here in
wait.
principle.
no, the information. No, but
which
look at it
is
this way.
you cannot unite.
If
so
so,
can you-
okay, well,
can you
here's
let
an
me just say
example then.
something
No,
here?
well,
Wait a
chew
minute,
up this
guys.
example. I'll have an example.
Pyro.
If you have a book of Shakespeare's plays, and every human dies, another intelligent species that found it could decode it. They would be able to decode it, right? Is that true or not, do you think?
Not true.
It is true.
Not true.
Pyro. You said something before there that kind of it was kind of an insight I thought that sounded kind of interesting. You were saying beforehand there was this big future shock with science. Of, all of a sudden we'll realize that we're this little speck in the universe. We don't really mean anything per se, right? Science gives us all this technology, but at the same time, like all of a sudden we're like, oh, and by the way, you're a little, a little blue marble rotating around a little insignificant star in not even a really significant star in a big galaxy, which itself is completely insignificant in hundreds of
And
billions.
you're the result of that. How much free will can you have? You're just a little flinging bit on it.
But then you said something about the information adding meaning back, like the way of thinking about the world suddenly makes the world.
Teleology.
And you were saying about how what was what you said? Discussing the physical world wasn't really relevant, and then the information was all again suddenly, right?
Well,
so you said
still
something beforehand.
talk about the physical world. It's just that there's a unification. The physical world, the state of a system is the information that system contains. Every body of water is a hard drive. Now, it doesn't store your bitmaps for you, but it stores the physical. It stores information about the physical processes that led to its formation, and that is its current activity. Right? It has information about itself, for example. Things in reality have information about themselves, and when physics happens to them in a windstorm, and that they splash around, that changes the information in that system as a result of something new that's happened to it. and that is computation. It just happens to be that's sufficient to call that computation.
Okay, here's an interesting idea. What if the computation in the universe runs the universe down, and it's a battery, and as it computes things, it runs down?
Right.
That's
Or like,
exactly true,
yeah, right. Or like Game of Life, some things just run out, right? Like, or like some patterns, some divisions just repeat forever, and you know, it's like sometimes it takes a long time to figure out, and it's like, yeah, maybe it'll go nowhere, maybe it'll become zeros forever or ones forever and be boring. But I don't think so. I tend to. This is my poetic faith in an infinitely detailed universe, fractally forever. Never nothing to learn. There'll always be more, just as much as there is now. Even though we'll learn the things we don't know.
Okay, can I just
It's the
say
expanding
something?
universe theory of epistemology.
Thomas, go ahead and say something. You've been waiting.
Are you trying really to join modern science with philosophy here? Are you really trying to unite the two? Because there are two different types of, well, not science. There are two different areas of study. Philosophy is the thing that allows physics and all the special sciences to happen. You cannot unite both. You cannot unite them. I
Right?
mean, one
Not
leads
allowed.
to the next.
Not
It's
allowed.
math-
It's not
But
allowed
what I'm
to
trying
happen.
to say, what I'm getting from you is that you are saying that you said physics can tell you why a ball would roll, but doesn't tell you anything about the meaning of the ball rolling. Are you trying to say that, for example, it has to have some sort of meaning? Are you trying to find
Well, I
meaning
said it couldn't
outside of
tell
the
you the
fact?
meaning of
This sounds like teleology to me.
I said I couldn't. It couldn't. It was considered that physics couldn't tell you the meaning of a Shakespearean sonnet.
Because that's not the function of physics.
But what I'm saying now is we have quantum mechanics, which is a study of chemistry, basically,
Yeah.
and we have quantum computing people that have been doing quantum computing, like Seth Lloyd at MIT.
Yes.
And they realized that they're trying to make machines to do computations, and they realized that every chemical system out there is, you know, a set of information. Its current state is a set of information, at least about itself and its own physical history. Of course, you can encode other information in it. There could be a footprint in the mud, which is an encoding of some information in it, but it could also just be, you know, a storm cloud. It's still information about itself. And when it changes through the physical processes, that's a computation into a new set of information. So suddenly it seems pretty obvious that there is no distinction between quantum mechanical processes or quantum information processes, and mechanical processes are actually one-to-one, just a bunch of different words for information processes, and vice versa. They are actually about each other. Information processes are just like physical processes. Physical processes are just like information processes.
They're all the same. There are no information processes. There are
Hey,
only.
Pyro.
And the reason that unifies it with philosophy is because philosophy is an information process.
I want to let Thomas speak for a second. Thomas,
No, sorry. That was all I had actually. That was my big question there.
okay, I also want to ask you a question, though. You seem to come up with, pardon me, with you only asking one or two questions there. You seem to come from a direction of objectivism. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Ah, I see. Piero, if you don't know why I was able to deduce that from the questions he asked you, I just have to let you know that you are in a dark corner and you are sort of glimpsing the world of philosophy, and you should come up to our level someday if you can. He says,
Yeah, you are.
Pyro's cave.
and Mr. Johann Ratz, same goes for you, but you are so confused by math, I'm not sure that that's even enough tonight.
I'm
The
doing something
objectivism,
I
the
don't like,
problem is,
actually.
you know, there is a traditional concept of objectivism in traditional philosophy, which is not Ein's concept at all. Hers
I am actually
romantic
thinking philosophy
concept
is
of economic heroism is not
Whoa,
actually the
whoa,
objectivism that is from traditional philosophy. Now,
I am
neither
actually
one of
taking
those things.
masters in philosophy right now.
I believe that
Forever.
the idea of here's what I believe.
Economic
The idea of
heroism.
objects
Can you
is a
define
theory.
that?
The idea of objects is a theory based on the information that we get through our stream of consciousness. And therefore, the most fundamental theory is going to be one that is an information theory about processing information that you get through your stream of consciousness. And any theory of objects or subjects or souls or gods or if any Newton's
It
laws,
has to be
any of those,
formulated in the form of quantum
all
idealism.
of those are necessarily secondary in an epistemology to the rules of how you process information, and that's what we call logic. Good logic is the proper way of processing information.
So to you, philosophy is secondary to physics.
Go ahead, Thomas. Thomas, why don't you go ahead and say a couple things, because I think you've got some meat to work with there.
Physics is natural philosophy, and I am.
Physics is natural philosophy. Okay,
look it up.
you're ignoring something here,
Look it up.
which is metaphysics.
Look it up. That's what it used to be called. That's what Newton called it. That's what it is. That's where it came from. It's a branch of philosophy, natural philosophy, and I believe it's the best branch of philosophy ever discovered.
Well,
natural philosophy.
Natural philosophy should be
study
called
of nature.
Else. It's the study of nature comes after you start studying philosophy itself. Philosophy can be properly divided into 5 branches.
That's why physicists broke off, because of philosophers that had that attitude. They're just like, well, fuck it then. We're not even philosophers. Fuck you guys.
Well,
we want to know how nature works. We do not actually have to accept your rules in order to see how a rock falls. Sorry, you're mistaken. Nice try.
You know, it would be instructive to go back to what Nietzsche had said earlier, that first of all you take on information like a camel, and then you digest the information like a lion.
I'm 48, I did that.
Well, then what do you know? How do you know that a camel is a camel? How do you define camel? You look at it on reference to everything else. I mean, that's subjectivist epistemology. You know, I mean, I think you know. I think one of us, at least, Brandon, knows concept theory. I think.
Let's say that a camel is genetically poisoned, and a pregnant camel, and when it gives birth to it, it's just kind of a lump of fur,
it's impossible.
Camel-colored. Is that a camel?
It's a malformed camel.
Okay.
It came from a camel, therefore, it is a camel, but it is malformed.
So what if in a lab, we're able to grow the same tissues, and we recreate that exact same chemical thing, that lump, but it didn't come from a camel, it came from the lab. Is it a camel?
Well, then it came from the lab then. But there's something you need to know, and it's called the borderline case.
Right. That's the whole problem with objectivity, is the idea that classifications and categories have absolute borders. It's an important part of set theory, and it's not a part of reality.
What? No. Go back again.
No,
things do not fit in sharp. Objectivists of all the kinds believe in sharp definitions. Your system doesn't work unless there's sharp definitions.
Oh, come on.
I don't need sharp definitions. My system works with spectra.
No.
Okay. Do you know what the borderline?
Wait, hold on. I just want to say real quick that the fact that we define borderline cases as a phenomenon shows that objectivists are able to deal with reality, whereas other people, rationalists and so on, aren't. So the fact that we are able to say there are these things called borderline cases. So anyway,
yeah. Well, there's an endless number of such borderline cases.
Not all
is well distributed. Yeah, every like for example, in animal species, you have animal A that can have sex with B and reproduce, and B with C, and C with D, and D with E, and they're all the same species, right? But A can't reproduce with E, so they're not transitive. What operator in proper logic is like that? But reality is like that.
No, you admit then that there are cases that are not borderline, and that's all I want you to admit.
Of course you can. Well, it's like saying, if I throw a net around a fish, do you admit I caught a fish? Yeah, I believe in the ability to define terms. When
I
you
admit
define
that.
a term, you wrap around it. You make a border that contains some concept, some at least grain of truth. It's probably not perfectly shaped concept at first, at least.
No,
It takes a while. The idea of cause and effect, for example, we've been working on that for thousands of years and evolving it.
Well, I admit that you caught the fish, but Foucault would say that the fish's spirit got away. So in a real sense, you got the fish's nourishment, but its actual metaphysical importance has disappeared. And, so there's just fucking nonsense that's possible.
But MrCropper, what I'm saying is, with my approach, I have a stream of consciousness, right? So I'm an information processor. So it's all with reference to information processing. If you want to define a term, you have to point in the information stream to something and say, that's what I'm talking about. You have to point to it. So for example, you move to a new land, you see a new animal, and you go, that's that animal I was talking about. I'm calling it a coyote. And I go and I see, oh yeah, that animal, never seen anything like that before. It's a coyote, okay? When I see hundreds or thousands, I'll start to know more. When I catch one, and etc., and we'll get more information, and it'll become more and more defined. And it'll always be morphological at first. It has a snout like this, and it's colored like that. No, some of them are colored like that. It'll be morphological. Okay. Eventually, you will get an analytical. That's called the extension in philosophy. The morphological. I know it when I see it. Here's a group of them. And then eventually, when you have that going on for a long time, then you get an analytic definition. Okay. This is how information processing works. And then you have which is a definition like, well, maybe it's whatever begets one. I know it when I see it, but now it's whatever is beget by it. Or now we would say genetically. If you created something out of wolf coyote genetics, that would be a coyote or a malformed or mutant or clone, or coyote would be in there somewhere. And that's a better definition than just morphological, right? So, but that's just the information processing. You can always do that with information, and you can always break it down and start over and go, let's think of a different formula besides DNA. Let's use something else.
Listen, you're doing what Nietzsche kept saying happened. He said he came close to things but passed by. You're coming close to things but passing by. Listen, energy in the universe goes down, right?
No, it's conserved.
Okay. No, you're right. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Energy density goes down.
Yeah, energy density goes down. Order goes. Predictability goes down. Mm-hmm. Okay. Information. What happens to it? Huh?
It evaporates. It turns into entropy.
So you said.
Well, for example, here's the thing.
So if the universe is
this is a good example. Well, let me say. So this guy Susskind from Stanford, he was, for example, he says that the reason your computer heats up so much is that's the information turned into photons that was on the motherboard. It's going 1,000 times a second. It can't really keep memory. It's going rather millions of times a second, or billions now, I guess. To refresh its memory. It's actually refreshing it and rewriting it, and it has to throw away the old information, and that is the heat from your computer.
Right. So, look, does information increase or decrease over time?
In living systems, it increases.
Not living systems, in the universe, in the isolated system of the universe.
Well, the current understanding is that it has to, information evaporates into unknown.
The total information maintains, but the predictability of it decreases.
No, I think they're saying that now the information actually does evaporate. So like if the universe cools off, it just keeps expanding and just dead universe, what a cold universe, whatever they call it, the information would actually evaporate. And you'd have a really cold but high entropy where nothing, basically an entropy situation means if I look here, I don't know what's going on over there.
Does that violate the second law?
What?
Does that violate the second law?
No, because the entropy will keep increasing and all the information evaporates. And according to these quantum information guys, entropy, it's like Entropy is the information you don't have yet. So, for example, if you have a hot container and you stick a thermometer through a little tiny hole, right, and you pull it out and it says, oh, 120 degrees, what happened is you have information in the thermometer from the physical thing of the mercury going up to the 120 degree mark. That's information you read out, and it was actually heated up by heat that was in the container. That heat, that actual energy, is also information about what's going on in the container, and that's why that all works. And you turned energy into information. You only need a little bit of energy to get information about a container if it's homogeneous, right?
All energy is information. It takes a
Yes.
consciousness to measure it. A consciousness measures energy, and that creates information.
Well, that's part of quantum mechanics I've been trying to avoid, but yeah. What is the point? What is information? It seems like information is information when it's collected, and again, this unifies consciousness with physics again, because it's like, well, it's entropy. When no living thing knows about it, it's entropy. To be information, maybe it actually is a living phenomena after all, information. But see, we're physical phenomena, so if we're the phenomena that creates information in the universe, it doesn't make information not real, because we're real. It's just how we work. So,
Information's just a concept. You know, I mean, there are rocks. How many rocks are there? You know, how much information is there? It's just whatever we identify as a rock is a rock. Whatever we say is information is information. It's our concept. But the universe is there. Whatever we say it is, it's there. And it does what it does regardless of what we say or define it as.
I agree. Yeah, we're only discussing how it works and what it's most like and the most apt metaphor that we can think of, and it definitely is there. We know it exists because we have these flow of perceptions. I know I do, and you all talk like you do, and so that is all we know something's happening. We could be in the dream of Vishnu. It's still happening, and if you break your foot, it breaks and hurts, and things could kill you just the same. Whatever's going on, Matrix, Vishnu, Newtonian billiard ball, quantum mechanics, whatever theory we figure out, it's happening, right? We don't need to discuss if it's happening.
No, just use Occam's razor to Can't you just take those out?
What do you mean? Yeah, Occam's razor is that we have one system that mathematically predicts chemical processes, which is basically everything. That's quantum mechanics. So things probably work most like it says they work. And it says that the universe is a quantum computer, basically.
You take it a little too far, because I think Wolfram will take some of that apart. But let's just say that we accept the basic idea that it's predictable in some way. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I've had too many beers, I forgot.
Well, it is predictable. That's the thing. I mean, I'm glad you haven't tried to call that on before, because it doesn't seem like you're. It doesn't seem like you feel this way. Like a lot of people automatically react to quantum mechanics coming in. It's like it's all random. No, quantum mechanics is how we predict chemical reactions. What'll happen? The randomness is bled out with statistics. If you got billions of molecules, the statistics works great. So with statistics and the quantum mechanics, you actually can, you got the highest prediction ever of any any
Okay,
so it's actually about high prediction.
I have to.
But not with certainty.
Hey,
You use statistics instead of logical certainty. You use statistics.
Hey, I have to say what Wolfram says about quantum mechanics. I have to just interject it.
Okay.
I'm not saying this. Wolfram is saying this. He
Okay.
said when you have a situation of randomness or unpredictability in your system, what you're saying is something that I don't know about is picking the part of the system that I care about.
Right. Yes. Oh, right. No, he's brilliant on that. Okay, I just flashed back to his talking on that. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yes.
No longer tenuous with.
No, that whole bit where he goes through how scientists think.
The whole idea. That
Hero, let's let.
Okay, sorry, but anyway, yeah, and what they ignore and stuff. Okay, go ahead.
the whole idea
Let's
that-
let who's come in?
Trevor.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, the whole idea that quantum mechanics is randomness is due to our ignorance is just not tenable based on what we know. Based on what we know, for example, Bell's theorem, when you have that type of violation of that inequality, you either have to throw away realism or locality or logic, but no one's going to go there because the last one is just sort of ridiculous. So you either have to say that these photons with their spins are not defined before we actually look at them, which means that the randomness that that shows up as psi in the wave function is actually inherent to the physical system. That's why when you look at the photons, suddenly they're spin up or spin down. Or you have to say that locality is false. You have some sort of faster than light signaling, either beneath space-time or through like some Bohmian mechanics or something of that nature. And as it turns out, with quantum field theory, quantum field theory actually requires that locality is very, very strict, very, very absolute, in fact, to the point that there's just no way that you could have the type of faster than light signaling necessary to actually get the Bell state correlations that we observed experimentally. We just do not have any sort of way that there could be any sort of faster than light signaling that's able to do this.
What does that?
We have to rule out locality, and we have to. So like locality is fixed, so we have to rule out non-locality and go for non-realism, or here are the two things you can do to get around non-realism. You can say that logic breaks down, so that Aristotelian logic breaks down, and that way you can have no longer sets or anything like that, but you just have these projections of operators on Hilbert spaces. Or you can say that our free will is just gone, and like God or the devil or the universe is just arranging the system to look this way, which is just ridiculous. And so we really, if we want to go be strict and scientific, we have to say that realism is false.
Okay.
Come on.
Either
It's true.
I am just
There's the
so
consensus
tired that I
in-
need to sleep, or
Legacy
it's
inequality
that
is
this is not my native language, but this is not making any sense to me. This is way too complicated.
Well, you understand it. It's not that complicated. I knew what he was talking about. So
I was going to ask what that implies for David Bohm.
Okay, so for David Bohm, his theory, basically, you just have sort of guiding wave and particles that sort of show up, and then there are a bunch of issues with spin and that sort of thing. But quantum field theory, even just loop corrections like the binary diagrams, that's incompatible with Bohmian mechanics. There's just no reconciling that. In addition to the whole issues with the spin thing, but the bigger issue is that in quantum field theory, you need to have very, very strict locality, type of locality that Bohmian mechanics just does not have any sort of way to get any sort of Bell state correlations. You just cannot get those types of correlations.
Why?
Strict locality of quantum field theory.
With Bohm?
Yes.
yeah, it doesn't fit either relativity or quantum field theory.
Now, Bohm is a particle embedded in an information field, right? Okay, why can't you do that with Bohm then? What exception does Bohm take to the experiments that we see the results from?
Well, one of them would be that Bohmian mechanics doesn't allow for superposition to be a real thing, and well, we've actually experimentally observed superposition.
Not only that,
the naked eye.
the D-Wave quantum computer uses superposition in technology.
Exactly. So that's even
super fast computers.
Yeah, that's just like one of there are many issues with Bohmian mechanics, but that's just one issue that we already have that essentially falsifies it.
That's interesting because I thought Bohm was the best deal on the table, so I'll have to look into falsifications of Bohm, but I'm very, very suspicious of them, I have to say.
There is an aspect of Bohm which is Bohm in himself, the Bohm model itself is not correct, but there is an aspect which is an intuition which he got, which is...
Well, I mean, Johanna, you don't want to go there.
Just the universal entanglement thing, that's all.
Bohm's, on the things that Bohm has right, you don't want to go there right now with these guys.
Right, I know. Well, it's the I'm just going for the similarity between the quantum potential and the notion of universal entanglement. But
Well, he had that. I would give it. But there are other things that Bohm had right that I don't want to talk about.
all right, we won't go there. I know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you guys are up to, but I have to say that you're being outplayed here.
So I'm gonna have to go because it's 3:22. I just noticed. So.
Hero, thanks for showing up.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Fun. You're good at these. You're good at moderating these. It's a rare skill, especially without yelling or calling anybody fucktard or anything.
Ah!
Well done. Well done. All right. See you later.
All right. Take it easy.
Goodbye.
Okay, listen, so what I understand of Bohm is that he allows us to do everything that we need to do from observation. And I don't see anything from give me an observation that I can't do with Bohm.
Quantum computing.
For one, Feynman diagrams just don't work with Bohm. You can't have loop corrections there, and it's very very detailed. It's mathematical. It's mathematically complicated to explain, but it just doesn't work with Bohmian mechanics.
Okay, can you, I don't know, I mean, like I said, give me an observation. I mean,
Yeah, that is an observation. The loop corrections are involved in quantum field theory. Basically, that's what happens at CERN when you have how you'll have several particles clash, and then due to that, it'll excite a certain field, and then you'll have different particles out of that, right? And then how those will annihilate and then produce more and more particles, and you'll get your results that way. Well, turns out Bohmian mechanics is incompatible with that, basically.
because the particles are informed by a field, why is that incompatible?
It's more that it requires basically a segregation between primitive and contextual observables. So basically, that in Bohmian mechanics, you have these observables that you don't see that are sort of beneath. I guess you would call it beneath what you're going to actually see. And
is it an
separation of that
from measurement? Is it how you measure or a problem of measurement?
Well, no, it's not a problem of measurement per se. It's more of a problem of separation. You see, when you separate the wave and the particle aspects of the system and you have this sort of extra guiding wave going on, that produces different results. Especially when it comes to quantum field theory and when it comes to how it is that you have these transitions, it just does not work out mathematically.
So you're just saying that the models that they can't make sense with the models that they make.
Well, no, it's more than that. It's more that
the experimental data too.
The experimental data of quantum field theory just does not agree with Bohmian mechanics. Is basically the verdict.
Well, I'm asking you why. I'm asking you the observational data as to why. What?
Well, there is the obvious that it just flat out violates relativity. I mean, that's outside quantum field theory, but.
Well, yeah, all field theory needs relativity, but in terms of quantum field theory, it actually needs very, very strict locality from relativity, which means that we wouldn't actually have fields or any of the sort of observations that we get if it turned out that Bohmian mechanics or something like that was correct. We wouldn't like all of our predictions would just go to crap. And quantum field theory would look very, very different mathematically in order to predict the experimental results. It just the results that we have right now agree with the extremely strict local theory. And it cannot work with a non-local theory. That would just
That is a strange statement because you know apparently all the information about all potential non-local theories.
Well, no, it's not a matter of that. It's just that it's not a matter of what the information is on all the potential non-local theories. It's just that quantum field theory itself requires very, very strict locality. It's very difficult to explain this, but it requires that locality is not just a real thing, but that it's very, 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 very strict. You don't have the potential to have the types of signaling you need to get Bell standards from faster than light signal.
Well,
Twilight's relativity.
can I deduce a fact here? I think I may be able to deduce a fact. Mr. Trevor, you're the one who's been speaking, is that correct?
Yes.
You must be a friend or coterie or go along with Mr. Rotz. You and Mr. Rotz are in cahoots?
We're friends.
We know each other. We don't go back that far, but
I have to say to my longtime viewers, and I apologize to you and Mr. Rotz, that this is an example of rationalism run amok and the inability to concretize one's thoughts.
Oh,
These are
yeah.
experimental data, though. This is not just our rationalization.
Yes, rationalism. No excuses.
No, it's
No
experimental data.
excuses.
I mean,
Nine.
Well, you have
Nine.
to throw your computer out then.
9.
The computer runs on these principles.
our computer runs on what?
That was inflammatory of me. I apologize, but I am in the business of objectivism, so.
Yes.
well, what I would say is that if you have a model that disagrees
That's 9.
with experimental data,
9.
if you have a model that does not work with the type of model necessary to give you the predictions that you have, and the predictions that you have work well with some other model, then you have to say that other model is probably correct, and you have to disregard the model that doesn't work.
Yeah, but you all guys are trying to think of the model before you look at reality, so
Well,
yeah.
This is motivated by the data, the experiment.
That's pretty much it. You guys are idealists.
I seriously doubt
Yeah,
that.
that's because that's where the physics goes.
Yeah,
You know you're following the data.
Oh, that's where the physics starts? I'm sorry. I think Newton would disagree.
well, most physicists
Planck agrees.
tend to be anti-realists. They tend to choose Copenhagen, or they choose sort of like an informational interpretation. One
Modern physics.
digital physics, what they usually tend to choose. And there's a good reason for that. It's because the realist theories just do not hold up because of the fact that we have this Bell's inequality violations, this Liggett inequality violations.
Spectral theory
holding this very strict locality. We have this fact that if we had a realist theory, we would have extra thermodynamic states that we just do not see the results of in our heat capacities. There are so many things, so many problems with realist interpretations that they just don't work scientifically, which is why we just can't use them. Now, you could be a scientific anti-realist and say that, science doesn't really tell us about how the world is. It just sort of is a useful tool, and that's what I think you should probably do if you're an objectivist and you really, really, really want to have a real world. Outside of
If we really want to have a real world, we already have
a real world as badly as you do.
Physical real world.
But like,
there is a real world, but it's made of information and it's not in space.
No.
But no, if you're trying to be scientific, though, you have to reject that stuff. You have to choose for a more anti-realist interpretation, like consistent histories. You have to choose something where the quantum information is fundamental, where superposition is real, where contextuality exists, which means that depending on what you choose to understand about a system, the system will respond to that and give you an answer that is in accordance with that, where the physical traits just are not defined until you look there.
So basically, the fundamental reality.
primacy of consciousness.
Yeah, that's
reality.
Of anything. I mean,
Fundamental reality then would be none of matter not material stuff, but it would be more entangled quantum
So
information.
let me ask you this: does the world stop to exist when you close your eyes and aren't looking?
He thinks so.
But he renders it.
Yeah.
It's there, but it's
They
not
will.
in space.
Okay, so
It's
So
like onto.
Well,
Well, here's
no,
the
no,
Actually-
they might say it doesn't because
well,
you can still
objectivist. Hang on,
information
guys.
with
I
your
think
ears.
Hold on.
actually
Hey,
change?
hold on,
Wait, does it actually change
I
if
have
something
I
happens to
have
your
some-
vision? Or
Hey,
did that-
Well, even let him talk.
come on, get your shit together. Or I'm gonna start moderating this shit. Come on.
All right. So there is something that can work, and it's called ontic structure realism. Basically, what it says is, okay, what we see directly is not really there when we're not looking. It's not defined very well when we're not looking, but there is this probability or this sort of possibilities for what we're going to see that is defined independently of us, and it's this sort of structure that underlies what we experience, and that renders when we look.
So like
What about
Second
blind
Life.
people?
Imagine Second Life. You're inside computer game on Second Life, right?
Blind people have superpowers.
Well, no, it's not. It's not.
You're not
like
looking at
doing-
the other side of the city, and then you look at it, and then suddenly it renders in place, and you assume it was there the whole time because you're in the computer game, and you go to one side of the map, the building that you left when you went there last is still there again, but it's not actually there within the game until you look at it, and then the program renders it. So that's what he's getting at by ontic structural realism. The structure that
Yeah,
creates,
it's
that causes you to see the building is there.
Give serious consideration to these people who never see anything. What's their reality about? You have to really, really give that
Yeah.
thought in your idea here.
Yeah.
No, that's not really an issue. That's not really like an issue. Like
It is for
you
you.
have to understand. There's no. I mean, if you think that there's color or that there's not really color or anything out there in reality, why do you have to think that shape or that the space time you see or any of that stuff is actually out there? No, of course the stuff's not actually out there. That's so naive. And what we have to realize,
Oh, come on.
what we have to no, come on, dude.
It's true.
What we
That's
have
what they're
to realize
saying.
is that the
The
stuff
whole emergent
we-
space-time thing.
is not there until we look at it, until we look for it, and it's fine because there's something else there that underlies that produces that when we looked at. That should be freaking obvious from neuroscience because because we have this whole mechanism inside of our brain that has to sort of construct a world, and we even say that they're reconstructing the world. Well, now we know that the world that we see is not there. Big freaking whoop.
So the world
Big
pops into
freaking
existence
big
when you open your eyes.
It's not there until we look for it. But the stuff underneath,
Wait. If it's not
we can still
there
get.
until you open your eyes,
Underneath is real.
how
There
can
is
you
a reality. It's not what we're seeing. Okay.
Yeah.
and how can you explain that the other people
Oh my god.
see that handsome way
Oh
of
my
viewing
god.
are able to
I mean,
see
You're
it?
interacting with it
So
through rendering
it's
it,
like
right?
how
So
naive.
that's a lot of it.
Real-time train wreck. Real-time train wreck.
Well, I mean,
There is a reality we just don't see.
like.
Okay, let me just
No,
ask you a
interact
question,
with it.
Trevor.
Okay.
If
Question.
I am currently in my house,
Okay.
I am sitting in front of a computer.
Okay.
You're telling me that according to all that you believe in, the door, which is just like 6 meters to my left, what's behind it doesn't necessarily exist because I'm not directly observing it.
Exists in the hard drive.
Here's the thing. You have to understand. This
It's
is
there in the
whole
hard drive.
metaphor.
It's not there.
Johanna, he asked me the question. Give the answer, okay?
Yeah, either of you, anyway. But yeah.
The door, you have to think about things differently. So we have this metaphor today that we didn't have before, which is very useful of the whole video game with things rendering.
Yeah, it happens with Minecraft as well. Yes.
Yeah. Well, if we think about that, really, that's not too big. That's not too big of a jump to say. Basically, what we're experiencing is not the same as whatever the ultimate reality is. Obviously, when we look away, obviously things are not going to look like what we see, because what we see requires us to see it. Like if we see something, that representation that you have, like a tennis ball or something, a yellow tennis ball, it's not yellow without someone there seeing yellow. If someone else who's colorblind sees it, you're going to see
Colorblind.
gray. Someone else
He's
who sees
colorblind,
red
by
instead
the
of
way.
yellow is going to see red there.
Also,
So
colorblind is a wrong term. You should say daltonic.
world isn't
Colorblind
there.
people are actually blind to colors differently.
So it's more like Kantian. So it's more like Kantian at the minimum. I wouldn't say.
Whoa, the K word.
Wait. If Kantian or
Well,
anything, it's like
the
thing in itself.
Kantian thing. There's a slight difference with the Kantian thing is you can't get to the noumenon from the phenomenon. Whereas with this, you can deduce things with it. You can actually, what would
Yeah,
be
that's
on the other side, you can deduce about, and you can know what it is, even if you can't see it directly.
Yeah, that's where kind of where you're going, guys. You're like going all Plato on steroids, or
No.
I mean, this all remind. I said it before actually in the chat. I mean, just because we're all of this just because we are information driven by cause and effect. Sorry, I'm having ancient Greek philosophy flashbacks here. Suddenly I'm going to start talking with
Well, it does fit well
Parmenides
with
instead of
Neoplatonism.
Pyro.
It does fit well
No.
with Neoplatonism, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I would say it fits very well into Platonism, but you know, there's.
Well, it fits very well into Platonism because it's primacy of consciousness.
Well, I mean,
You're
you have to think about
completely
it.
ignoring
I mean, it makes sense because I mean, when we think about it, what they're saying is that specifically the structure that we are interacting with is entangled information, and of course, when you go to integrated information theory, which is the cognitive science model over at University of Madison, that's kind of the foremost cognitive science model now, with some experimental data too. That one of the examples of integrated information is entangled information, because you can't separate the two particles. You can't interact with the system without interacting with each of the particles at once. You can't separate the particles. So, if that's the case, and the structure that we're interacting with is entangled information, and entangled information is integrated information or consciousness, then logically that would mean that the primacy of consciousness just follows out of the primacy of existence, because existence is simply made out of consciousness. Substance.
Yeah, they said it.
Hey,
Okay.
I mean, Rob, I don't think you should go that far. These
jump
guys.
in for a second.
We've been there before, Trevor. We've been there before.
Oh,
Let me just jump in for a second. I just have to say, because entanglement is possible doesn't mean that it is the dominant fact of the system and has to override every principle that you observe.
Well, no, that
No,
doesn't.
the thing is that
Yeah, fair enough.
he's basing the thing off of integrated information theory, which is a cognitive scientific theory from the University of Wisconsin-Madison professor Giulio Tononi, as well as professor, I think he's Caltech professor, or former professor, Christoph Koch. Both they're cognitive science, neuroscience guys. And their theory is basically that integrated information is basically consciousness. The consciousness is a feature of complex integrated systems. So, that would be sort of like what we would need to have an AI type thing to begin with. But yeah, so like if you take that sort of view, then one of the things that falls out is that because quantum vacuum or universal wave function necessarily has maximal entanglement, that would mean that it would have this sort of overarching entanglement throughout the world. But yeah, that's a whole other thing, though.
Yeah, that's kind of where that's the end point of it. It's an overarching conscious state that simulates the physical world we're inside of.
But even without that, just to answer your question about what's behind the door, well, when you're thinking about this, it's like when you're in a video game, right? Let's say you have a door and there's stuff, and let's say you're in a room in a video game. There's nothing behind the door yet. It hasn't rendered in. But what there is though is there's data in your hard drive that will render in to like a person or a monster or something that's behind the door. Even when you're not looking, it might that something might come in like a monster instead of the back of the video game. Well, that's basically the better analogy for the type of realism that we can hold. What we cannot hold is the type of realism wherein there actually is a monster that looks just like a monster behind the door right now. No, that doesn't work. Instead, those sorts of traits are not defined the way that they are defined when we're looking at the monster, until we look at the monster. and that's all that the anti-realism from quantum mechanics says. So basically,
You can.
The structure there, it's the program still. The monster is still in the program on the hard drive, and then when you look at it, it renders into a monster in the actual video.
yes.
And even if you are rendering, if this example is flawed because even when, for example, in Minecraft, let's use a more accessible example here. When you are in Minecraft and you are walking through a field and suddenly the field starts rendering again, it glitches, but you can still walk through the thing that is not rendered yet because there's still something there.
Yeah, there's
So
there's a
so
structure.
it's not a problem with the fact of consciousness still needs some time to create the visible thing for whatever.
That's what we see at
No,
quantum
the
tunneling.
problem
That's what we see in quantum
is
tunneling. We see that in the quantum realm. It's called quantum tunneling. And in theory, if you had a high enough vibration person, like a wave function frequency that was high enough, that person, I mean, it's hypothetical, could in theory pass right through a wall, like, highest possible entanglement.
Like that's like if we were if we had
But the point is, you don't pass
Here's an
through
example. Here's an
the...
example.
doing those.
Trevor, you mentioned that there's at the highest level there's an overarching entanglement, right?
The highest version of what entanglement you said?
At some level there's a highest level there's an overarching entanglement that.
Well, yeah, that's
maximum entanglement.
From the
Let's suppose that you had that's a maximum conscious state, phi state. Suppose that it was somehow that conscious state was somehow instantiated into an avatar, like a person or something, right? That person would have a maximum entanglement, maximum frequency, and could very easily quantum tunnel through walls.
Okay, yeah, that's true, but
like a say the overmind.
Sort
right?
of like the guy hacking the hologram. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, say the overmind that was simulating the entire universe, I see one person and appear there and walk through a wall.
You don't have to go crazy.
I know, but it's just an example. It's an example. But it's the same thing. I mean, we don't see that at the large scale, so we don't see that kind of high frequency.
Well, I mean,
that level of entanglement here.
Well, I think we actually do see it somewhere though. Let's think about.
We do see it at the quantum scale though.
Well, I mean, we do see something like that somewhere though. For example, we have dreams. All sorts of crazy crap happens in dreams, right? Like going through walls, or flying, or stuff appearing out of nowhere or disappearing when you look away, and all that crazy stuff. Well, that's what the quantum realm looks like. Right?
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Wait,
Trevor, that actually makes sense. It actually makes sense for a reason.
No sense.
No, the reason being...
reality. Dreams are different from reality.
Well, no, I'm not just saying...
They are.
Here's the thing. You have to understand we have this sort of Cartesian split that we've carried into our culture that wasn't around until literally like 300 or 400 years ago. The way that we think about the external world, the way that we think about our minds, the way, all that stuff, we've sort of imposed this artificial split that never really needed to be there onto science. And I think it's time...
You're saying this split is only 4 years old?
What?
How old do you say this split is?
The split is about 300 or 400 years old. It's not old.
No, it's been around since Plato. It's primordial.
No, it's been around since Plato. He's right.
Oh, it's not that old. Because,
well, you're talking about the modern Cartesian dualism, I think, right?
Well, not just the Cartesian dualism, but the separation between
the
way that we perceive the world, and then sort of like, there being this objective way that the world is when no one's looking at it.
Come on.
Your whole scientific theory makes you
well, no, it hasn't. It hasn't.
5-year-old. The world exists when not having the peekaboo.
If you look at Ernst Mach, Ernst Mach's work, or if you look at Wilhelm Gottfried Leibniz, or if you look at look at Schrödinger, or any of any of the quantum founders. If you look at, there are lots of scientists who've always been sort of these. I don't want to call them. I don't know if I would call them anti-realist, but what they would say is that essentially an object, a physical object or a piece of matter or whatever, is literally just a bundle of sensations. And that's what Ernst Mach say it is. For example. And he was a realist.
I'm telling you, it's not. What about it?
but he did not have this artificial split that we're imposing onto the world. And if we look at the theory, at the best theories of, the best interpretations, the reigning interpretations today, Copenhagen, it's anti-realist, so it's pretty cool.
Oh, come on.
But quantum Bayesianism is probably...
Hey. Copenhagen?
We don't agree with Copenhagen. When you're saying anti-realist they're talking about two types of anti-realisms here, okay? Firstly, there's the physical anti-realism, which is saying really the world is not there and renders when we look at it. And then there's the scientific anti-realism, which is the philosophical kind of anti-realism, which says that
Johannes,
there's pragmatic models that predict the world, but we're not going to say that there's any actuality to the model itself. That the model, they're being anti-realist about the model, which says that the world renders upon observation.
Huey?
Well, Copenhagen actually is anti-realist in the...
Essentially, it's anti-realist. It's anti-realist.
Anti-realist doesn't that mean that it's realist?
Well, no, it's not realist.
No, it's
just use relative.
Johannes confusing Copenhagen interpretation with the way that some interpretation. In the standard Copenhagen interpretation, it's literally the up is not defined.
Hey,
Come on, let Trevor finish.
We got
silence. Brutus
Hey, I'll let Trevor finish, but then we got to reach a different topic after Trevor finishes. Because this is
standard Copenhagen. The particle's traits are not defined until you measure it, but it's not necessarily your consciousness that's causing its traits to render. Now, there are shall I say, interaction-free measurements and other sorts of things that show that perhaps you don't need a measuring device, but more than that, but that your observation, the order in which you observe things, actually determines some physical effects. For example, the delayed choice entanglement swapping experiment differs from the regular entanglement swapping experiment in that it literally just delays when the experimenter receives the results from one set of the measurements, and in that case, that actually has a pronounced effect in that it changes the order of which photons actually end up getting entangled. And the only difference is not when the photons got detected or what order they got detected in, but it's the order that the data was read in. That's the only difference, and that has an empirical effect on the system. So, that sort of suggests that you have to go a little bit more anti-realist, which means you need to get to the informational approaches or to quantum Bayesianism.
Okay, this is way more complicated than it should be.
It is.
You are making a mountain out of a pebble.
Yeah.
That's basically it. Why
just...
cannot we stay with the words of one of the wisest philosophers of the 20th century, Tina Turner? What you get is what you see, and there's nothing more to it. That's it.
Well, what you get is what you see is mental. So there's nothing.
No, it's not. It's processed by my mind. But it exists.
That's your perception. It stops your perception. So.
Can't.
But except that here, the difference between this and Kant is that Kant says you can't know about what's on the other side of perception. This theory is able to tell us what's on the other side of perception.
I'll tell you, let me ask you, Johan, that's an informative sentence that you just put out there. You can't know what's on the other side of perception.
That's Kant said that.
That's Kant.
Okay. Just be devil's advocate for us for a second. Go ahead and defend him. Because my accusation against him would be, how does he know?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I disagree with him completely because how do you know?
It's by faith. Kant wanted to justify Christian morality. How does he do it?
You don't need that. You don't even need that. we don't even need to use faith to get there. We can just model God's
Yeah,
mind.
you
with
need
Well,
faith to get there.
Come
Just
on.
pull
You can-
stuff out of his luminal ass.
Well,
Wait, guys, please let me ask. Come on, I've been waiting.
Liran, go ahead. Liran, you got the stage for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
No, it's
Drop the
not even-
mic, man.
I want to know, Trevor and Johan, do you view yourselves as objectivists, by the way? Yes or no? No, too much in it. Yes or no?
Does, right? Or Thomas does.
Oh, I know, Thomas. I'm interested about Trevor and Johan. No complex answer. Yes or no?
No, MrCropper actually pointed out at the beginning of the broadcast.
Oh,
Right there.
okay.
So he's a Neo-Pythagorean and so on.
Okay.
But Kant's point about the whole thing of needing faith because you don't know what's on the other side of the
No,
divide.
I asked yes or no question, not your life story. Next.
I believe
Trevor?
the Hoek-Spector theorem, which says that there is
Trevor, yes or no?
No, I don't believe there is objective, completely non-observational whatever.
Why are we talking
Completely
with you
observational,
about this?
whatever. That's a pretty good definition.
I don't believe in that. I don't
From you.
What are we talking to you about this, then?
like it's
It's
like
pointless.
there are no public objects.
Liran,
I
keep
just don't
going.
believe in that.
I have to go AFK for a moment.
Everything's pointless because the universe is a waterfall going downhill.
Everything is water!
Well, a waterfall going downhill has a point because there's a point where at which the waterfall, will actually fall down
Well,
as opposed to
the
just
point-
flowing down.
the
And then there's a point where
is
water
zero
crashes.
If that's the point, then the point is zero energy. That's not very exciting, but it may be the point. That's the purpose of everything. So, Christopher Hitchens said the point is a glass of wine and some good strawberries and a straight run to the grave. And who can take exception to that? Who would offer anything else?
Exactly.
Oh,
I think that's kind of funny actually. That
wait, I wanna say something. Excuse me. Dibs. I call Dibs. What is your? Did you read Logical Leap, Trevor and Johan? Did you read those books?
logic and what?
Logical Leap.
By who?
I hope.
David Herman.
No.
He's an objectivist.
Yeah. Kind of a hack.
Familiar with objectivist literature. Sorry.
Well, what book about? Did you read Novum Organon by Francis Bacon?
All the goodie.
Novum Organon, Book 2, especially Book 2 by Bacon.
No, I haven't read Bacon's works yet. So
No, yet.
yeah.
Well, do it.
He said,
I'm surprised if you ever. I mean, what scientific book did you read? Actually,
See here, Lee Smolin, Three Roads to Quantum Gravity. Is it Hidden Reality by Brian Greene, Hyperspace by Kaku.
Brian Green.
Johan, let me just interrupt and ask you to give your credentials. I mean, you're like a professor at a university and
Not quite. I'm a master's. I did my undergrad in physics at UW Milwaukee, minor philosophy, and then I got picked up by J.P. Moreland to study philosophy. He's a famous philosopher to study philosophy out of Biola University in LA. So.
and what do you're like you're writing and can you give us anything you've published lately? I mean,
Not lately. Well, last year I was having some issues, shall we say, personal issues and so on, and I wasn't really able to do much. But I'm working on a paper currently with two colleagues, a professor here at Biola as well as a colleague in Washington State. And we're going to model the universe. Specifically, it's an entanglement-based model of emergent space-time from a conscious state.
Hey, I gotta go, guys. So, peace out.
right. Okay, so Rats, did you ever read a book about method? Did you ever read a book about scientific method?
No. I mean, I know
What?
a little bit about.
Huge honors,
you know,
man.
I've seen little bits about it, but like it's
Why are you a scientist then?
well, it's a trivial thing. I mean, we have a small understanding of it. It's not, I mean, you learn a little bit about it, but I mean, it's simple when you understand. There's experiment and theory, and
You get from one to the other like that by snapping your fingers. It's really easy. Doesn't require any.
relatively. I mean, if you understand a little bit about it, and a little more to it at times,
What did you read about it?
just what was in basic science textbooks.
Well, what type of things do they say?
Just that it's a cycle usually. I mean, they usually say they start with evidence or a hypothesis, then they cause more evidence, goes to a theory, and then it cycles back, and then they kind of explain that usually in practice,
Did they say
scientists
anything
do
about?
this, it turns into like a loop.
Well, did they say anything about? I agree, it's a loop, but did they say anything about concepts?
Not really, no.
No. Okay. Do you
No,
ever?
that's where philosophy comes in, because I did my minor
Did
in
you
philosophy.
ever find? Wait. Did you ever find yourself using concepts, or defining concepts, polishing them, applying them, seeing where they apply or don't when you do your work?
Yeah, see how they fit in and so on.
How so?
Well, for example, we study properties and so on, and then I was having an argument with someone recently who was a substance dualist, which is a position which I disagree with, and
I didn't ask about that.
you asked for an example.
Aaron, don't be a dick.
I'm not a dick. I mean, it's going off topic.
Johan, can I ask you a question about you? I'm planning to do the thing on Monday night with. Oh, sorry about that. With Wolfram. Are you going to be available or there? Are you interested or?
Right, well, Monday night, you said?
Yeah, Monday night.
I probably could do that.
I plan to go on it for a long time, and we'll probably end up doing other things because it'll go long. But
Gotcha.
do you know what do you know about him, and what's your?
Not as much, but I'm going to watch those lectures.
Okay, and look into it a bit.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. I think that he's seminal in the way he's seminal for physics in the way that Ayn Rand was for philosophy. I think, and
Gotcha.
Objectivists should get into that and know that. What do you think of the idea that we might not be able to understand where the universe came from? I mean, would that really upset you? Because you seem to want to be able to understand what's going on around us. What if we can't?
Well, I have to see his ideas on that. I mean, yes, that does kind of sit weird with me, the notion that we can't understand it, especially because I think we do have at least a framework of an idea, not the full idea, but a framework of an idea of what happened before the
Well, I
universe.
mean, we certainly can. I mean, look at evolution. We have a framework of where we came from, but we don't necessarily know. I mean, DNA gives us a really good framework, but we still don't necessarily exactly know exactly what happened when and so on. I mean, it's not a formula.
Fair enough. We don't know exactly all the intentionalities and ideas that went into simulating the universe, for example, on our models.
Yeah. So it
Does
could.
anyone,
We know the
Does
basic
anyone-
principle, though.
It could be very difficult to go back, even doing these super CERN experiments and shit. It could be very difficult or possibly even impossible to find out what happened earlier.
Well, the question then is, we look at the conditions of the very early universe and see, what kind of laws they would require. Like, you go back to the Planck era, for example, and you find that there's some tension between quantum mechanics and relativity, and so you have to replace that with a quantum theory of gravity. And so, yes, there are open holes because we don't have a complete theory of quantum gravity yet, and so we don't know the full picture, but we do have something of a framework now. So, I mean, I guess I'd have to ask what kind of things we would not know. We can know some things, we don't know other things. The question is, can we know all the other things? We don't know. We're still pushing at the theory.
I think that we need a theory that could explain everything that we want to explain without us being here to explain it.
Okay, that's fine.
So you want us to be in the picture somewhere and understand how our consciousness interacts or does.
Oh, it doesn't have to be our consciousness, right? Because the idea is you could have
want a
mind.
consciousness.
the overmind could be simulating the universe without our consciousness in it.
Wait. What do you count as explain? Because I mean,
Quantum gravity is explaining.
I was asking Brandon.
Oh.
But okay, what did you say?
Wait, that's a good question. Because I can answer it. What do I count as explain? What do you mean by explain what? What do you mean?
You said we need something to explain the universe, but what do you mean by explain? I mean,
Explain why the universe exists.
What do you mean by that? Can you break down the question into percepts or entities?
Yes.
Okay. What percepts would they refer to ultimately?
The fact that let's see. So perception-wise, perceptions are a fact that exists within the events that have occurred since some event occurred, which created events which can occur. I mean, that's as far as I can go. That's super deep.
That's not very helpful.
That's actually really helpful, and everyone who's watching, this is recorded and this is going to be on tape, so everyone can rewind and listen to that very carefully and see how fucking brilliant that was. That was brilliant. That shit was brilliant. Now, can you remember, why do you take exception to what I said? Because it was really, really carefully worded. Go ahead. Why do you take exception, or Johan, do you think what I said was reasonable?
Say it again? Sorry.
No, I can't. I'm too drunk for that. But it was carefully worded.
I was looking at checking something out.
So neither of you absorbed it while I said it, so I was counting on you. But
sorry.
no, why don't you go ahead and repose the question, and let's try to recreate the moment.
I think there are too many random elements for that to happen properly.
That may be the case. That may be. But if it's if my epiphany was reliable, I'll be able to recreate it if it's objectively reliable.
Also, you are philosophizing while intoxicated, so.
Let me do a little more of that, and then we'll do a little more philosophizing. Go ahead, repose the question that I answered correctly.
Me?
Yeah, I think you.
Oh, okay. I mean, what percepts and entities would the statement explain and refer to? What are the reference?
What statement?
Your question. I'm sorry, not statement. The question. What was your statement? What reference and entity would it have a reference to? You can just say the concept, and you can use the concept as reference in Unix.
Thomas, take over. Can you steer this? You know how many beers I've had. Thomas, take this over. What's happened here?
I don't know. I literally don't know what's going on.
All right,
I'm just at a loss here.
Reduction, right? You remember hierarchical reduction in Peikoff's understanding objectivism and art of thinking? He talks about HR.
I can do that. What is it?
Can you do that to your question about the universe?
Can I do what to my question about the universe?
It's a hierarchical reduction.
Okay.
Oh, hierarchical reduction.
What did it feel like I said?
Thomas, explain what he wants. I can do this.
He wants. I think what he means is that he wants you to try to break your question about the universe into hierarchies or concepts.
Yeah, just walk it down. Walk it down to.
Because everything comes from sense perception. So what I said about the universe is what? That it's what? Randomness? What did I say about it?
I think the question is, why do you need to explain the universe?
You can answer this question when you're sober, by the way.
Yeah, well, I answered it earlier, and you guys can't remember what I fucking said.
That's true. It's recorded though, so
It's recorded,
yeah.
so everybody who's watching me falafel right now can just rewind and remember that I can.
Watching you falafel?
Do you know what the falafel?
Waffle means go back and forth, but we have to be politically
Ah.
correct. Everything has to be Middle Eastern, so.
No, no, falafel is not. Falafel is Israeli.
Oh, is that not Middle Eastern? Excuse me,
It
sir.
was, now it's Israeli.
Is Middle Eastern not Israeli?
So wait, Israel is like the Argentina of the Middle East?
Kinda.
Israel's not in the Middle East. Israel's in fucking Iceland, right?
Yeah, no, Israel is in Israel. Israel is not like the Middle East. Israel is like Israel.
Hey, listen, I want to get back to what my question was or what my answer was, because it was brilliant. No one can remember?
No, I can't.
You're drunk.
I'm the only one drinking. I haven't seen any of you bastards drink shit.
There was a game today, Venezuela versus Argentina. I drank a beer, didn't get
Plus,
me.
all your cameras are off. I'm the only drunk, and I'm the only one with his camera on.
Oh,
Yeah, you're the only one who can we perceive to be drunk or something. Because we are directly observing you. Wait, so does that mean that you stop existing when the camera is not pointing at you?
wait.
Because we still see the little the miniature version of you in the hangout.
There's a brilliant but open market for people who do comics about this Copenhagen quantum mechanics, because there are all these people who can't be seen unless they're looking at someone. So they can stay around.
I have a question. If
any one of you read existential comics?
No.
Wait,
No.
If you stop existing when you are not seen, does that mean when you fall asleep and you wake up, you go from existing to existing, from not existing to existing? When you fall
No, that
asleep,
means everyone else goes from existing to non-existing.
Yeah, everyone else is not rendered. You're
what about you? Because you're not even aware of
Because
yourself.
primacy of consciousness means primacy of your consciousness.
No, I mean yourself.
You're in your computer game, right?
When you fall
your
asleep.
avatar, alright, and your avatar goes to sleep, right? What happens? You don't render the rest of the game from your frame.
No game analogies, no analogies. I mean in real life.
That is
If
real
you
life.
fall asleep, are you aware of yourself?
No.
No. Well, does that mean you don't exist when you're asleep?
Well,
no.
I don't know, Liren. You're never aware of yourself, so.
Different
That
kind
is
of consciousness.
what you just said.
External perception versus internal perception is a different matter. So.
There's no even internal perception.
Right, I know what I'm saying. Internal, quantum mechanics doesn't cover internal perception that way. So.
There's no even internal perception. So.
Right.
So you stop existing and then you come existing. So we have something coming from nothing, which is a contradiction.
No, the model simply doesn't address that. It doesn't go that far.
I don't know. You just that doesn't make sense. It's like I mean you just said so. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. But if you're not aware of it, it doesn't exist.
The model doesn't tell us. The model doesn't tell us what to think about that.
The model will tell us. The model. But I just told you that your thing requires something going from nothing, which is fucking impossible.
No, that's not my model. That's not my model.
I don't fucking care. That's what your premise tells me. And if you follow it consistently, it leads you up in that trap. So I just refuted it logically.
That's not my model. My model doesn't say that.
Shut up! You don't know how the model doesn't.
It's not real socialism!
Like it. You can change it if you don't like it. You gotta be consistent.
Yeah, Johan, I have to say you sound a lot like the people who say, I come and say, look, Soviet Russia failed, Nazi Germany failed.
Right, I know what I'm saying is.
And you say that's not my model. That's not my model. I've got something different.
Guys, listen. The perceptions.
Yeah, the perceptions
are external perceptions. They're not internal perceptions. Quantum mechanics doesn't do internal perceptions.
No, you're not being very original. You're really not being very original. People have gone down this path so many times.
Yeah.
I know you think it sounds like that, but all I'm saying is it doesn't address that. There's no theory. Well, there may be a way to bring that in.
Look, I don't mean to have a laugh at your expense or anything, but what the hell?
I know. Okay, well, let's try.
But
Let's
he's
try
quite
to
easy.
play. Let's play devil's advocate here, and let's assume that I'll try and think of a way you could model this on the model. Okay, so let's say here, entangled information is consciousness, right?
What?
So entangled information that was part of the idea. Entangled information is consciousness, right?
Okay.
Wait,
So
what?
information is there whether or not you're looking at it. Either the information is in rendered
What
form
do you
in
mean
your
by
game,
information?
or it's
What do you mean by
unrendered.
information?
I don't
What
use
is
the
the
concept
information?
information for this.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
use the
mean,
concept
a lot of
existent.
Yeah.
Right? So
That's the first mistake. You cannot call it information.
Information
That
derivative.
that's too big a concept
Yeah,
for
What do you mean
mathematics.
information?
Information derives from our consciousness. It's not a primary.
not
I
our
mean, with information sometimes people mean order.
Yeah.
Sometimes
We're not
they mean
saying
order.
the whole idea is idealistic, so it's not that it's our consciousness, it's that there's a big supermind out there.
Why do you think there's a big
Hegel!
Plato.
And that in turn is running, programs in it, okay?
It's Plato. It's the one man. It's the single man in the sky. All of us are just an individual unit of the man, and there's one man in the sky called God. We're all just a fuzzy, and that's what
It's
you
a
are.
scientific model of God, essentially.
Wait,
God without the face.
look, analogy aside, why do you figure that we're all in the mind? I mean,
Because
I
that's
mean,
what physics says.
well, how did that figure?
When Trevor was on, he was pointing out how realism is false and doesn't work, and how at root it's a quantum pyro too.
Realism doesn't work, but if realism doesn't work, you start existing the moment you wake up.
Right, we're getting back to that though. You still exist while you're not sleeping, okay? But what you are when you're not sleeping is disassociated bits of quantum information, okay?
Not even that.
Wake up.
Not aware,
Those
period.
entangle.
No, you're not aware, period. So you're not
Yeah,
existing.
you're not aware, period. But what I'm saying is,
So
the
anti-realism would say that
individual
you're not-
ideas that make up your mind, individual bits of information that make up your consciousness, disentangle while you're asleep. So
not
there's no
even that.
consciousness.
One of us is there. That's
How
not
do you
even
do
that.
that?
One of us is nothing.
How do you get them to disentangle while you're asleep? How do you
By
do that?
disrupting the
That's a
gamma
lot of work.
synchrony. By disrupting the gamma synchrony.
You have to disentangle a lot of people from reality while they're sleeping. That's a lot of work you got to do.
No, you just shut off it stops rendering the program for them.
No, wait, that doesn't make
From their
sense.
frame.
Wait, let me get
They're
this
out of the
straight.
computer game. They're out of the computer game. So.
Yo, let me get this straight.
Right.
Well, you are saying that when we all go to sleep, we all join like a matrix.
Yeah.
That's the dumbed down version of what you're saying.
Say
Can
it
you
again,
just
say
say
it
that?
again. Say it again. When we're going to sleep, we what?
We all go into a different reality by quantum entanglement, and
Well, outside
oh
space-time,
my
yeah.
God.
So yeah, in a sense, you're outside space-time. You're back in the hard drive now.
I certainly get the impression that all modern scientists and physicists have watched way too much Matrix or Dark City or Existence and stuff like that.
Ghost in the Cell, that's another one. Good anime.
Ghost in the Shell, really? I didn't know that.
So it's actually interesting because there's beneath space-time. They're saying it's entanglement, which
But wait,
is a wave function. So there's actually this whole realm beneath space-time.
You didn't solve the thing about falling asleep and dreaming, because anti-realism would say that when you fall asleep, you don't exist because you're not aware of anything when you're asleep.
Well, the information that comprises you still exists, though.
Why would you think information exists? No, wait. Why would you think information exists? Doesn't that go against realism?
No, because the information. Well, yeah, the information realism in the physical realism. Physical realism is false. The object structural realism is right. So it's like the computer game analogy. Trevor was saying how the monster is behind the door.
I'm looking for what it is.
Well, what it is information outside of physical space-time and Hilbert space that re-entangles upon awakening.
Well, how do you know this type of information is there? Don't tell me that's what the physics says, because that's not an explanation.
Okay, you want the detailed physics?
No, I don't want the detailed physics. I want you to tell me, what did you observe to know that...
That is the detailed physics that we're observing, and then how we got to the conclusion with our observations.
But how would you do that? I mean, have you observed someone sleep to do it?
Yeah,
Because
anesthesia. They observe this with anesthesia.
well,
I have to
how
say,
would you know
what
that?
they
Because
found
you'd
is
have to apply to...
observation is very
Because
good.
that's his sleeping, it's not your sleeping. I mean, I'm asking you about your sleeping. When you sleep, are you aware of anything?
Sometimes when I'm dreaming, or one
Well,
time.
but sometimes you don't
I
dream,
told
right?
him the one time. I told MrCropper. I don't know if I want to bring that up here though, but that was crazy.
But I mean, is there any time ever that you have slept and you were not aware of anything?
Yeah, the consciousness was simply
Okay.
disassociated into
So
being
you weren't aware of anything, but you weren't aware of anything, correct?
Yeah, so I wasn't rendering anything. Correct.
So you didn't exist.
No,
The
the physical reality didn't exist. The consciousness,
but you didn't exist because you
elements of the
weren't aware of
consciousness
yourself.
existed beneath it.
But you didn't exist because you weren't aware of yourself.
You've got a lot of weight to carry here, Johan.
The stuff that makes me up though did exist. Even
No,
if maybe
come on, that's a huge.
No, because
it's not a huge leap at all. The information is conserved. The information in physics is always
but for it to
conserved.
wake you up, it has to exist. So how can it wake? And you're not aware of it. So how can it wake you up if it doesn't exist?
Because it doesn't exist.
You have to.
What doesn't exist in the world
That's
is
a huge
the
burden.
world. What doesn't? Okay, you're confusing two things here. Okay. Yes, there is something that doesn't exist when we look at it, but that something is not the information. The information is there regardless. Okay.
I think
What
the
doesn't
information
exist is the physical
God. It's
world.
like
Okay.
connected to anything. Because I mean, no matter what, you'd say there's information there when there's no reason to suspect it. So it's like the many from the one. To quote them, it's like no matter what you'd see, you'd say, oh, it's information. Even I mean, let me ask you this: is there any case where there isn't information in something?
No.
Well, if there is always information, how can you say that you figured it out? It would be like if a guy can only see white. Is there any way he would figure out he's only seeing white? No, there isn't, because there would be nothing to compare it to. So how can you say it's all information? I mean, it doesn't.
You could say there's some third substance that we don't interact with, but there's no reason.
Is it also information?
Ah, wait.
Let's suppose
that
there's
we are not interacting with?
Something else that's not information. Let's suppose that exists.
I don't know. Smells like canned.
But I mean, if it's all information,
For the sake of argument, there's something that's not information. If there was some information, we couldn't even know about it anyway. So.
What's for the sake of argument? You just said it's all information.
I know it is, but I'm saying if you're right that there is, say we're just seeing the world as all white because we can't see anything other than white, like we see the world as all information because we can't see anything other than information. But so let's suppose that the guy seeing all white is wrong because it's because he's only seeing white. Doesn't mean there are not other colors, right?
No, but I mean, and you're saying that all that exists is information, so there wouldn't be any guy who could see non-information and then say, "Aha! I discovered information by."
Yeah, I know. You could not. You can't even do that. You can't even find non-information. So there's no point in even.
Right. So why even call it? Why even use information to explain something? Because I mean, you would see a phenomena and you would say that's information, but it wouldn't say anything. It would be meaningless. Literally meaningless, because it wouldn't add anything, because you could say it for anything. So you'd be left with, like, if you want to explain a phenomenon, wait, please. So if you'd want to explain a phenomenon and you'd say use information to explain it, you wouldn't explain anything, because you would be back at square one. Because information explains everything, which means it explains nothing. So what the fuck?
The reason it's being used is because we have this false conception of there being matter, which is itself a construct of information, but most people don't think of it as a construct of information. They think of it as something fundamental and a fundamental explanatory unit. And so the whole point of bringing in informational physics and so on is to point out that no, this thing we call matter is not actually fundamental stuff and doesn't really exist. And the fundamental unexplained building block is information rather than matter.
How did you get into that? How did you get to that conclusion? Wait a second. Well, how did you get into that conclusion?
Well, because of the physics, the non-realism, the realism is false, so the model has to be described with information.
You think realism is false, but just to prove that you use realism, so you're in a circle. You're saying realism is false because what I say is this, and what I say is this, and what I say is this.
It's obvious that matter is the primary and information is the secondary.
Well, no, it's the other way around. It's the other way around.
I mean, it's not even about that. It's circular algorithm itself.
How do you get around that, Johan? How do you rationalize?
Okay, here you go. Let's have an experiment. All right. So the first thing you know in the world, what is it?
I don't know. I can't remember that far back.
Let's go. Let's examine, for example, Descartes. I think for his whole first meditation state.
No. The first thing you know is when you come out of your mother's womb and you see light and air and sound.
Oh, yeah, I think that's true.
Before all that, you close your eyes. You can. Okay, so the external world's there, but then you close your eyes, shut everything off. You could be in a dream. You don't know. He points this out. There's been times before when
no,
impossible. Really, what somebody was dreaming.
No, impossible.
So the one thing that we know for certain, before we know anything else, is the ideas in our own mind, the platonic.
No, it's not true. No, not true. Because everything we see of kids until like age 5, they don't have ideas. They just have stuff running through them. That's not true.
Well,
it's not dreams because
let's apply skepticism to
dreams until age 10.
Let's apply skepticism to memory then, okay? Let's
Why?
imagine that's the basis for knowledge.
Okay.
If you get rid of whatever you can't doubt is knowledge, right?
I don't agree with that. I think that's stupid because.
Rigid foundationalism, when you
wait,
everything else.
Doubt with logic?
What?
You mean put under scrutiny of logic?
Yeah, put under scrutiny of logic.
No, that's stupid because the onus of the both law of logic is the onus and proof is on he who asserts the positive.
Right, but what I'm getting at is to know if we want to have true knowledge, okay? We can believe something and it might not be true, okay?
Oh.
We can believe it and it can be true, but maybe the reasons we had for thinking it was true were completely false, right? So we didn't actually know it. We didn't actually know that it was true. So in order to know something is true, you have to ground it on some foundation of sorts, right? So you can apply, for example.
That's what they would have done.
What?
We would have guessed. That's what it would be, but I mean.
Have you guys seen the movie Total Recall?
Hey, Jesus, let me speak. I mean, I see where we're going with this, but I don't think this can be true because skepticism is a non-form of knowledge because it requires you to be omniscient before you know anything. Because you can always doubt something. Also, notice that skepticism...
Not always. That's the catch. There is a small...
I think always, if that's what it says. If you use it once, you got to use it always.
There are things that you cannot doubt, that you can't doubt, basically. That you can't coherently doubt. Some people try to doubt them, but they violate logic when they do it. They violate, identity when they doubt too far. But there are
I disagree because I can even doubt that. But I mean, it's stupid because if you doubt and you use logic, you're already cheating because logic presupposes a lot of stuff. Also, it presupposes that you can't prove a negative, and you have to assume the honest of proof if you.
It's not universal. It's not universal skepticism where you
yes,
doubt
it is.
Everything.
No, it is.
It's skepticism of everything that could be done.
It is.
Johan, can you give
universal? Why use it? Why is it to doubt everything to reach the truth you want?
Yeah, Johan,
doesn't make sense.
Give an example of something you don't doubt.
My own Cartesian ego and say, the concept of.
But how do you know it's your Cartesian ego?
So your ego and your.
You might not be even aware of it. You might just be aware of a bundle. MrCropper. Be aware of like a bundle of sensations coming in.
You don't doubt your ego.
Who's being the aware?
You don't doubt your ego, and what else was it?
Like basic Platonic concepts, like 1 + 1 = 2, mathematical truths.
Okay. So some sort of metaphysical truth and your ego.
Like Cartesian, yeah.
But your 5 senses you wouldn't name as.
That's practical knowledge, but not like knowledge in the rigorous philosophic sense. Now it can become that after you've integrated inside and outside, which we can do now. So.
I rest my case for objectivist viewers because your 5 senses are the basis of all knowledge. But
Well, actually, there is one thing I know about my five senses. Okay, I know that, for example, I'm looking at a screen with a live yellow. I don't know if there's matter behind it, but I know that there is a sense perception, a real sense perception of yellowness there. So yes, there is something I do know about the external world too, but it's not that there is matter there. It's just that there are, immaterial qualia that I'm perceiving. I do know that too.
What do you know about
there
if
is
it's not matter that you know about? You say you what is it that you know about if it's not? I mean, okay. If it's not matter you know about, what do you know about?
information. In that case, qualia.
What's the information? I mean, isn't it
For
matter?
example, the yellow qualia on the live button is different than the blue qualia on what appears to be a book on your wall.
Why do you transform the concept into information? Why can't you say you know about reality or matter?
Well, that is reality. Or reality is just what you're perceiving. Reality would include the platonic forms of my mind, my Cartesian ego, as well as the perceptions I have of the outside world.
That's my
But
point.
it doesn't necessarily mean, but there's the additional step of going from reality to that reality is matter, right?
Yeah, that's my point. Is why do you make that step? Why can't you just say we perceive reality? Why do you say we perceive information or information is perception?
Well, because we can't get from perception to reality without logical from material perception to what we think of as matter behind it without making the logical steps to actually get there.
Perception is reality. What? How do you?
Yeah, I know perception is reality, but we're assuming
Yes,
it's behind the perceptions. Okay.
I actually have to go now, so
Thomas, thanks for coming.
yeah, thank you very much for having me. And I would like a recording of this eventually.
We'll see you in future units, I'm sure.
Very well then.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you all for having me. And good premises.
Good premises.
Alright, so you can't get from the matter to, like, say this is a dream. I don't know, for example, this isn't a dream. In fact, if my idealism is right, it's in a sense a dream, but not in our minds, in God's mind, with, running on 10 to the 92nd power qubits, right? Very high fidelity shared dream with multiple players in it and so on. So we can't know that there is matter there. We can know that there is information there. We don't know whether it's matter or not before we figure out how to get past external world skepticism. We can't go from our perceptions, which we do know, to what we assume is behind them, which we don't yet know. Now, there are ways to do that, but before you do that, you can't know. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you're missing the key of induction. Induction is the key. All objectivists who are viewing will know.
It's not even that. He doesn't even have concepts.
Well, induction is
qualia. You have like a concept of qualia, for example, right? There's qualia, blue qualia.
Induction is not different from concepts, but Lee Ram, why don't you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, first a question, Johan. What is a concept to you?
It's an idea, or an idea that relates probably to some other idea.
Well, I mean, that's very broad, because that's basically all ideas you have, whether it's
idea that has some epistemic value, perhaps.
Well, what do you mean by idea?
It's kind of properly basic. It's what, I don't know, how would you describe idea? The problem with describing an idea is that in order to explain what an idea is, you have to explain with more ideas, so it's kind of...
I don't think so.
It doesn't make sense to explain ideas, because if you're going to explain them, you're going to explain them with something with more ideas. So it's like,
I don't agree. I can just point to an idea, but the point is not to explain it with more ideas. It's okay to explain it with more ideas. And instead of see the problem. For me, an idea is the product of a mental process. That's it.
Okay. All right.
The idea is, and the concept is the official objectivist definition is a concept is a unit with its measurement method. That's what the concept is for me.
A concept is a unit with a measurement of what?
With its measurements method. But that's what objectivists think. But I mean, what's a concept for you? I mean, how do you take all your observation and unite them into worlds. I mean,
how do
what
I get from
refer
what
to?
I observe to statements about the outside world?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, no. How do your observations glue together and form worlds?
Oh, how they relate to other things.
How do they relate? I mean,
For example, you know the shape. The yellow has a geometric shape attached to it, a square
yellow?
shape on
No, no, I
the
mean,
live
no,
button. Okay,
you
on the
misunderstand.
right corner of the screen.
You misunderstand. When you say something is yellow, what do you mean?
I'm gonna say that the square is yellow on the corner of the screen.
But what do you mean?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, we're speaking the same language, so
I mean, when
I
I say
presume
something
that
is
if I
yellow,
say that, you'd understand what that means. If you
when I
understand my
look,
language.
when I say something is yellow, I say that all the things that had that specific color that are it has a it is in the same group or class as those things. When I say something is yellow, I say something has in a similar quality with those things. Or when I say something is tall, I say, oh, something is very tall. Well, let me think of something.
Well,
Yes.
Mr. Ratz, suffice it to say, I think that there's a gulf between how we view concepts and how you view concepts, and for us, the concept is to look at several things and ignore the particulars and just take the essential. And
I'll take how they relate to each
for you,
other.
a concept is some sort of bizarre floating thing you can't quite. You don't know what the fuck is going on, I have to say.
Well,
But
the notion that you combine all the yellow objects in the world and say these all have a commonality, I think that is, all instantiations of yellow have a commonality. I think is a reasonable.
Similarity.
Yeah, similarity.
Similarity.
That's a reasonable thing to add to a concept of concept, basically.
Similarity, big difference. I never said commonality. Notice, I never said
No,
commonality.
okay.
Similarity and
Same
focus.
difference. Similarity then. Similarity. That's a reasonable. Put all the yellow instances of yellow in the world and say that which all of these share is yellow.
Right, they are connected.
That's a reasonable.
Also, just a minor correction. I know you mean the same thing, but just a minor correction to make it easier for people. Brandon, concepts are not everything that is not important ignored. It's omitted, which is slightly different. It means that it can have some quality, but must have any. If it is ignored, you simply don't do it. It's not connected to it, but never do that.
okay, true, but what dictates the quality that you need? Is your context, right?
Right, right. The essentials and the essentials are contextually defined.
Yes, you have to. The context defines the definition.
Right.
Okay, Mr.
And
Mr. Ratz, that was actually very brilliant things we just said. If that didn't make sense to you, you should read more of Ayn Rand and less of the other shit you read.
Well, notion of context is a good one too. I mean,
well,
things fit into a.
the question is what is retained, because a lot of more things are omitted, but what is retained is usually dictated by the concept. Like what is retained in desk is what is retained as table is the particular way it functions. Let's say.
I think it's fair to say that only the concept is retained, because you actually do discard an awful lot of your perception.
No.
Right? I mean, you perceive a lot of things, but you only retain them in your memory if they have formed a concept, and your brain says, bam, we got to put that over here in a file drawer.
That's true for very complex. No, that's true for simple concepts, but it is not true for more complex concepts, because sometimes you want to see that, oh, that phenomena I saw, part of it that I did not see, I can now classify. So being aware of being implicitly at least aware, or even explicitly aware of the omitted measurements can lead you to find, one second, what do you call it? Can lead you to find, can lead you to have all your knowledge integrated, even the things that are not retained, and connected to other knowledge. That way, when you study heat, by being aware of what is omitted, you can classify it as as activity or motion. Okay? So when you are aware of what is
I
omitted.
have to say that was a bit of a jump, but well, I mean, I could follow it. Do you want to elaborate for Rods?
Well, I mean, let's take the example of heat.
Yeah.
Same,
Why is heat motion? You said heat is motion.
right. Well, first,
Rods,
what
do
is
you
the,
agree with that? Rods, do you agree that heat is motion?
Aggregate of motion, yeah.
what?
Aggregate of motion. It's the motion of, the average of motion of small particles.
Oh, heat is motion.
But yeah, it boils down to motion, yeah.
All right. So heat.
Reasonable.
I'm just gonna read the definition from Wikia to be what's called normal. Heat is energy spontaneous. Well, heat is heat. I mean, sorry, heat does not have to be defined. Heat is the sensation of things on our body that produce a hot sensation. Nothing else needs to be said. That is the first vestige of heat. Right. Well, but that is just one. That is how we begin with the concept. But as we know more about it, we know that heat can have any, but must have some. No, heat can have some, but any source. It can have some, but any duration, any some as the effect, the source, thing that is being heated, whatever. And it also changes the dimensions of things in physical extension. Correct? Correct?
Yeah.
What is motion? We know motion is the change of the relation of things. Motion is change of the relation of things. That is what is retained. But what is omitted? The things that are omitted are the duration of motion, the source of motion, the thing being moved in relation to the other thing, the duration of the thing being moved. If we look at this, and we look at these measurements that are omitted and what ranges they occupy, we can say that heat and motion have the same measurements that are omitted, making us able to just to say that heat is motion because they have the same measurements omitted, except that motion is more general. I mean, motion has a more general thing retained than heat, but they are one and the same. Or heat as activity, you can also do it as heat as an activity, for example, because heat is both a motion and an activity, right? You know that?
Yeah.
All right. So that is how we take that is how we use concepts to prove a causal relation. That is how we use concept to prove a causal relation.
Hey, you say heat is a motion and an activity. Please distinguish between the two.
Well, motion is an activity, first of all.
And how is activity not a what's this? Distinguish.
What
I
do you
don't
mean?
see why do you draw a line between the two?
Because heat can tell us that either something smaller or something bigger. It is something smaller. We have no. Usually it's something smaller. Very rarely it's something bigger. But usually it's something smaller. Heat tells us that heat, being activity, can tell us that there are smaller things that are being active when things get hotter. Because they simply something got to do something. Because something got to come out of works, as Aristotle said. There must be te in ausia. And well, there must be idols.
That's unclear.
Well, Aristotle aside, Aristotle is more hardcore. But because something can't come out of nothing, right? Something can't come out of nothing. Something must come from a thing something must come from a thing that had the potential to be something else, right?
Okay, well, I mean, go ahead and continue that if that's cogent. What can you do with that?
Well, if something does that, we can have to say that if something changes, it must have a constituent that made it able to change. It must have a constituent that made it able to be changed.
Mr. Rotz, let me ask you if this has convinced you.
Well, first let's ask if we can follow.
That's not a question. You can't follow. You've got the wrong basis. Mr. Rotz, have we convinced you that there is an objective reality independent of mathematics and that reality is the basis and mathematics is the derivative?
You say mathematics. It doesn't have to be math. You could have mathematics apply the fundamental relativity to something other than math, but still the ideas.
So the answer is no?
Fuck no, that's the answer. But I mean,
No, you can apply math to something other than ideas and have math be secondary and the ideas.
okay, whatever. I didn't understand how concepts are used in scientific investigation.
Okay, well, you're talking about concepts in an epistemic sense, okay? And that's valid and that's fine, but what I'm saying is, I'm talking about concepts in an ontic sense as well, okay?
I just about science in an object sense. That's not fair. Everything I said, I mean, if you ask me what's heat, I tell you. Heat is the thermometer, it's the sun hitting my face, it's the coal on the ground, it's the poop of the dog, it's the corpse, it's the stove, it's the firewood.
Perception, I know. It's all the instantiations of. Well, you're saying because there's external. You're saying which one comes first, the external world one or the internal world one?
No, I'm telling you that concepts are not epistemic as you say them. Concepts are about reference. They're about things in the world.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is once you have that concept about the thing in the world, okay, you have that thing in your mind. That thing. I'm not talking about how they're formed. I'm not talking about how they're formed, or I'm not talking about what you do with them in terms of epistemology. I'm talking about what they are in an object sense, okay?
No, in an object sense you're wrong, because there's no concept, first of all. There's ousia, or a concrete. I mean, everything is just saying something is a thing is already classifying it with something else. But things in themselves, things as they are not like that. Things are primary. They have ousia. They are ousia.
Right, but what I'm saying is concepts have, concepts are things in themselves as well as being epistemic things that refer to.
What do you mean things in themselves?
They also have an intrinsic existence. Like you can't, the number two can't not exist, okay? Right?
No. A concept would not exist if I was not there to conceive it. Impossible to exist without me.
Yeah, the number two fails to exist.
Because no one's conceiving
it. I don't know what that would be. What would there be a number two without me looking at without me?
Well, okay. If you're not looking at it, but I'm looking at it, for example, then it still would exist, right?
No, then the number two fails to exist.
No, the idea of the concept of the number two fails to exist. But if you have like a big symbol of the number two, that symbol exists. But yeah, the ousia.
I'm saying the concept of it has ousia. So I say it has aseity. It has an innate existence to itself. Okay.
No, it only obtains when there are two items.
Right. Because the thing would not exist for one tree.
We're only aware of it when there are two items.
There is no two-ness. There is no two-ness to be aware of. There are only two items to be aware of.
Country in the Middle East.
There is no two-ness to be aware of.
No capacity for it to be aware of.
Get it? Two-ness?
There's no two-ness to be aware of. There are only two items to be aware of.
Tunis is a country in the Middle East.
The two-ness applies to the two items.
No, the two-ness only exists in our mind. The two items are the only thing that we have to go by.
Right. I mean, it would be like saying there was a whole lot of running in Fifth Avenue. I mean, Is there a lot of people running? No. Well, is there animals?
Okay, I see. Let's try some different example, perhaps. You can have an idea of something, even like say a car. I know it's a built object and so on, but there's still this conceptual. You can still have this. You can even have some external world thing, but it's an idea of something that once you have it there, I'm not talking about where the origin of it is or if it needs to be instantiated. But I'm talking about when you have that concept there, the idea is there in your mind, right?
I think that using the concept too is very telling because for me, I'm able to just go with that because it's so basic. You know, it's the first thing in the universe you ever see. There's one thing, then you don't have to worry. Once there are two things, you start worrying. So for me, I can start with two and just say, can we talk about this? You need to go to other examples because you need to muddy the waters and cloud things up.
Okay, I'll go back to two. You have two, or let's go back to even before two with the two objects there, right?
You can't go before two. There's only two.
Two of what?
That's where it starts. If there's only one, then we're finished. So there's two or more. So let's start with two. And if there are two, then I win and you lose. Because you're saying there can't be two because there's some platonic thing and there's other stuff. And I'm saying that there's only two. I'm saying there's only two. That's all there is.
There can only be two.
Two of what? Two objects.
Yes, exactly. Two of what? That is the question.
All right. So you can have two things.
You say that two-ness exists, and I say there are not
Okay,
two-ness.
all right, fine. Let's say this the two things instead and say that's an example of two things there, right? Well, the two things can also be a concept of two things. You can have an image of a pair of socks in your head. Right?
What?
Why would you have an image of those unless you exist and the things exist? I mean, okay, go ahead, skip ahead and add extra things.
So my point is that regardless of how you got that idea, once you have that idea, the idea itself has an ontology. It has there's something there that's mental in nature that exists.
Any philosophy of science, you still do give a lot of terms from philosophy of science. All of them. Get it? All of them, reflective.
I can grant you that we have ontology when we have two units. I don't think it's going to get you very far.
What do we mean ontology?
If I grant you ontology with two units, how far will that get you? What can you do with that?
Ontology of a concept of two units.
Okay, what can you do with... Okay, go ahead.
What can I do with a concept of two units?
Yeah, what are you going to do with that now? Because I say that that implicates reality.
I know how to count two. Two things.
Well, what are you counting?
Here we go. My Cartesian ego exists, and then that's the first. That's a fact, and then I know that a fact exists, and that's the second piece of knowledge. So I have two pieces of knowledge.
All right.
So my Cartesian ego exists, and a fact exists.
No, you have one piece of knowledge. Reality.
No, I know. That's the third piece of knowledge.
No, that's the first and only.
Okay, I think therefore I am, and then I have to exist in reality, so reality exists.
You're stacking Legos on top of a zero. You can start with the zero and call it a 1.
But the zero isn't it's not a zero because it's my my Cartesian ego, the thing I know before I look at the world.
No, there's no I doesn't exist before the world. The world exists before the I.
No, the world is just a collection of everything that exists.
Wrong.
Gentlemen, viewers, I have to say that exactly is the point of departure, isn't it? I mean, there can't be anything done.
This is like talking with a guy who believes in God. No matter what he says, you're not going to reach him.
What? Well, it's a Cartesian ego. It's a Cartesian ego. It's a...
Whatever. It's your example of God. It's a mystical whatever that you're not going to...
It's not mystical. It's, you know what it is right at the bat. It's the starting point of epistemology. I mean, you doubt everything you can know until you can't doubt anymore, and you...
No, enough. This is
you're aware of your Cartesian ego.
This is a religious type of what do you call it? This is a religious type of epistemology. You're not going to get out of it because it's like a religion. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. Everything you're going to say, you're going to explain it. I mean, what would you have to hear?
What am I going to do? What am I going to do with just my Cartesian ego?
Let me finish! What are you going to have to hear to unpersuade you, even in potential, from your current position?
Well, you'd have to provide physics experiments that contradict.
What do you mean physics experiment? You've chosen this without physics experiment.
All right. I'll give you what I would need to be convinced of that my position is false. Okay. Okay. Second, picking it up, and here we go.
Because so far I don't think you need physics experiment. Because every time I ask you why do you believe it, you say physics experiment, but you give physics experiment, it could be interpreted one out of either ways.
All right.
So this stuff presupposes physics experiments.
Here.
I mean, without this stuff, you wouldn't even be able to approach physics experiments.
What you need on, or is it? No, this one.
Physics experiment. You say that the physics.
You guys will need to provide a Nobel Prize in Physics for falsifying the Bell inequality violations. It's quantum Randy challenge.
Why would that convince you? I mean, it seems very.
Well, then I would realize that there is a model which is.
Wouldn't you have to actually? Isn't it the other way around? Wouldn't you believe that thing because you already believe these things? Because I never ever heard of physics experiments.
Let him say what that would convince him of. Let's hear exactly what he thinks that would convince him of. What would that convince you of?
That would convince me that quantum non-realism is not necessarily true. That the physics basis, it would take out quantum non-realism in physics.
So then we could have what? Local objective reality?
Yes.
If what? What would be the?
If someone won the quantum Randy challenge and therefore got the Nobel Prize in Physics.
No, I mean, well, okay, if someone did that, but what would be the observation of that experiment that would convince you?
It would be that there would be some hidden variable linking entangled particles at vast distances. That is, the particles have some definite state before you look at them.
So an affirmation of relativity or a refutation of quantum mechanics as we know it.
Yes, refutation of quantum entanglement specifically, but yeah.
All right. Well, quantum entanglement may be an aspect of the universe, even though the universe is real. I just have to cue you in. So, all right. Well, listen, gentlemen, I've got to go to bed. So I've had too many beers, and I want to open another one, and I shouldn't. So I'm not going to.
All right.
Listen, it was a lot of fun. We're going to have it again. We're going to do this on Wolfram Monday night, which is just about 3-4 hours from now. Not true.
3-4 hours.
That's not true.
All right.
Like a day from now. But anyways, look into Wolfram. I hope to see you there, Rots, because you're fun to argue with, and I hope to someday either drive you to suicide or objectivism.
Well, oh boy. I'll be trolling you. If that's the case, you're going to probably find yourself trolled up a wall. To be honest. If that's your goal, you're going to find yourself, it's going to go backwards, you're going to end up trolled up a wall.
Well,
I do not want to drive you to suicide, by contrast. I do not want that. I may drive you insane in the insane asylum with.
Well, maybe I spoke hastily, but I'll consider my words. We will speak again.
No, what's funny is, do you know the guy that got me? You mentioned beforehand that, or someone mentioned beforehand that Kant wanted to bring back faith, right?
Yeah.
And that's why he was saying you couldn't know about the noumenon?
Yeah.
Ironically, the reason I got invited out to where I was because of the exact opposite.
Go ahead.
My model allows you to figure out what is going on in the noumenon and still call it God. It's like a scientific model of God in a sense, right? And the guy that picked me up thought this is the most wonderful thing and thought this was going to cause all kinds of mayhem if it got loose. And then thought that, they should bring me in and let it run loose in academia.
Well, let me just finish it because we will be finishing right here. But I just have to say that I have met models who let me do all kinds of things.
Well, this is physics. It backed up with physics, though. Backed up with it can confirm things for fact in the what will normally be called the noumenon. That would, instead of basing stuff on faith, base it on science.
Well, the model that I met didn't require me to base it on physics or science. She let me do whatever I wanted.
I see.
Okay.
Too many beers.
We will speak again. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Have a good one.